Alright, it looks like my stream here is live for Wednesday, July 15th, 2026, of course. But yeah. So, I decided I would do this like pretty much like 1-ish, like 2 a.m. instead of my usual like right before midnight, like on Tuesday. Because this could quite possibly be the final DLC for the game before GTA 6 VI comes out. And also if their disastrous decision making lately, I feel, especially since the 6 VI pre-orders went live and all kinds of bull with GTA 6 VI code in a box. I wanted to kind of boycott it, so I did it like for a Wednesday stream instead of like pretty much last moment Tuesday streams like I've been doing lately. So that's kind of why I'm a kind of day late starting the stream at least. But I was wondering if like somebody would look into that or anything, like without me having said that or whatever. But yeah, new DLC is out for the game, quite possibly the last one, like I said, because usually they do summer and winter DLCs, I think since like 2019. I think 2018 might have been like the last time there was like a spring DLC. Like presumably it could be the final DLC. There's been no saying that it will be the final DLC, but like it is a realistic expectation too with the new GTA, of course, coming out. So for the title, I did go for the Benefactor Läufer, which I think is the van, and I think it's only like 600-ish K. I'll be honest, I only have like 19 million in the game. But yeah, I only have like 19 million in the game. I was maybe want to hit like 20 million. To be fair, I still have like the newer tutorial I can do for a new second character if I want. I think that gets me millions. I could hit easy 20, maybe even 21 million somehow with like HSW time trial or something. I was having it to sell my like weed. I was had to sell partial document forgery because I was kind of selling on like the last moments of like the previous DLC, and I really wanted to get the DLC installed ASAP, of course. Yeah, Kortz Center Heist. So yeah, I decided to put the van. Van is a more unique class in a vehicle. Not many vans are put in the game, and also it's pretty much like the cheapest vehicle. So I figured that would probably be the most realistic tile for me to go. And for those that don't know how I do streams lately for day one, I usually go over like changes, like patch notes stuff mostly on like the first stream, like kind of like the smaller like day one DLC event. Maybe customize like all the new vehicles, though in this case, since I kind of have a list, I might be customizing lesser vehicles than I usually do. I'll be fair, like last summer with money fronts didn't really give like a new property store vehicles, so I didn't really for that update customize things. I guess it would already be better than that update, at least for me, but yeah. So I'm probably not going to end up doing a heist in this stream. For those wondering, that might be for another stream. Unless I want to spike Cockstar that hard, not give their game that much attention, try and somehow do it all in one stream. I suppose that would be a possibility. But no promises there, of course. It's not what I usually do, per se. Pick the Kortz Center heist. Kortz Center. Ready for the most thousand stores. Series, whatever the hello, and Los Los Santos and repository of the world's most provocatively expensive and offensively. Provocative artwork, whatever. Now the target of your class is Heist. Yeah, obviously, basically, when they kind of already sent pre-release material for that first paragraph. I don't think that goes over really anything new, per se. They break into art world, like, art hasn't already been, like, hella a thing in, like, Casino, Cayo Perico. But to be fair, I guess it's, like, the main artwork kind of Heist in the whole game. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Have that flavor text there. Yeah, it might just basically be kind of flavor text stuff like they've kind of already had for their pre-released material. Oh, and also, by the way, in spite of Cockstar's disastrous decisions lately, I may not be doing a leak video. I don't even actually know if there's that much leak stuff to even talk about, to be honest. We're doing, like, giving the last update even. But if I remember, I might talk about, like, drip feed stuff towards the end of this stream or something. If I can get that far, of course, no problem or anything. But yeah, still at the launch of Kortz Center Heist, okay. Alright. Oh my god. Hold on. The controller dies like it's nothing anymore. Right, that my battery's kinda has my DualSense anymore. This fuck ass body for its stomach hurting has fucked me up one too many fucking times where it just kinda got lazy taking out a charger or something. So I took care of that now. Basically. So that's just literally a bunch of flavor text, I guess. Okay, art studio. I think they've ever kind of talked about this kind of thing here before. Yeah, base operation. Yeah, basically. I don't know if they introduced a character in particular by like name before, but the expert counterfeiter, Young Ray. But to be fair, I didn't even make a video on it because Cockstar has been pissed me off a little with some decision making. So I didn't even make like videos talking about the DLC much, like I did for other DLCs. Yeah, that's basically stuff they mentioned before. I don't know if they've given the character name in the pre-release material or not, though, to be honest, but whatever. Whatever, though. But I hear they have some GTA 6 VI like references on their like clothing and stuff, which is kind of cool. I guess if you care about that, still leaving with some like bullshit that they've been pulling, basically. But yeah. Yeah, as expected, you can join one without owning a mansion. You just cannot host one without owning one, of course. Yeah, I don't think I really talked about that much crazy compared to like pre-release material. Yeah, I swear they've definitely talked about stolen stuff you can show off in the mansions instead of selling. Oh yeah, this every week thing. They talked about it, but man, it goes a whole lot deeper. Not just in Kortz Heist, but other kind of stuff too. It got found out, of course, when this update released and with patch notes coming out and everything. Like, oh man, I might have a fuck ton to say about that kind of bullshit. Alright, so basically, for those that don't know, for some reason, if somehow you lived on a rock, you stumble upon this somehow. Yeah, every week, initial sale or like doing of a heist will get you the most payout. That actually is not just for Court Center heist, it's for regular heist. I'll be a regular heist and actually get a nerf in the payout. I think the regular heist actually paid the same as before. So the regular heist 2015 heist actually did get buffed purely, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Doomsday, the casino heist, especially the Cayo Perico heist, got hella nerfed. And actually, yeah, every week thing for the first like heist, that doesn't actually apply to Cayo Perico. Cayo Perico literally just got purely nerfed, basically, with no buff whatsoever, even on your first time of doing it in like 1 week. No Way Out also kind of got that too, and that was literally just the last update. So it might pay a little more the first time you do it in like an event week. And then on subsequent playthroughs, it might be something like 100k or so less or something. Same basically goes for the Cook and Bell Farm raid. And I think Titan of a Job is kind of similar. I mean, I might have heard that one might have not actually got like nerfed at all, kind of like originalized, and just your first time doing it might be worth more. I could be wrong there, but I'll go more in details later. In the stream, once I get through some more important things to talk about. Oh yeah, the Dre contract. I think that one went down from like 1 million to like 900k on like subsequent playthroughs. But I think the first time doing it, you get like something like an extra 100k or something. Like 1.1 million, so like a 1 million. Anything else really? There's a lot more I can talk about on some of those things, but again, I'll save them for later. Depends on how much time I have or that kind of thing. But later. Like I can always talk about in my heist stream or something if I have time or something. That one or something still or something if I can't get to it in this one per se. Trying to think there was much of any other content. Comes to mind, he touched on that before, but can't really think about it. It's like some of the bigger, more popular things of content that pay like the highest figures. They're basically touched in that kind of way. So like when they revealed that information, it kind of sounded like it was just gonna be some new mechanic for a new heist, but no, they've actually kind of like took it a whole step further. It's like some a whole like economy update by the way as well. And like a lot of other stuff is basically just flavor text, like a lot of the other stuff. But yeah, they literally made like a whole fucking economy update of the whole like initial sale being the most robust payout. It's literally not just a Quartz or heist thing actually. Yeah, I might have a huge rant now later in the stream. It's kind of fucked up, but yeah. Oh, here it is, basically. As part of ongoing experience improvements, sheet done on, we're adding weekly bonus for the first primary target sold not to complete the Kortz Center Heist each week. Yeah, subsequent playthroughs with saturated market or fatigue on the decreased payouts. Again, I think they talked about it in the pre-release material. But again, it does kind of extend the other content. I don't know if it goes for the same kind of saturate the market kind of thing, like if that's kind of a lower explanation for like, things like Calibre Heist, which doesn't have like 2-week boost. It's literally just nerfed across the board, basically for Calibre Heist. Like maybe it's like that for Casino Heist, where it's like a market condition kind of thing. Lore wise for Outer Applying is kind of bullshit now with the latest update. Oh, okay, it says it down there in that second paragraph. I wasn't actually looking at that. Okay. The same principle also now applies to other heists and updates at the contract and Kokomo Farm Raid. So make sure to shake up your routine. So make sure to shake up your routine and mix things up. Also, these sewer sucks purchased an art studio. I didn't point that out on the bottom. Alright, that's the same as the first one on the bottom there. So maybe on that GT series videos can we post? Killing Master makes a really good video about it, by the way, if you want to watch that or something, for somebody that like commentates or something, because GT series video mostly does no commentary, which might not exactly be the most interesting for everybody there. Okay, actually looks like I got everything, actually. I did actually remember every single thing of content that I was talking about. So it's basically actual heist, so it's kind of like the somewhat heist things, like the No Way Out from last update, of course, talking about Farm Raid from like, was that Chop Shop? If I remember right, it might have been, I think it was Chop Shop, yeah, because I think that was the first update I had, like, ownable police vehicles, if I remember right, for talking about Farm Raid's release timing for like Drift Feed or something for that update. Like, yeah. Titan of a job, whatever. Or actually, that might be like the contact mission from Lester, but I mean, like, obviously, like, Oscar Guzman flies away again, whatever thing, and that was from, like, Agent Sabotage is like, Drift Feed, like, a huge part 2 update from that. Okay, the last huge part 2, because Mansion didn't really have a huge part 2, at least for, like, Safe House and Hills, like, Drift Feed kind of thing, per se. This, in a way, is the part 2 of the Mansion, to be fair, but still though. Which may have only been a part 2, of course, because of GTA 6 VI delayed from May 26th to November 19th, after all. But it seems to have remembered every single thing that was on that table I've been looking at, so that was cool. Alright, so the one positive thing, by the way, like, kind of like the one only huge like positive thing that no matter how many times you like do it, it's like always a positive thing. Again, like aside for like the straight up original heists. On the GT Series VX community post, there is a section that it is also important to note that setup mission rewards, in parentheses, left parentheses GT money, right parentheses for original heist and the Doomsday heist, have been increased. 3.0, 3.0, 3.0, basically for the police a job. So whatever the setup like pays were, I guess on that heist you get 3 times that from before or something. For like this like 2 little setup missions you do or something, I think. So I don't know if those are like 10-ish K or something before, or maybe it's somewhere like 30, 40K or something for those. I don't necessarily 100% know what the other ones would have been like, but Prison Break setups pay like 1.5 times for like a few of those. Humane Labs Raid. Apparently those like few setup missions pay like 1.2 times. Series A funding pays 1.3 times for those like few setups for that one. And then any Pacific Standard job like setup missions basically pay 1.2 times what they originally did or something. I want to say for like Pacific Standard, I think some of those setup missions might have been like 50k or something. Albeit, I don't know if that was like double money. If not, maybe like 25-ish k or something. So like, I don't know, you're getting more like 30, 40k on some of those. So maybe my police job amount might have been wrong before, but again, that one's like triple, so maybe not even, maybe not even. And again, that's for setup missions where anybody but the host gets paid for those. Hence why the host that actually hosts the heist obviously gets more pay in the heist unless like annoying randoms try to demand ridiculous percents or something. When they didn't like contribute to the heist or something. Because obviously the random people that join don't pay like the setup fee for the heist, of course. Also, I don't think I mentioned Doomsday's yet, but Doomsday Heist, doesn't matter what act, it's 1.25 times whatever the setup missions like used to pay or something. So you get like a quarter more like money's worth. But I think no matter what the setup missions still only pay like 5-digit money's worth. Nothing crazy. At least it felt like a 2 times like event on like setup missions or something. Which I feel they usually only do like finales on 2 times, but maybe on like rare occasion they've done like setup missions as well on 2 times. Or like something. Also, all secondary loot values in the Cayo Perico heist have been reduced by 10%. So cash in Cayo Perico heist could range from like 78,000, 750, 83,250. Now it's 70,875 to 74,925. So yes. Secondary target cash literally pays like less than 75k now. Like per bundle of it or like something. Body for some current. Please stop. Come on. Got a stream to do. But yeah, weed. Apparently GTA money 130,500 to 135,000. It used to be for weed. Now goes to GTA money $117,450 to $121,500 per like bundle of like weed, like one thing of it you pick up or like whatever. Cocaine is GTA money 198,000 or was more so to like 202,500. Now apparently it goes 178,200 to 182,250. So you're probably getting like 20k less or so, like each thing of like cocaine you pick up now, basically for like secondary loot for the Cayo Perico heist. Kind of crazy. And then paintings, Like the artwork basically for the Kuiper guys, basically GT money 157,500 to 180,000 used to be. Going from 141,750 to $162,000 now, so like 18K like painting value less or something now, basically. Basically. And then gold. Gold. Goes from $328,333 to $333,333. Now, apparently, it goes $295,500 to literally topping off at like exactly $300,000. So you're getting almost 35K less money on like gold, basically. Like actually, though, and it's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Albeit gold, I think you need what, like 2 players, like in legitimate means, not counting like glitching or something. So I don't know if like much of just average solo player really gets gold, anyways. Like, bro, what's the point of like reducing like secondary loots like 20-30K? It's fucking stupid. I feel honestly. If you thought that was a joke, by the way, minimum safe cash apparently you can get as low. You used to be able to get as low as like 20K safe cash for like Rico Heist finale. For like that little safe you can like pick up before like the hacking by like the elevator thing, whatever. Apparently that got reduced by 2K more to like 18K minimum safe cash. But did they not change like the maximum there? Apparently not. So what's the point of that? I don't get it. I don't get it. A lot of weird copy guys changes though, like honestly though, that just neuters the heist even further, like they haven't already neutered it like the last time they held a nerf Caprico. With like the stealth, like values before, all kinds of bullshit. Basically. And then primary secondary target appearance rates has been changed once again, basically. So yeah, primary targets. Tequila used to be like 60% like rate of appearing, I think. Assuming you do like a heist before like a 3-day difference, like 72 hours of real life time. That's been increased by the way to a whole week. Pretty crazy. So if you want like better primary stuff and not want like a hella increased chance on tequila, and practically have like no chance of anything else, basically. Then you have to literally wait like a whole fucking event week now, basically, to even do it again. Like, it's actually a fucking joke. So it literally increased from like 60% to 80% chance at like a tequila now for a Caprico heist. Not even kidding. Ruby necklace went down from like 15% to 10%. Bear bonds apparently was also 15%, but is now 8%. So they actually have different amounts this time now for ruby necklace and bear bonds. And I kid you not, the pink diamond goes down from 10% to fucking easy 2%, apparently. It's crazy. Now, I think if you wait the whole week, it actually goes to the previous values from the previous nerf. It kind of looks like. So if you wait like a whole week, I want to say it's like 60% tequila, 15% ruby necklace, 15% bearer bonds, and 10% pink diamond now. And keep in mind, like the free like day away use actually get better values on those two. I think even. I could be wrong about something at the end there, but yeah. Also, something with secondary loot, cash from like 40%, 20%, and like cocaine 30% to 20%. So what did they reduce the drops of like the worst of like cash, and then also cocaine's even like rare now for like the best solo loot type, basically. Like bruh man, like what are they doing with Kyber, guys? Anymore? So dumb, so dumb. Like 3 days is like what, 72 hours real life time, 144 hours or something for 6 days in. I think you have to wait like 168 hours to get like that week time difference. That's basically how long of like an event week lasts, basically. For your 1 week event week, your usual 1 week event week, by the way. Because like obviously this week's like a longer one, obviously being like the initial one for DLC. Like per usual, of course. In like this kind of rare circumstance. Also, yeah, they also changed the actual values of like primary targets as well, but I don't think like GTA Series videos covered that on their post. They only did like the percent like changes, I think, not the value amounts. I might have to go on Twitter to try and find that, and yes, I guess then. Or XX, as I like to call it, basically. But yeah, text to, I guess, GTA data miner, data miner, or whatever, for GTA Online. Should probably have that value stuff. If I can go over here, actually. But yeah. The Sensimito tequila, the Sensimito tequila, or otherwise as I like to call it, the shitty Mito tequila, since I like to force it on people so hard, and it's the shittiest value and everything. That used to pay 630k apparently with the previous nerf. And back when it first launched, by the way, it paid like 900k. So it went from like 900k to like 630k. And now it's $400,000 for a tequila now. Not even joking. Not even joking, apparently. So yeah, give an idea of the difference, basically. Literally at launch of Caprico Heist, tequila was a $900,000 like primary target. Whatever update where they did like the huge like first initial like senators, I think it turned out like 630,000, like minus like 270k from that. Now they dropped it like another 230k from 630,000 even to 400,000. So in most of your highs, you're like going to only get like $400,000 if you grind it like every single day, or like before like another week passes or something now with the new like thing I mentioned there from before. Ruby necklace, apparently, whatever it was before, it's probably like 1 million or something, or like 1.1 million or something, I think, at launch. Down to 700,000 it went from that, from like the first huge nerf. And now you only get like 560,000 for like a ruby necklace now. which went down to over 140,000, it looks like. Yes, indeed. Bearer bonds, I think when it first came out, I think was 1.2 million apparently. If I remember, it was like 100k like difference between the ruby necklace bearer bonds. I think when it first released with Kyber Heist and until like the first huge nerf. So that was like 1.2 million down to like 770,000. So 400 like 30,000, I believe. Yeah, like deduction from the original amount from the like first huge nerf. And now bearer bonds is worth $616,000 from 770,000. So what, like $154,000 or some like deduction on the bearer bonds now? Hot damn. And I want to say like the pink diamond used to be like yes, I want to say the pink diamond used to be 1.6 million or something at launch. I forget entirely there, but I think so. The first huge like nerf took it down from like 1.6 like 1.3 million or something. $300,000 like nerf if I'm remembering right for the initial value of it at least for the first like huge nerf. Now with this like second huge nerf or something, you're getting from like 1.3 million down to 910,000 on a pink diamond. Not even $1 million for a pink diamond, which is only 10,000 bucks from the tequila when the heist first launched. Absolutely fucking ridiculous bullshit. No, like honestly though. Honestly though. And yeah, that's $390,000 difference for sure between 1.3 million and 910,000 for the previous value to now the new value for pink diamond. Hot fucking damn, man. That hot, hot fucking damn, man. Though shrinkflation like hella hit or something. It seems. Do I call it shrinkflation even? Do I even call it shrinkflation? If I don't call it that, I don't know what the fuck to call it honestly. But hot damn, man. Damn, man. Oh, and also, yeah, like some of the values were a little different between the GT Series V and the V I'm about to go over, but yeah. With the new changes, if you do like Calibrico Heist in the same week, so within like 7 days before like 168 hours, like I said, like the average duration of like an event week or something passes, the tequila will be like 80% appearance rate, ruby necklace 10% appearance rate, bearer bonds 8% appearance rate, and pink diamond amazing 2% appearance rate, so like those same percents from earlier within the same week. Now, a week after is actually kind of different than what I kind of was saying earlier. I mean, I was actually comparing the amounts from the first nerf to the second nerf. That wasn't really necessarily accounting for like a week after percent values, though. So say you want to wait like 168 hours or whatever I said earlier in the stream between two Cabrica heists. You get no chance of tequila, which I think was the case before with the first nerf. It's not even any better there, I believe. And then it's the 40-40-20 for the ruby necklace, bearer bonds, and pink diamond, which I think actually might be the same from before. Except obviously you have to wait a week now instead of like 72 hours. It's again like 168 hours I think you have to wait now instead of 72 hours between two cover guys to get the better like drop table or whatever for the primary target basically. And apparently the cash thing I mentioned, like the 40-20%, I think apparently according to text like two's thing is for secondary target locations that require 2 players to access. Whereas the cocaine 20% I mentioned earlier in the stream is for soloable secondary target locations. For like a reduction of cocaine or something. So literally you don't even get like your first like weak like boost like you do in like the other things like I mentioned for Kyle. It's just pure nerfs basically. Pure nerfs basically. Literally not a single good change to Kyle Rico and like other things. Like what a joke, man. What a fucking joke, man. Bruh, fucking YouTube, I couldn't stay on that shit when I was off of it for like 5-10 minutes. Like, bruh. Like, my phone's 3% sure, but like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Okay, and then... Alright, to compare some values from before, apparently... Apparently... I kind of want to go from oldest to newest. So I kind of want to talk about OG Heist first. So the finale of Lisa Job, previous payout is 201,250, which is still the base payout. And with a 1.5 times for a weekly completion multiplier for your first time at doing it, it looks like it goes to $301,875. Again, getting Felicia Job finale can now get you $301,875 for your first time at doing it. And that's a single 2-player heist that you can do from like the 2015 heist for those that forget what Felicia is, basically. For some reason. The second OG Heist Prison Break finale is $700,000 from previous and is still the base payout since OG wasn't really like nerfed at all, basically. 1.5 times for that apparently for your first time of doing it for a week. Can actually get you 1,050,000 now apparently. And that's if it's stuff that is if it's the host's first heist or something. It's based on the host player, by the way, if I didn't mention that, by the way. So it depends on if a host has done that same heist in the same week or something or not. And I don't know if it's like I yes, do not know if it's like character specific or not. I haven't tested it out myself. I don't know if much of anybody has. It might be kind of niche to do. But could maybe be worth playing on a second character to try to circumvent it. Unless they thought of that and made it where it doesn't work that way. I don't know. Alright, but yeah. Then the third of the OG Heist Amino Labs raid finale. Again, previous payout 945,000 would still be the base payout as well. Being unnerfed or whatever, not being nerfed at all. Yeah, 1.5 times on Humane Labs raid for first time completion of the like a week or something is 1,417,500. That's actually not bad. I feel for Humane Labs raid, it's not. Well, aside for that one annoying stealth mission like setup, besides for that, it's actually not that bad. I feel of a heist to do. Alright, apparently Series A funding finale. That one's not much more than Prison Break, apparently it's 707,000. Again, for both previous payout and new base payout being not nerfed at all for the fourth of the OG Heist. And 1.5 times on that one gets you 1,060,500, which does make Series A that much better than Prison Break, because that's for the fact that some might have some better setup missions to do, and like also like doesn't have like as bad of like things you have to do in like the finale that some people might mess up or something. Of course. And for the final of the original, like 2015 Heist, the Pacific Standard Job finale, 1.5 million for that one basically. And that's for both previous payout and new base payout, since it didn't receive a nerf whatsoever. Probably because you need 4 players for most of those. And also, if it's just like a beginner one, so you probably nerf that one heavily, and you're gonna get overly paid for that one, like anyways. We have 1.5 times on to 1,500,000. It's 2,250,000 with the extra 750,000 basically. So for a host's first Pacific Standard job, it pays 2,250,000 basically. Pretty nice actually. Pacific Standard is not necessarily all that hard of one. People grind that one like all the time, so depending on that, like you might find a lot of like players pretty good at that stuff. And then yeah, Doomsday Heist. I think I'll do next for Act 1, 2, and 3. These ones do receive nerfs. The Act 1 apparently used to pay 975,000. See, data breaches, Act 1 used to pay 975,000. With a nerfed payout, it will now pay with a nerfed payout, it will now pay $585,000. Like $390,000 difference it looks like there. Which is a minus 1.222 times. According to GTA Series Video's table. Apparently your first time will be 715,000 instead of like 585,000. So yes, Doomsday Heist Act 1 data breaches. It used to in general pay $975,000. Like ever since I've been Criminal Enterprise DLC did like a 50% boost or something on like the Doomsday Heist or something. I think like a quality of life improvement they did in 2022, like summer 2022, like an actual quality of life improvement. But yeah, unless I'm like 2 times money, you'll literally never get like 975,000 once again. Cause yeah, if you play it more than like one single time, it caps out like 585,000. And so like the first time completion was 715,000. So even though you do get more on your first take of a week, you'll never get as much as you initially did on that heist, or at least since like 2022. Crown Enterprise DLC to like 4 years and later with summer 2026 is Kortz and Heist DLC. Now it kind of works that way for Act 2 and Act 3 by the way as well, so I don't have to say as much basically. So Doomsday Heist Act 2, the Bogdan problem used to pay 1,425,000. Again, you'll never make that much again. Like, aside for, like, possible 2-time event or something. On subsequent playthroughs that aren't the first time, you'll make 855,000. The minus 1.222 times. Whatever for like wicked completion modifier, whatever. Or like around that amount, or whatever. So it's not negative. If I was seeing negative, it's like a tilde or something, which might mean it's like around that amount, but it's not 100%. Or something. But on the first time, a Bogdan probably will get 1,045,000 for like a single like event week or something, basically. On average. I mean, it's not like a longer event week or like something, basically. But even then, I think it would basically be by every 7 days, basically, regardless of like longer events or not. Okay, like right now, basically, if like maybe like 8 or like 9 day event instead for when it refreshes on like Thursday, like next Thursday or something. So bottom probably used to be 1,425,000 on anything past the on anything past the first playthrough of a week. Again, 855,000 with the like 1.222 times like increase or something. 1,045,000 apparently, which will never be as good as 1.4 million unless like a 2 times event or something. And Doomsday Heist Act 3 to Doomsday Scenario, Nario, whatever. Used to be, like within like the last 4 years or so, like before this change, GTA money $1.8 million. Apparently you'll always get like as the low as like 1,080,000, so at least that one will always pay like $1 million or something for Act 3 at least. Better because Act 3 is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, or like a lot of times, even. And then, yeah. With the 1.222 times increase for the first time of doing it within like 1 week, it is 1 million for 20,000, which again is not as good as like you used to be able to get, but KK, I guess. So yeah, the 2017 Doomsday Heist across the board have been basically completely nerfed, by the way. With the new changes, again, unless it's like a 2 times event, and even then it would probably still technically be nerfed even still from like older 2 times events, basically. Alright, next I think I'll talk about Casino Heist. Which I think also had some like value changes, by the way, as well, like Caprico Heist. Maybe for like the first time ever, even. So yeah. Casino Heist finale cash, apparently. Ranges from like with the wiki completion bonus going back to like Tez 2, by the way, like Text 2 or something, by the way, like right now in particular, at least for Casino Heist finale. Cash in like red smaller numbers, whatever that means, with the wiki completion bonus is 3,029,103. Black numbers 2,753,730. The old payout apparently was like 2.1 million. In like black numbers, 2,115,000 in black numbers. Old payout in red numbers, 2,326,500. But a new payout apparently is basically a nerf, by the way, for the cash, and that's without the weekly completion bonus and black lettering. Or actually, I'll start there with like red lettering because 1,628,550. Because again, in red letters, $1,628,550. In black like numbers, basically, it's $1,480,500. I'm not 100% what it means between like the red and black. Like if it was like say before like Kortz Center, like even with like a weekly completion, like theoretically, which didn't obviously exist before, but yeah, not really sure what that one means. I will be honest. So you actually can get a buffed payout, it seems, because you know Heist on your first one of a week, but also kind of depends on like your loot type as well. Albeit I would guess if you like change loot type, if you cancel a heist and then you like change the loot type, you might be able to get it better. I want to say. All right, so yeah, sorry, I was a little confused when I first went over cash. So from here, I'll go over old payout first, I think, with like the huge amount of like free to red numbers and then the black letter, or no, black numbers again. I mean. So for artwork, apparently, in the red numbers, it's 2,585,000 for old pale. With old pale black numbers being 2,350,000. But yeah, the new pale, assuming you've done multiple, basically, is in red numbers 1,809,500, black numbers 1,645,000. However, with the weekly completion bonus, if it's your first time and you have the artwork for your loot type, in red numbers, I don't know if it's like hard mode, by the way, for red numbers or not. I'm not actually that sure, but yeah. So. Either way, with weekly completion bonus artwork, red numbers, 3,365,670 and then in black numbers, it is 3,059,700. Alright, then I'll go for gold and diamonds, basically. And by the way, I didn't mention Panther statue for Kyle Perico, but yeah. I'm pretty sure Kyle Perico, Panther statue will either be included when they include it in like an event week, or they decide not to touch the Panther statue, so it'll still be like $2 million each time they do like a Panther statue for like an event week or something, which they almost never do, but if they do, obviously, it will still be pretty good for a Panther statue. Again, Panther statue's kind of pretty Heist, but I just didn't mention that. I forgot to mention that earlier, though. But yes, I talked about cash and artwork. Now I'll talk about gold, though. Old pale. Red numbers, 2,843,500. Old pale black numbers, 2,585,000. New PAL, assuming you're doing like multiple casino heists with the current update, basically. Red numbers $1,990,450. Black numbers $1,809,500. So like the most nerf payouts you would get in the current update for gold. And then with weekly completion bonus, red numbers $3,702,237. Black numbers $3,365,670. I guess with the weekly completion bonus of gold. And yeah. By the way, diamonds are also included on like Panther Statue of Kyle. So they actually did touch the diamonds, even though that one's only during certain event weeks for the casino heist in particular. But again, Panther Statue apparently was not touched, and it'll always be like as good as it was before, I guess, for Kyle Perico's case. Maybe because like just a weekly bonus, so I guess that's kind of a weekly bonus kind of thing for like Panther Statue on like event weeks, like instead or something for Kyle Perico's case. I'm not really sure where they were going for with all that, but still though. We had diamonds. Old Pale, apparently. Red numbers, 3,619,000. Yeah, 3,619,000. Black numbers, 3,290,000. And I think I'll switch from here, seeing like the black numbers before red numbers for diamonds, so it really puts into perspective. So yeah, assuming you're doing diamonds and like you're basically done like a casino heist like as a host already or something, whatever I've kind of established already in the stream. Black numbers 2,303,000. Red numbers I assume might be hard difficulty or something. $2,533,300. And apparently the diamonds can actually go as high as $4 million actually if you have like the weekly completion bonus. Assuming it will be your like first heist and you haven't done one in like a week. So diamonds apparently with black numbers will be as high as $4,283,580. And then finally diamonds for the casino heist on event weeks. Only, of course. Presumably on hard mode, you'll be able to hit as hard as 4,711,000. As high as $4,711,948. Yes, indeed. Yeah, my phone's at 1%. I gotta charge it. My bad though. But sorry though. Fuck ass body for some currently is really being a prick right now, so I'll go over like the final values. I was talking about diamonds one more time. Unfortunately, fortunately. Alright, so again, PAL with weekly completion bonus, the best PAL you can get for diamonds, like literally ever with the new like Kortz and Heist DLC. This means you haven't done a casino heist for like over a week, like 168 hours basically. Like I was basically establishing earlier in the stream. Black numbers again was $4,283,580. With the red numbers, which again I assume is hard difficulty, $4,711,948. And also requires like the furthest buyer possible for the most money possible, of course. According to Gilly Master, though, I think you need like 3 people on average for like getting every single thing of diamonds, though. So keep that in mind. But Casino Heist actually seems really damn good, actually, with the weekly completion bonus if you like wait a week between Casino Heist as a host. So that might be the new meta to do, actually, for Casino Heist. That actually seems pretty lucrative to do it that way. Again, unlike Calibre Heist, it's like pretty much pure nerfs, basically. Pure nerfs, basically, for the Calibre Heist. I have like a few more, I think, to go at this point to cover. I believe. Yeah, I'm trying to do it in like release order. From like the earliest content editions to online to the latest content editions to online. Besides for maybe Kyle I might have covered before, like other things, just because it was like pretty much pure nerf for Kyle. That's why I've covered that one like earlier. So I think next I want to talk about the data leaks. Next, I do think, yes, I want to talk about the data leaks, that leaks, whatever, don't fuck with Dre. So apparently the previous payout was 1 million for that, like I kind of established, I think, earlier in the stream. A new base payout apparently would be like 900,000. Also, buff-wise, it seems it got the same buff as like the Doomsday Heist of like around like 1.222 times. Which in the case of the data leaks, that should get it to 1.1 million for your first weekly completion payout. So again, you get like an extra 100k if it's like your first time and you've like not done it like within like a 7-day, 160-hour period or something as a host, as a host. After that, I think I want to talk about the Cluckenbell farm raid, aka scene of the crime. Previous payout was 500k. A new base payout is apparently 100k less than 400k, assuming you've done like multiple in that like 1 week period, whatever. Apparently a weekly completion multiplier is of 1.5 times, which means your first weekly completion payout will actually be 600k for the Cluckenbell farm raid scene of the crime, basically. Assuming as a host, it's your first one, like a 1 week period, like 7 days, like 168 hours. Alright, and then the next one to go over was Oscar Guzman Flies again, aka the Titan job, apparently. That one's previous payout was also 500k. And also, by the way, it might not be accounting for hard mode on this table, so hard mode you might even be getting more, so it might not be as bad as it seems, but what's in the values I'm saying, but yeah, there's just already like way too much to have to speak for, account for. So I'm going over the GTA series videos table anyways for most of the stuff. For stuff I'm obviously one for free, like text to on Twitter, or XXX basically, like single X obviously though, but yeah. So again, Ashoki's Mangas Cuts and Flies again, Titan job. 500k previous payout. New base payout is actually the same for that one. So Titan job actually did not receive a nerf at all, it looks like. Like the OG Heist as well, apparently. But with a 1.5 times, you can actually get 750k, actually. So the Oscar Guzman actually seems pretty good. It doesn't get nerfed like OG Heist at all, it looks like, actually. Alright, and then the last update's No Way Out, aka a clean break. Previous payout was like 350k apparently. I need base payout is like $105,000 less at 245,000. Assuming you've done it like multiple times in like a span of like a week, 168 hours as host. And with a 1.86 times boost, first week of completion payout would be 455,700. Which seems like it's around 105, 106,000 better than like before apparently. And again, I was talking about No Way Out, Clean Break, whatever, like last updates, like mission stream, basically from like Avi Shorts, which keep in mind doesn't require a mansion at all. And it's something you can actually do basically out launch of the game, I believe. Like even as like a rank 1 character, even I believe. And then finally, the Kortz Center heist. Primary target only. Do note. As it wasn't out before, it doesn't have a previous payout value, obviously, since it's new with the DLC. But on subsequent playthroughs, it pays between $304,500 and $481,250. And the new one being built with this like whole system in mind seems to be 4 times for the first like sale. Or like whatever. Which will be between 1,218,000 and like 1,925,000. So primary target's actually like under 2 million, it looks like, no matter what new Kortz Center heist. So it seems this whole change is like aimed to like make you like change up what you grind and don't like consistently do the same thing. So yeah, bad news if you're a speedrunner of like a certain particular thing of content in the game. You basically get punished for speedrunning content in the game now and like sticking to the same thing. Like I'm sure speedruns of like Epic Heist and stuff are fun to watch, but people still do those and like stuff. Or it kind of could be. Sucks for those people, like for sure, in my opinion. And it's weird too, because it's like a sandbox game and they're trying to force you to do like other things in the game. Like, isn't the whole point of a sandbox game having like all kinds of freedom? It kind of goes against the sandbox like genre, like open world genre, I feel. But then again, some of the other things they've been doing lately kind of too. So I'm not surprised they do this, of course. Like, I'm not surprised they actually end up going through and doing this. But yeah, game used to be like an actual open world sandbox. Now it's like a chore, and now you have to like know Rockstar's like whole systems and everything. It's so weird. It's so weird anymore with this game. I swear, man. I don't like these changes for the most part. I don't necessarily know what they're trying to go with there, since we're just being a complete bunch of dickheads basically anymore. Basically anymore. Alright, but finally though, onto new vehicles. Yeah, sorry it's taking like over an hour, but my fucking fuck ass body for some kind of hell fuck ass prick, of course, so. Be a new vehicles, Kortz Center Heist arrives alongside a fleet of new vehicles for you to add to your collection. Including the Benefactor LRC, GT Supercar, the Grati Cartusia, whatever, GT Sports Car, and the Albany Marula Sedan. It says including, obviously, such as other ones as well, not the only ones. Like, the one I put in my title is not listed there for like the van that came out, for example. That might just be like the legendary lineup, for example. That might be mentioned there. Mentioned there. I think the sedan might be Southern, actually. Sedan might be Southern, actually, though. Actually, though. Yes, sedan might very much be Southern. And then check out the Legendary Motorsport and Seven Sanders Super Autos websites for all new editions. For yes, all new editions, but again, that's basically just a small version of it. Selecting that will let you visit. Selecting that, yes, this will allow you to visit Legendary Motorsport. Alright, and then out now to Kortz Center Heist. Yeah, and it's easier to flavor text, so they go for the pre-release material that they kind of had on like June 9th or something. Whenever they did that pre-release material before the update came out, like a few days prior, so down like the Friday, basically. I think it was Friday, if not, or no, actually, I think it was Thursday, actually, when it was kind of the extended thing for the longer, like, event they did, basically, before the update released, essentially. Yeah, so I'll have to learn more. Maybe I can click that and get some more information. And in a new section for all I know, so I might try and do that later. Then new art studio. Expand your mansion with an art studio to launch the Kortz Center Heist. Select to visit your mansion's art studio or expand at Prick's Luxury Real Estate. Obviously, first one if you already like bought it, I believe, and then expand, of course, on the website if you don't. Basically. And then GT Plus Early Access for the subscription. If you're on newer platforms only, you can claim the new Grati Veleno GT for free a week before its general release. So, looks like next Thursday it should be out for all players. But yes. So yeah, Gradivono GT on newer platforms, like the newer systems on newer platforms, is on the subscription only for a week. Which I think the new event should start, of course, next Thursday. So it should, of course, go back to Thursdays, of course, after the initial DLC. I think like it usually does with an initial release of a DLC. DLCs apparently always release on Tuesdays, but the events usually happen on Thursdays. So yeah, like Thursday. What would it be, like something like the 23rd? I could be wrong. Though, but I want to say like the 23rd should be the Thursday it releases for all players. And this one, by the way, does get access to an HSW upgrade, as I'll be able to show off more when I get to Dallas car meet on that like laptop. It should mention that, I believe, regardless of my status, like member status or anything. You can select to visit Vinewood Car Club, obviously, because that's where they'll display like the free vehicle. Basically, it's basically that like area like docks or something. That used to be like the main area to go for that kind of stuff for like the car club. Or no, not the car club, I mean the club garage or whatever. I'm not most familiar with those terminologies because I never get the plus subscription. Because one of Cockstar's many fucking huge downfalls of the game anymore. Including like a bunch of stuff with GTA 6 VI pre-orders, code in a fuck ass box and shit instead of like a disc. I am basics at GTA Online. Maybe even before that, maybe here I can check. Yeah, mansion. Yeah, the art studio is not exactly like a new spawn property. It's just like a room of the mansion. I'm not surprised there would be nothing new up here. Actually, it seems very much. Still says new from last update, interestingly. See. Maybe check that one later. Like, that one just says simple talk to learn more. But yeah, probably go to basic cheat on just in case. Just in case now. Don't know. Oh, well, it turns out there's nothing new here, apparently. Okay. That, like, Shark Car promotion they've kind of going on with, like, some announcement stuff of, like, the new DLC that was coming out. Still available for 7 months at a time. I don't want to say, like, how. It's like you have to basically do it, like, before, like, the, like, start of the next event week, like, right before, though. Like, if you have to, like, activate it by that time or something. But yeah, I don't want to, like, go in full detail on that again, honestly, because it's been a thing before, and, like, Cockstar's been scummy anymore, so obviously I don't want to promote it as much. And the Rockstar Mission Creator thing, I think they've had this thing on here since, like, old school hits quite a couple months back or something. That's not new. Alright, so there's nothing there, basically, I guess. Because there's, like, the huge dedicated, like, new menu with the launch of a DLC every time, basically. I think literally only new one here is like the plus stuff here, basically. I think when clicking that section, basically. So it's basically everything I mentioned before on that one part of the main menu. Besides for the fact it mentions its outfit and its special attack livery, I don't think I mentioned that yet. So it does get some kind of exclusive like plus attack livery. It seems. I assume it's a plus exclusive livery. Would have to wait till the vehicle fully comes out, though. Of course, though. I presume it might have to wait till then to find out. At least then. But if you're a Plus member as well for newer platform only like subscription, you also get $2 million discount on the mansion properties if you somehow didn't get one like last update. A $1 million discount on the Art Studio expansion. Which I think stacks with the elitist tier 1 million as well for like a 2 million discount if you have both the plus one and the elitist tier discount. Yes. So there is a 1 million discount for the new art studio for plus and the elitist thing, which again I think gives you like up to $2 million off of that as well. Assuming you have both of those things, of course. The extra 50% money on all shark card purchases, and yeah, much more. Alright, and so I have to visit the Vinewood Car Club showroom. Yeah, I think this is like the only one when I pressed that I was even like new. Otherwise, I want to check this just in case, see if this had much anything different. Nah, I think this is basically like a repeat thing here too. Alright, so this didn't really provide too much more new detail to go over. Besides for some extra plus stuff on this one. And yeah, speaking of plus, here's the obligatory plus stuff to go through, of course, as a like rockstar YouTuber, basically. So I actually don't think I did a Newswire like tab for like the plus subscription stuff. I think I have to do that still, basically. So yeah, this new vehicle, obviously, I basically mentioned. Now, since the update just came out, the performance isn't as 100% known with this vehicle, obviously, since I think Breath 1322 obviously cannot realistically test the vehicle in full, obviously, in a whole single day of the DLC releasing. I think he usually suggests you can get testing out, like, usually the day after, okay, Wednesday or. But since I am streaming at pretty much the start of the day of Wednesday, it's probably still too early for that information. And I don't get information from this like Patreon, because that requires like spending money for like a Patreon subscription from him or something, which I'm not gonna do, obviously. But like for sure, I would think the HSW version would obviously be good. And obviously you should be getting HSW for on the newer platforms. Obviously you have access to it if you can get the subscription for the HSW version. Since subscriptions only for the newer platforms with HSW. So obviously it should be a very good vehicle. Like most definitely, at least for HSW. At least in top speed, I would imagine for sure, since it's a huge thing with HSW. Lap time depends on the vehicle, I suppose. More so though. Because NTMT, for example, is HSW, and yeah, it's like a D tier lap time. From what I hear, this one actually can rival the FMJ Mark V, so it actually might be one of the quicker cars for sure, at least for HSW again. Again, non-HSW don't really know, because it's too early to say really on, and since it just released, like, as of when I'm doing it right now, it's been like 25.5 hours of the DLC, which is technically a bit too early for that information for sure. For Bruffy 1322 as for Bruffy 1322 to actually have covered it already. There's also apparently 50% off of House Special Works conversions, apparently. So I think the saying is that the HSW upgrade actually might be like 2 million. But I think I was also hearing like 900k, so I think that's because it's 50% off. So definitely upgrade with HSW, like for sure. If you are plus upgrade with HSW, like for sure, for the month benefit, no doubt. Because obviously it might be like a $2 million HSW upgrade if you don't upgrade it for like the plus month. And again, since you are on newer platforms, if you have the subscription, you'd be crazy like not to get HSW basically. Also, month benefits might go until August 12th, it looks like. It looks like the month benefits, yes. Very much it seems the month benefits go till August 12th, by the way, for the plus benefits in particular, Now, apparently, even though that one goes till August 12th, it seems like the $2 million mansion discount ends August 5th in particular, like a week earlier for some reason, though. So yes, GT Money $2 million mansion discount ends August 5th. Pretty much everything else, I think for the most part, ends August 12th, though, for a plus event, it looks like, though. And then, yeah, there's also apparently a black oil spill, prismatic chameleon paint, and wheel paint. So that's basically the black oil spill, prismatic chameleon paint for the body of the car. As well as black oil spill, prismatic chameleon wheel paint for the wheels of the car. And obviously those only be accessible for plus members, because yeah, pretty much any chameleon paint sites for like the launch and the 9th-gen version of the game basically are exclusive for the plus members basically. There's also apparently the Orange Manor Bomber zipped jacket or whatever. For clothing, apparently, for the plus members for the month. There's also apparently 2 times money RP on HSW time trials, which is also actually a thing going on for this week for all players, which means it's 4 times right now, I believe, for HSW time trial. If you have the subscription and on this one current event, but you'll also get 2 times for any like event week until August 12th. It looks like for the subscription, obviously. Which does mean this one particular event you can actually get like $1 million. Not even kidding, from like a HSW time trial. And for basic 2 times, you'll basically get 500k for every HSW time trial. Yes, basic 2 times basically gives you like a little over 500,000 basically for HSW time trial as well. Basically, for any week that's not this week, where you have 2 times for the basic event and the plus event. So very good to be able to get easy $1 million for like only a couple minutes for easy time trial, as well as 500k in the subsequent weeks for. You could probably make like $2.5 million if you do every HSW time trial for the plus month. Like, no joke, you probably make like $2.5 million pretty easily for an HSW time trial for the whole plus month. If I were to take a guess, basically, with quick thinking in my head, basically. There's also 50% off vehicle conversions. Now, it's not just for HSW, it's also for Benny's Original Motor Works conversions. You get half off of those as well, basically. Plus members also get half off all the colored headlights upgrades apparently for the month as well. And if I would go over it all now, obviously, so I can kind of focus more on DLC earlier. So usually I kind of go over some of that, like, in the game itself, but obviously I want to kind of get through here. So again, like I said, this one stacks with the 1 million offer, like, the elitist tier, whatever, for, like, the fine art collection, whatever. So I think like you can get up to 2 million off if you have the elitist tier, fine art collection, and the arts tier discount for plus members. Which I think makes it like 2.7. I think it's like a $4.7 million upgrade. I think, again, without like any sort of discount like at all. For a lot, but yes. For a lot of players, it might be like 3.7 million right now for like a single 1 million for a fine art collector discount, basically. Yeah, sorry I've been on this whole thing for like an hour and a half. There's like a lot of stuff to explain. Also, my fucking body for some Korean being a fucking prick. So I do apologize for that a little bit. So sorry for some inconvenience. But now it's pretty much time to get into the game. Story mode and then the invite only virtue tunnel, and obviously. It's like pretty much the quickest way to get in the invite only lobby. Yeah, the last spawn location definitely should in the mansion for me, surely. So it should be already spawned in my mansion. But obviously I don't have the like art studio yet, so I don't know if it'll matter overly much. But like just in case or something, just in case or something.
Wakey wakey, daddy.
Alright, daily, weekly challenge stuff. Mission decoration on a lot. Probably like tied to the latest tier thing I was mentioning earlier for like the $1 million thing off, robbery vehicles, I think for salvage yard, one friend, whatever. Award Club Drunk 800 is probably just like some random award being unlocked again. Which I think happens here on like DLC roses for some reason. So from my understanding, apparently the art studio is kind of like around where the armory is, if I remember right. It was like speculated at least, or like something. There was some reason for it, but I don't really know like what per se. Postman 400. Oh, okay, that's the media room. Okay, my bad. I think random award stuff like that usually just randomly kicks in again on like a DLC launch. I don't know why, but it just kind of does. I think. Might be this door or something. Or that's an elevator, right? Right. I'm kind of in the wrong part. But notice where the armory is, so maybe not. Like I hear they might have took like a bench out of the another door that wasn't there before. Garden. Maybe it's even lower than the armory, like kind of an armory area, but maybe like even lower. Not actually not sure, honestly. Yeah, I did a Capricorn Heist actually. I kind of figured I would do another Capricorn Heist. Like obviously though, so before the DLC came out. Since obviously the Kortz Center Heist is a solo heist, so I figured it would make sense to do another Capricorn Heist. I'm not gonna bother doing like another one there, especially about hella nerfs for sure though. Sure though. Okay, there's a heist icon here. It looks like, wait, what's popping up here? What? Oh, right. Purchase the art studio, gain access to Kortz Center Heist. Or sit down. So when you get the art studio, does it replace this bench and like just like a new door that appears there? Or like, what though? What though? Interesting though. Wait, when you pause, there's like a white thing there. What's suggest there will be a door that eventually gets put there when you do that, basically. So I think that's what the community was saying it was basically going to be, and I guess that's pretty much entirely correct. But I was wondering what it would be like if like you don't already have it and you want to like go to like kind of like physical location of the art studio, basically. Do I really like want to bother for like, the mansion's like helicopter kind of thing or not? Can I just fast travel to the casino actually?
I'm listening, Daddy.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that again, but character kind of slid away as I pressed it or something. Some penthouse might work, and going down like that. Can you not just go right to the casino? Probably not, unfortunately. Just for the penthouse, I guess. Yeah, probably. So I guess do it quick like that. Just should do casino penthouse and should probably been doing it this whole way actually. Like from the start basically, actually the last update. Being the whole DLC past mansions to kind of figure out which is fast travel to Penthouse and then exit. If I exit Penthouse, has been on the roof, it might. Or no, actually, puts me right here. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping for, actually. And yeah, I was telling Docking for you just why I have the oppressive mark 1 out, by the way. By the way. So, yeah, going over the thing I was kind of mentioning before, and there's apparently also like a icon over here too, and if you don't like buy it apparently. Buy it apparently. Some of you can meet Raph, whatever, like over at the Kortz Center, Heist for like a cutscene or something. Kind of like introduction cutscene or something. Alright, so though. I do want to go on a GT series videos community post so I can go over the event details. Basically. So again, this does seem to be a longer event going for like all the way to July 22nd, like July 23rd on Thursday over news. So it's like an 8-9 day event, so like the usual like 7-day events. It's a longer one, but not also as long as like basically the first event of July, I'm pretty sure, for July 2026, obviously, of course, from like the previous events and it was DLC. Might be like a few days under like the previous event, of course, but still it's longer than the usual one in like 8-9 days. So of course. And apparently the regular time trial, by the way, is Del Perro Pier, which, by the way, fun fact, is also the very first regular time trial I think was ever put in the game back in 2015 with the original Heist DLC. Goes from there to the Land Act Dam. I remember that one quite well. It goes like over here, basically. But at least initially, I think top speed could be a pretty fine option. Until like you get close to like the casino, then you would probably have a lap time. Honestly, I feel because of the highway access that the area has access to, probably better off of a top speed option, at least for a majority of it, without highway access, of course, so you again get to like the casino area. Well, obviously there is a good amount of lap time near the end too. Obviously, yes, there is a good like lap time area near the end though, so you kind of go like a good, maybe try to go option of good lap time and top speed, especially if it's like motorcycles, supercar, or sports cars. It's the weekly regular time trial. Now, it is worth noting it used to be a daily thing for a small period of time. I think with the launch of Sandra's Mercenaries, you'll see it like it was like the last major update change, like some ways like time trials like worked out or something, with like some of the mechanics behind them or something. So I'm not sure if it pays like 50k each day to do it now or something for that reason, or like what though? What though? So. You might be able to do it like one successful time for like 100k for like a week. Or it might be like 50k each day or something, kind of like something like our spin ditto, like junk energy, I think are. I'm not 100%. Again, I think it kind of changed weirdly briefly during Cinder's Mercenaries and kind of went back to making like one for like a week. So I don't know if they went back to like the older mechanics for some of the older mechanics for like the regular time trials. Or not though, or not though. And then the RC Bandito time trial is every day of Wednesday here is Cemetery. I think this even would have been it even if I did do it like right before like midnight of Wednesday, if I say I got to just stream like last minute on like Tuesday like I kind of usually do. But either way, it's for basically a day of Wednesday, it's Cemetery. For RC Bandito time trial, bar time 1 minute 20 seconds. It's all about it. Yes, it's all about getting those turns and corners done correctly, of course. And as the name does imply, you only get the one vehicle to use of the RC Bandito. So yeah, that's literally the only vehicle you're allowed to use. So I recommend doing a bunch of trial and error of like the respawn mechanic if you need to, with like triangle, holding triangle 1 on Xbox, whatever key it is on PC, until you get it correct, basically. Or look up some video guide out there on like YouTube, or this video platform or something. However, even if you look up the video guide, there might still be a chance you might have to do like respawn mechanic if you mess up super bad anyways. So I usually just recommend like doing a bunch of trial and error of like the respawn mechanic if you need to, and just do it naturally more so yourself. Apparently the weekly HSW town trial, as will be on GT0's community post, I will not hover over it, but it is the one that goes from Del Perro Beach to Marietta Heights, which is basically that Lester warehouse area and some of this G-Town on like day 1 contact missions, I believe. Which is like right above like the odd job release, I think in the last update for firefighter jobs. Or if it wasn't the last update, it was like a bit before it. I think it was Safe House and Hills that added the odd job over here, actually though. Actually, though, yes. So it was very much Safe House and Hills something that added that. 100%. Yeah, it goes to like here or like somewhere here or something. Basically, it's basically. Besides for maybe like cutting a like corner or something kind of at the beginning, I feel it's very straightforward for a route you want to basically do. Basically. So for the most part, if you use just GPS route, you're pretty much good. Besides for like a little tiny shortcut like the beginning, like cutting like a corner, instead of like going like the legit road, can maybe just save you like a couple seconds. But like aside from that, I don't really think there's too much shortcutting that you need to work on this one. I really do. It's only second one, so it's not that hard. Oh, the HSW town trial was in the game. But later on, I'll show a list of HSW vehicles, by the way. But over at the Alice Carmi, I'll show the whole list, of course, which brings up to 30 vehicles now. At least for now, until like the drippy one comes out as well. Not the Valeno GT, but the other trippy one, basically. But yes, so again, this for the HSW vehicles, we covered those at the LS car meet on that laptop though, with like run D-pad, whatever for later. But yeah, with the early access one, I believe it's up to 30, and I think eventually 31 options. But really, it's 30 options since there's only one that cannot be used no matter what. I think which is the weaponized Ignis ever since Current Price DLC came out, got blacklisted from the Tantrals. Even though you can really use machine gun with the short period was able to blacklist it anyways for whatever reason, because Cockstar. Alright, and then Junk Energy Time trial for day of Wednesday, apparently. Find it, that is. Should be able to, like, eventually. I probably hope I've had the map more zoomed out. Try and find it easier. Or something. Oh, here it is. Looks like it's Alta or something. I forget. Yeah, okay, this one's Alta. And this one's Alta. Yeah, for day Wednesday, this one's also 1 minute 20-second part-time. It's just like the cemetery recipient data Tantral. And the advice is relatively similar since they're both time trials where you only have like 1 or 2 vehicles to use, and the 2 vehicles for this one are basically the same. It's the regular inductor or junk energy inductor. You can only use regular inductor, I think, if you bring your own, since obviously it's a junk energy time trial, which I think also provides you with the junk energy version. But the regular one's basically a no livery version. Junk energy is basically just one livery on it. Same performance, like same gimmick on both of them and everything. Cannot use 2013 bicycles from like launch of the game, just the ones with the Curse Boost feature added in Sanders Mercenaries, and you can see what the Tantra is being added to. As long as they don't fall off, go where you need to go, maximize on Curse Boost. Listening to a couple things, I feel you should have no problem pretty much completing the Junk Energy Tantra. If not, then I would look up a video guide out there, of course, again, but same thing, even with the video guide, you might have to just kind of do the kind of advice anyways, and then also you might have to do respawn mechanic, but trial error kind of stuff, of course, if you mess up. And then finally, the premium race apparently is for the muscle. No. Finally, I mean the premium race for the motorcycles class. So there's only one HSW motorcycle beyond newer platforms, and that is the HSW Hawkshot Drag, which is basically the best laptop motorcycle in the game. But yeah, at launch and for your feet, apparently there's no new motorcycle byteways. It will basically be all the same stuff from before. That's good. But going on to Profit 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, recently to Energy Online. Again, HSW makes the Ultra Drag HSW version like kind of in its own kind of league for a lap time at least. It's actually, by the way, fun fact, second place for top speed behind actually a non-HSW option. of the Western Reaver is basically the best top speed option, by the way. And then the top couple below the Hawkjaw Drag HSW is obviously going to include the regular Hawkjaw Drag, by the way. Alongside the Power Surge and even the Nagasaki Shotaro. There's no letter tier affair, I just go over to like the free below it basically for like the motorcycles class, no letter tier. Apparently though. So on average, this would basically be the best options for lap time. Otherwise, again, for top speed, it's basically the HSW Hawkjaw Drag for second place top speed on newer platforms only. Where obviously, like, the Western Reaver is basically the best option on all platforms, and says like some weird wheel bug. I think makes it look really good for top speed somehow for some reason. I believe it goes to Manchester Scowlin and the BF400, I think, are like the next couple best top speed options of this like a top speed course. If I remember right, basically. Alright, yeah, I was right about the top speed options. Yes, indeed, I remembered correctly. I got corrected. Alright, but yeah, what is odd time? What is top speed? By the way, for those not as aware. Odd time is basically turns, corners in the city, basically, like anything with much turns, corners is basically lap time, which is the huge thing that mostly matters for racing, basically. It's basically in, basically in like 91+% of cases, it's going to basically be lap time. It's going to be your main metric that actually like matters for racing, apparently. Hence why it's so like skewed or whatever in like the spreadsheet. Top speed on the other hand is a lot more niche. It's gonna be your like literally your top speeds as the name implies. Highways, airport runways, and airstrips, including in sabotages. New one over here on top of the hills. And Grindstone Desert and Grapeseed, obviously. And yeah, contrary to the like thumbnail imaging, like a hot ring like circuit race or something, I believe. They're pretty much always city courses, I believe, nowadays in the game. Might just be like a more outdated like image being from like way back in like when hot ring might have first been being like in like 2018, when some of the Super Sports series or whatever. But I think they're pretty much all city courses. Pretty sure nowadays for print races, so. Hey, how do you know what race course is going to be if I'm not going over actual race course? In the middle of the black rectangle, like UI there, you can see the square for start job, and that's X on Xbox, whoever can PC. You can also go to like Michael's 4-car garage area from store mode and stuff, and where this is pretty much at. The Corona of the premium race, if you're an actual Corona on foot at that location, you can do like right on the D-pad. And then you can also do on-call on the phone basically as well for like, pretty much the free options I'm aware of, at least that you can join these things. Like the main free options at least. And then what else? Yeah, when you're doing that, it will take you to like the lobby screen. On the lobby screen, you can do that same Square X and Xbox screen. It will show you the map of the race, so you can analyze for laps on top speed. Of course, turns, corners, most likely you'll be seeing lots of that. Will be lap time. You might even possibly have a niche kind of circumstance where it's like a pure straight course mostly even, or you'll want a top speed option instead. If you do like on call, I think you have to actually do it on like when you choose a vehicle. You can also see the map when you choose a vehicle as well. Probably mostly for on call cases, or like also of course you look at your vehicle collection like with the aid of the map, kind of remember more almost like on it or something. I'm guessing. Oh, it's the wrap.
Boss, how you doing? What's new? Tell me everything. But first, have you seen pre-luxury real estate is installing art studios in their properties? I know, might not be your thing, but Mr. Faber's got a real interest in this. He wanted you to know it's the kind of thing that brings out opportunities. Would be a great addition to any mansion. Think it over, all right?
I could totally see that, actually. I hope there's not a new community map or something. There is a free time something community series going on right now.
I think I'm gonna pick up smoking.
Basically, no. Oh, okay. I was thinking it's a new area that must have lock on jammer now. They look for the following vehicles: high agency vehicle workshops in the Vinewood Club garage, or hangars for aircraft. Which, by the way, I think there's only like 2 of those even. It only applies for like 2 of the vehicles on this list, which I think has like 50 vehicles. And yeah, any vaulted vehicle that shows up on here that used to be vaulted, by the way, is also unvaulted, by the way. Which I think includes like some like first like few several even here, because you see like some day 1 vehicles on this list even. Like the last couple of days, Agent Sabotage, like onwards. The Agent Sabotage money from 2000 Hills, and now Kortz Center Heist is like the 4th, like huge like unvaulted vehicle DLC. So when I go over these, I might also try to think of like how good they'll be for lock-on jammers as well. I kind of like to go into details of that as well. We have 3 different variants of the Rapid GT on top, regular Debaucher Rapid GT, the convertible version, which are day 1 ones. Pretty much just mid-tier sport cars, not the worst options, of course. Rapid GT Classic is a sports classic on the other hand, and actually that one, I think it's like B tier or like maybe C tier with like all the sports classics released in the last update for like Safe House and it was obviously having like quite a couple few extras like new sports classics.
How's it going?
Basically.
Didn't even get to leave the office for 2 minutes.
So actually, I would maybe say the Rapid GT Classic of the 3 Rapid GTs might be the most interesting one for a lock-on jammer. But Alfredo's, I think, should also be back on vehicle websites, because I think those were definitely vaulted before. The Battery 770 is like a mid-tier sport car.
Hey!
Another one of those kind of as well for a lock-on jammer one. The Grady Stinger Sports Classics, just like the Rapid GT Classic. There's a day 1 vehicle for GT Online, not actually in single player, something actually technically released October 1st, 2013. Interesting fun fact on the regular Stinger there. But yeah, Stinger's pretty iconic from the like 3D Universe GTA titles, so that's cool one to see back on the website. It's a lock and jam all that kind of stuff. But it's not as good of a sports classic as Rapid GT Classic, so the lock and jam definitely won't be as impactful on that one as Rapid GT Classic. Inveterate Coquette, which, by the way, that vehicle will begin trip tuning. I think it's been found, by the way, as well later in the DLC. So it could be an interesting one to pick up if you like want a personal trip tune one. Could maybe be interesting to lock and jammer one eventually when the trip tune version comes out for Coquette. The vehicles that you purchase on travel transport websites. Don't know why that just randomly popped up there, but okay. We had another Coquette with black fin. That's that one Coquette in like the muscle car class, pretty sure. Which basically you guys to see about a T1 or something from like Bounties, which I actually don't remember if I want to like lock on jammer or not, because I think that was an update before they started doing all this lock on jammer stuff on like older vehicles, basically. But I think Coquette was definitely a vaulted vehicle. I'm not actually sure about the black fin, if that one was vaulted or not. It probably was. I'm guessing the black fin being a vaulted one before. I'm not 100% on that. I might have been in the websites for a while now for black fin now. Could very much be wrong. Looks like a sport car in the muscle car class, so that could maybe be an interesting one for black fin for a lock on jammer. Quick was from like GT4 episodes, every city I think initially, so that's kind of a nice one in a way. But Feltzer, I think it's like retro nostalgia from like the 3D universe. I think like San Andreas, like GT San Andreas back from like 3D universe had the Feltzer. But like besides for that, it's like just mid-tier sports car. Not the most impactful one for lock on jammer, I feel. But that definitely was a vaulted vehicle, I could swear before. You know, Stafford is also, by the way, another one from GT San Andreas, like retro nostalgic there. And yeah, that one actually was always kind of available on like the current platforms of Career Progression, Tier 4 After Hours. I'm pretty sure. So on the newer platforms, you kind of always could get that one. On newer platforms, you kind of always get that particular one. If you were like to put all this grind in there, basically. Like, especially the 25 celebrity appearances, probably like the worst part of the grind. Like, I assume being celebrities, it'd be kind of like a rare thing to happen, obviously. It's probably like the worst part, aside for like having 100 players in like your nightclub or something. Like that one, if you just invite like a bunch of randoms, I'm sure you can eventually get like 100 like people for that last platinum award, I believe in need. Especially celebrity appearances makes that one kind of a slog to get. I feel.
What's up?
It's a sedan, which isn't exactly the quickest vehicle, so yeah, lock and jammer, that one's probably pretty impactful. And yeah, I think that one was definitely vaulted on the legacy platforms from between Sanders Mercenaries until this update now, so the fact you can actually get it now, like purchase it outright without having to do the tier 4 on the current platforms is nice as well. So I'm definitely pretty stoked to see that one on there. Speaking of sedan, there's a Super Diamond, which is actually a CO vehicle. So I actually own one because it's a CO vehicle. I don't think the CO vehicle version, unfortunately, gets the lock-on jammer. But yeah, sedan, it's another like lower kind of vehicle, so very much Very much could be an interesting one with the lock-on jammer. However, it would have to be personal, unfortunately, not VIP, unfortunately, or like see a vehicle, unfortunately. It's believe. Smuggler plane, yeah, whatever. Don't really care about that. We had overbought NTXF. I believe it's a day one supercar. I want to say it was probably definitely voltage as well. And it would be once again available on the vehicle website. For like the first time since it's like literally like 3 years ago at this point. Plus years ago at this point, more so even. Oh yeah, and also Super 9 model was originally started from Baltic Tony. Sorry. That's a reminder. But NTXF though, like a supercar for day one. Because it is a day one supercar, it's not necessarily the quickest one, and it's already kind of quick normally anyways. I don't really think that's that impactful with a lock-on jammer. Compared to like the couple above it at least. Okay, the next one there is kind of big with the Grotti GT500. I feel that vehicle probably had kind of a resurgence with the GT750 coming out in like the previous updates if I was in hills. So for those that want the vehicle again with the GT750 coming out, it's pretty big. Sports classics, not necessarily the quickest sports classics. I could see it being a kind of impactful one for the lock-on jammer. Bay tailgater. Famous Michael's vehicle from Store Mode, that's definitely cool to see. I think that one is definitely bolted for sure. Being like a day one vehicle, essentially being Michael's vehicle. God, I'm still annoyed they didn't add like a new tailgater or something. Like they did like the new Buffalo, like Franklin's vehicle. Like I know there's a tailgater as like like tuners, but like aside for that, I mean, I felt like Michael should have like a new version of a tailgater or something. Franklin, like the new Buffalo. Assuming there was really one that could like chose or something. I assume they could have done it. They just didn't want to, of course. But yeah, it's a sedan vehicle. Yeah, the tailgater definitely like the staff version, Super Diamond R for class. I feel it's quicker than both of those do, like a little bit at least. So I would say it's around as impactful as it is on those ones. Kind of can be a fun option for a lock-on jammer. Stands out, it's actually the quickest class in the game. Tool up a muscle car. It was like a huge vehicle from like trailer 1 of GTA 6 VIP, if I remember right. I could see why they added this one eventually into the game again from the website purchase and everything. Especially when it's presumably the final update 4. But I think it was like near the end of trailer 1. It was like a impactful vehicle for that trailer. So yeah, people have probably been wanting to like purchase again ever since that trailer came out. Or Alexander's Mercenaries like bolted it or something. And yeah, muscle cars aren't always like the quickest thing. But again, like Coco Black was kind of like sports car muscle car, so I didn't really feel it was the most impactful for that one. Tulip was kind of like a pure muscle car though, so that one could actually be quite nice for the lock-on jammer. And I thought he fell on. It's a day one vehicle. I think it's like K or something, if I remember right. Not the crazy speed class. So that could kind of be an interesting one. Same goes with Felon GT. Kiss Kalahari. That was Beach Bum DLC. That was actually like one of the first DLC vehicles in the whole game, actually. so that's an interesting one to be coming back. That's definitely nice. Any DLC vehicles, I think is definitely a good one to bring back. Especially like one of the true OGs like the Kahari. Yeah, that one's off-road. Not a quick off-road either, per se, so that can definitely be a pretty interesting one for a lock-on jammer. Wasn't Cliffhanger, I think, was from Cunningston's DLC back from like 2016, I'm pretty sure. 2016, I'm pretty sure. Yes, wasn't Cliffhanger was definitely 2016 in Cunningston's, I definitely swear on it. It's a motorcycle. Motorcycles are already like really difficult to hit in some ways, so obviously a pretty fine option for a lock-on jammer, I would definitely say. The Western Daemon. Now, don't be confused with the last Daemon, the one that's in like tier 4. I believe it's the purchasable Daemon, obviously. The last Daemon was never a purchasable vehicle, I'm pretty sure. I think you always had to find this when you were on the street or obviously career progression. That's why people laugh about the Bikers tier 4 is, yeah, it's not a vehicle you can buy, but like, it literally should have been like the last Slam Van, which is pretty much like the rarest vehicle in the whole game. You have to get it for like the Lucky Wheel, like random, like the random section of Lucky Wheel, I believe. That's like the only way to actually get it as a personal vehicle or something. Something. But yeah, they chose the last Daemon, which was literally a street vehicle. Apparently it is a street vehicle. I don't know if it's as available as it used to be, but at least for like a long while the game, it was literally like a street vehicle. I think it was like a Simeon vehicle or something. Until like that feature got revamped at some point, I think. See, it's not that one. I think it's the one that got added in the Bikers DLC itself. The Daemon Custom, I believe, is the one that's the one available, since that's the one that's on the websites, basically. So if you have the last Daemon, I'm pretty sure you cannot do the lock-on, unless it applies for that one as well somehow. But I assume it's just talking about Daemon Custom from the Bikers DLC, basically though. And that's vehicle number 19 for the Western Daemon Custom. It says Daemon, but it's really the custom one you can buy on the Bikers, from the Bikers DLC. I'm 100% on that. Alright, then it gets into one of the two aircrafts, at least with the name of the Titan. And actually, my Bazzi Brogger. So the aircraft they've only recently been including actually the last DLC with the Sea of House and Hills. I'm glad they're already doing like a couple more aircrafts. I'm just annoyed it's only 2 more aircrafts. And also, why aren't they like doing it on like an aircraft of like basic machine guns or something? It's not that overpowered if they put on one of like machine guns. People already don't really use non-explosive machine guns that hard. You would think they may put one on like Duster 300H or something, like Agent Sabotage or something. But nope, apparently not. Missed opportunity, unfortunately. Or hell, even put on like a big plane like the Pampushka that has weapons, since it's already like easy to hit anyways. Oh yeah, maybe that's a little too far on that one. So come on, man. Come on, man. Or hell, at least the Volatus for sure. Or, no, not the Volatus, not the helicopter, I meant the Volatile, for like a big plane. Since I think that one actually doesn't have explosive weapons, just, I mean, bombs technically have like 100 bombs, but like, bombs aren't the most impactful. Most people don't know how to use the bombs the greatest, I'm pretty sure, in the game. It's like a huge like skill thing you have to learn, I think. Like the volatile, for example, I think when he has like basic guns, I think the gun cameras are probably broken on that. It's based on the Bombushka guns too, I think. Which they didn't actually fix those guns apparently, they like added armor. Like improved armor on the Bombushka. Improved armor on the Bombushka, yes, fine. But yes, sir. The Mammoth Titan, though. Mammoth Titan, though. That is a big plane, it's just not a weaponized one, of course. So I feel they could have done on like the volatile or something, it wouldn't have been that much of a problem. Hell, even the Alkanos being like a stealth one, it would have been perfect for. Since you have to be high altitudes for stealth anyways, and it only has bombs, which again, I kind of mentioned, like, most players aren't even good with the bombs. I think you need like a lot of skill to use them well. I think. And with the, like, stealth, or usually too high altitude, you didn't do much with the bombs anyways. Like, you'd think they'd put on, like, the Alkanauts. They were thinking that straight, if they wanted to put it on, like, a weaponized plane finally for the first time. We had a Titan. Despite my points with the vehicles I was mentioned earlier, though, I do agree with the Titan getting the lock-on jammer. It's a huge plane, so it definitely needed one for sure. And you can actually open up the back of a personal Titan and also put vehicles in it, so it's a pretty interesting one to have it on for sure. Like, you can in fact put a vehicle on the back of the Titan, and you can kind of give any vehicle a lock-on jammer, really. Kinda. Unless there's a way to lock onto a vehicle inside the Titan, I don't know if that's the case. That would be interesting to test out with, like, multiple players, though, for sure. Pretty sure. Could definitely be a very interesting lock-on jammer vehicle there. Frogger's a helicopter, though. Yes, so. Fine. Yeah, my Batsy Frogger there was a helicopter. Like, helicopters don't really have the movement of planes, honestly. Like, just about any helicopter could be a very good candidate for a lock-on jammer. Especially an unweaponized one with the Frogger, there's like no excuse not to have one. Like, also at the end, but also at the end of the day, it's literally just a Frogger, which is like a basic helicopter, and it's like a day one helicopter as well, which I don't really know how impactful that would be for that one. It's literally just a day one helicopter. But I mean, it's an interesting option at least. Like, lots of aircraft, not like all of them, pretty much going to be an interesting lock-on jammer option, no doubt. Again, it's only something I've recently been kind of looking up for, basically. I mean, but Titan Frogger are definitely not faulty vehicles, as up in the websites pretty much the whole entire time. I'm 100% on that, basically. Since they obviously don't have like a short room to put like aircrafts in, basically. The Karen Sultan, I think because there's a Sultan RS that's been on the website, believe. Yes, fuck them. So the Sultan, I think, is a Benny's vehicle, of course, since it is with the Sultan RS Classic, of course, or whatever. Or no. Sorry if I got spotty for some reason, fucking up so hard right now. But yeah. I mean to say it's just a regular Sultan RS. The Sultan RS Classic is actually a tuner one, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. But anyways, if you turn to regular Sultan, the Sultan RS on like GTA 4, I'm pretty sure. With the Bennies. But it looks like the regular Sultan. I was gonna say it's actually vaulted, but yeah, because it's on Bennies, I don't think that was the case. Since pretty much everything Bennies was on there, so that's where the comment, I believe, for a while, I believe. And then the comment eventually got brought in a previous wave, I'm pretty sure. So I think all the Bennies vehicles are always on the website for quite some time now, I think. Speaking of Bennies vehicles, the word faction, again, definitely not vaulted. I think what's this aircraft, it's probably just all ones that aren't even vaulted anymore. I'm gonna guess. But yeah, the faction. Oh yeah, but yeah, the Sultan, by the way, is like a mid-tier sports car, I think. Could even be more like a sedan kind of a sport car, because it's like a 4-door sport car, I believe, which is Sultan. 4-door sport cars are definitely slower sport cars on average, so I think the Sultan's a good lock and jammer option. I just wish Sultan RS could have it too, though, but I don't think that's in the list, unfortunately. I could be wrong, though. I don't believe Benny's upgrades get it if, like, the original vehicle has. I don't think it works always, sadly, though. Yeah, the basic lowered faction does seem to have lock-on jammer, like a muscle car. Pretty sure it's a muscle car. You know, a slower one, it definitely can't work fine enough for a lock-on jammer. My Badati 5,000 is a sedan, pretty sure. It's actually one of the quicker sedans as well. And again, the sedan is also not this class. I think the 5,000 could work pretty well. 4-door sedan is actually on the quicker side too. Kind of doesn't need it the most, but I'll take it with the lock-on jammer for sure. Professor Comet Safari is like the weaponized, like Doomsday Heist DLC one. I don't believe that one is vaulted, especially when it's like under single mode, which very much has not been vaulted like ever, I'm pretty sure. But a Comet Safari is basically a weaponized Comet from Doomsday Heist. It wasn't used in actual Doomsday Heist, but it was added in the DLC, I'm pretty sure. And it has front mounted machine guns you can use on it, so having a lock-on jammer means you can actually spend more time like going for your targets, obviously with the the front mounted machine gun. So that's definitely a good option there. Sure. Yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention, but yeah, the Sultan faction does return from GTA 4, I'm pretty sure. Sultan might be in the San Andreas for sure. A bit more in the form of some classic thing. Yeah, comment in a sense also kind of original nostalgic, but more for the original comment, pretty sure. Yeah, in this CR350, another one of many tuners that get the lock-on jammer at this point. But really, they're all like mid-tier sport cars at that point. Like, I don't really know if it's actually an option for lock-on jammer, quite honestly. So if you might be able to do drift tuning for the vehicle, it actually might be interesting with a drift tuning build and free mode of the lock-on jammer if you can do that combo, of course. Cypher as well, another tuner one that's also got drift tuning as well. I think the 350 does have drift tuning for sure, but I know the Cypher definitely does. So yeah, especially with like Especially if we can do drift tune and the lock-on jammer, those can definitely be interesting. But I think a Jester Classic, the one that's actually based on the Jester from San Andreas, basically, also based on Toyota Supra, I'm pretty sure. Like an older one, of course, or whatever. Interesting vehicle, like an interesting, iconic, old school vehicle to have it on. It's in the sports class. What is going to be in the sports class? It's class when it was found in the files of the essays for sports series. I don't know, in some way it may be interesting. It is also, actually, by the way, a drifting vehicle where you can actually see it had the Sport Classic class originally. So yeah, it could be interesting for the choose a classic, especially with a drifting build for the lock-on jammer. Nagasaki Carbon RS. Motorcycles, so that can be an interesting one. I was actually back from the collector's edition, even like a day one like DLC vehicle in a sense, so that one's kind of interesting. We had some motorcycles that definitely works pretty good for a lock-on jammer. Gotta see Tauros, is that like sporty SUV or like Arena War DLC? Might have some driving corps with like advanced handling flags or something that people might not like on their vehicles, so that could be good. Could be good. It's a sporty SUV. SUV isn't overall the quickest class though. It's 4-door surely as well, I'm thinking. Obviously very much being SUVs. So I think that's a pretty interesting one. Grady Italia G2. Pretty top tier sport car. Like it's already like what, like the best non-HSW sport car, at least like aside from possibly this new one that came out in the DLC for Kortz and Heist. If that somehow dethrones, I'm not really sure if it will or not though. Since getting DLC is too recent to know that information, fortunately no. Fortunately though. But it's like literally like the quickest non-HSW sport car. I didn't really need the lock-on jammer, but I'll take it, I guess. Also, old school GT vehicle from the first GT title, pretty sure. Yeah, but I gotta see Tesseract. Isn't that like an electric key, one of like those pretty expensive, like back in the day, like supercars? Like pretty expensive back before there was HSW vehicles in the game, basically. And these like newer breeds supercars. Like in this update, like the last update and stuff, of course. That one might be like electric acceleration heavy or something like I was kind of suggesting though, so like the Tesseract could be an interesting supercar for the most of our supercars for a lock-on jammer. Ride Vision was a supercar from the Smuggler's Run DLC, I'm pretty sure. Not the quickest, I'm pretty sure, for a supercar, but like, it's just a supercar. It's not going to be the most impactful for lock-on jammer, I think. Benefactor BR8 is basically the best open wheel, I believe, in the game. And I think it's pretty much like the best lap time vehicle in the game, basically. Or one of the best lap time vehicles in the whole game. Like, literally. Literally, the BR8 from what I hear actually might have been a better lap time than like all HSW vehicles in the game. Which kind of makes sense because HSW mostly prioritizes for top speed, not really lap time. So, given it's like the best lap time option, I already had like good like agility and stuff in some ways for like turns corners. So I don't feel it really needed it, but like it's very good already, so it's gonna help it a lot too. And Progen PR4 declines to DR1. I saw R88. The three other open wheel vehicles, so all open wheel vehicles in this wave actually got the lock-on jammer, which is pretty interesting. And also in free mode, I don't think they even get the like curse boost. I think curse boost is only for the open wheel races, right? I think so. So that definitely makes up for the lack of curse boost, I think, for free mode, I think the curse boost is only for racing now. So in some ways, those are all actually pretty interesting options, but also didn't really overly need it either, because open wheel is not anywhere near the worst class, like solo class in the game. But I think a Vito Classic is a go-kart. Be a go-kart. Even the other one, I believe, also gets the lock and jammer. But yeah, they were already like hard, difficult vehicles to hit for the go-karts. Like, honestly, in some ways, I feel. Also, fun fact, I believe they actually have some explosive resistance on them, but it's kind of useless when you're on the vehicle since you're actually not enclosed. But yes, though. Fuck, though. Yes, what I was trying to say before, fuck, I was body put some hernia fucking up my recording. Of course, though. I believe the Vito Classic and Vito Modern actually have some explosive resistance, like the smallest bit of explosive resistance for some reason, despite being like music go-karts. But it's always kind of useless given that, like, it can be locked onto with missiles and stuff, like, anyways. So maybe if like a lock-on chamber, there could be like a niche circumstance where like there would be like some splash damage you might take with a missile instead of like being directly hit. Where you might still be able to like drive the go-kart or something. And somehow still be intact, but like maybe the vehicle just takes a little bit of like splash damage or something. So it could be a little interesting, more than you would probably expect on the go-karts. Again, they're small targets, and with that bit of quirk they have, it could be actually pretty interesting on both those vehicles. We have Vado Yuga Classic. I think that's the one you turn to like the 4x4 or something like the Benny's vehicle, right? Yeah, looks like you'll probably just want to upgrade the Benny's anyways. Like, it is a van or something, so like it's already pretty slow, so that's obviously a good option. And if I have an FR36, 36, whatever. What is that, like, coupe or like some niche class? But I think it's also like kind of pretty much the best non-HSW of the class as well. It's already like pretty good for its class, where it probably didn't need the most compared to like other coupes or something. Like the one that's earlier in the list here. But again, whatever niche class is part of, it's not exactly the quickest overall either, so it kind of works fine enough, I would say. Also, the Vapid Diamond GT. There's Diamond GTX as well, if I remember right. So, what's the GT again? GT again. It's not the original Dominator, is it? Isn't no one just called the regular Dominator? It's not the one on the arena, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Kinda wanna check to make sure. Make sure. Yeah, like I thought, it's only like... Yeah, it's only fucking... called Dominator for the day one. So which one was that exactly again? It's not Benny's, is it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't even think there is a Dominator on Benny's either, even. Yeah, there definitely isn't. That definitely isn't. Probably a Southern vehicle, right? I think. Two-door muscle car? I would think. It's not a GTT. was thinking that one at first, but yeah, it was like, it has an extra tease, and it's not that one. That one. And I was about to say, isn't it the one from like Tungsten Resort or something, but isn't that GTX and not the GT? There's so many Domineers in this game, it's hard to remember like, which one I feel. Which one I feel. Alright. I was kind of off on the update for that one, I guess, but yeah. Did it release before or like after that one? It sends the Piss Blaster Dominator, yeah, I think right. So like, what's the Dominator GT then? I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to even remember, man. Like, is it somehow legendary then? Legendary then? Heck, I'm not even not sure, honestly. Unless they gave it like the improper name, or unless like GT is like the badging appears on the record Dominator or something. I'm not even not sure. I don't know if Dominators are really usually on a legendary though. Could be wrong though. I don't think it's a 4-door at all, so I'm a little confused if like Dominator GT is that just meant to be the day one Dominator or something, or what though? Cause pretty much looked at all of the Dominators at this point. They're actually on a website at least. So not all of them are, since it's not even at this point. I don't think I'm going for this too quick, I wouldn't realize, but whatever. Wait a minute, wait. No, wait, hold on. I'm dumb, what am I saying? It's the Chop Shop one, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? The convertible one? Oh, yeah, okay, it's this one. Yeah, what was I saying? I was forgetting what it was. But no, it's the name on the website, and it's going crazy. I'm kind of going crazy here, I think. Like, when you think GT, you don't really think convertible vehicle. Like, people are still begging, I believe, for that one to be a, like, hardtop version. Like, make a hardtop version in a DLC, but, like, they didn't really provide this stuff to even in the drip feed, apparently, from what I hear, so not likely. Maybe in GTA 6, yeah, I don't know. But does that care about that still, I feel. So I'm not sure if I 100% do or not. Anymore. But yeah, my bad. I was like still all over the place on that one, but duh, it's the one from Chop Shop. Whatever, the convertible one. Which is actually one of the quicker muscle cars. It's, I believe, an S-tier muscle car in the game. It's actually already like a really quick muscle car. I didn't really need it the most, but I mean, it's definitely interesting. It might be like might be the most recent convertible vehicle on this list, actually. So I guess if you want a convertible and not be locked on to something, could be a little interesting. Yes. The Irmax Tunnel Classic. Yeah, Irmax Tunnel Classic was one in what, the Doomsday Heist, pretty sure. That's based on like what the GTA 3 Sentinel, I believe. It's pretty cool, Sentinel. Pretty cool Sentinel. If it's, yeah, basically a GTA 3 Sentinel for online. It's in the sports class though, isn't it? It's like sedan or something maybe, but in like the sports class, is it not or something? Is it not? I guess that's how I think of it anyways. But it's Benny's vehicle again, so I don't really necessarily think it transfers to wide body, unfortunately, though. When you convert it, might not have that lock-on chamber, unfortunately, for that reason. Not a reason. Since technically, I think it would be like a new vehicle, and definitely be in the wide body instead of the regular Sentinel Classic. But yeah. Like, it's definitely a little bit interesting, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Bravado Bison is a day one, like, truck kind of, like, off-road vehicle or something, right? Because obviously it's not a truck class in the games. It's, what, like an off-road vehicle or something? It's day one vehicles, so it's also like a slower, like, bulkier vehicle in a sense. So, yeah, lock-on chamber for that stuff is pretty good. Basically. And Gradibrosar is actually HSW eligible, which might be like one of, if not the like only new HSW eligible vehicle on here. Like an older one that didn't have it in the past. It's actually the only HSW compact vehicle in the game. So if you're on newer platforms and stuff, it's pretty interesting one to have it on. And your compact isn't exactly the quickest class that you put a stock one, so like I think it's a pretty good one to have a lock on jammer for. Rapid Ratel is off-road class. I want to say it's like maybe S or like A tier, if not like B tier. It's kind of on the quicker side off-road, I think. Already. They didn't need it the most, but depending on like what kind of off-road like terrains it might be running this vehicle with or something, whatever, could be interesting. One for a lock-on jammer, I guess. Like, I'm sure there's a situation where it could be interesting with the lock-on jammer being an off-road vehicle. I mean, basically an off-road vehicle. Like, during some off-roading or something, basically. Speaking of off-road, another off-road one, actually, here. With the Nagasaki Street Blazer from Bikers DLC. The Street Blazer is kind of similar to a bike, like a motorcycle. So it's already hard to get hit by like a missile if on the slightest. But obviously it's like much more impactful than obviously not having a lock-on jammer. So being similar-ish to a motorcycle definitely makes it pretty ideal lock-on jammer vehicle for sure. I would say. But Brigham's a pretty simple-ish muscle car. Brigham definitely works pretty good from Serious Mercenaries DLC. That one is obviously never vaulted in the DLC, other vaulted vehicles. And actually, the last one on the list is the Rune Saba. Turns out it's the bottom of the list now. Oh, and fun fact, by the way, the Brigham, I think it returned from Grand Theft Auto 2, interestingly, for the Brigham. So it is a little retro nostalgic on the Brigham, but yeah. Again, still a muscle car that works fine with a lock-on jammer. And honestly, the last one might be one of the most interesting ones on the list, if not the most interesting one. The Rune Saba. It's actually an armored vehicle with lock-on jammer. And it's also aquatic, like amphibious as well, which makes it pretty interesting. And also it's actually a very floaty vehicle when it gets hit by a missile. It actually is pretty weightless when it gets hit by like a missile or something, so it gets like bopped around a lot as well. So actually having a lock-on jammer in the Zab is actually very, very good, very, very impactful. Not just because it's already like crazy with armor and bullet-resistant glass, it's like actually very good. So it would get bounced around like a lot with that, basically. Like before, the lock-on jammer would bounce around like a lot, basically. And it's obviously like armored like slow, so it benefits a ton from that. Also, it takes like 16 missiles to blow up as well. That might even be like the new, like, craziest, best, like, armored option that's ever got the lock-on jammer, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the tankiest vehicle, but it's actually got the lock-on jammer in the game at this point. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty huge for the Zaba for sure. Alright, so that's kind of review of every single vehicle with the lock-on jammer, like I kind of usually do. We have Vinyl Club. Don't really care. I was Tour Sport though for Day of Wednesday. Oh wow, I was literally on that, wasn't I? Okay, but whatever. Or whatever then. I was Tour Sport for Day of Wednesday if you're on newer platforms. Newer platforms. Consists of deer, pig, and chicken hawk. Deer is pretty much fine, like, you know, like the hugest wilderness areas of the game, like Vinewood Hills, Shadow Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, etc., etc., etc. Pigs you probably find like farmland areas of grapeseed. Chicken hawks, I'm honestly not that sure about those ones, since there's like so many different types of birds. And like they're in the air, harder to find and stuff, so yeah, I don't really know what to say on chicken hawks. Look that one up if you care about it, I suppose. Bunch of OGT text for the businesses. Counterfeit cash with the trees for sure. Like money, whatever. Yeah, that. I've actually been kind of doing this more recently. I only have like a couple more for the platinum, so I can get vehicle tier 4 complete. And now that this is supposedly possibly the final update before GTA 6 BFI, I might actually be working hella on like the career progressions. Either like on stream or like off. Whatever I feel like, basically. I was working on it actually, like towards like the end of last DLC, basically. But yeah, Kush weed, basically. I really gotta check my stream again. It's been so long. Alright, here, good. Looks fine. Glad I didn't do all that talking for nothing then. So I still don't get to talk about like the podium vehicle in the casino and everything. I'm pretty sure. So I gotta do that, obviously. I was, I think, about to do it until, of course, the lock-in jammer thing. That was a huge discussion there. Kind of like explain which ones I think will be like the greatest ones to go for and everything. So I see so many new ones that are going to be able each time. That
the Diamond Casino
don't want to just
Resort
like
presents a brand new car available to win today. Simply with a spin of a wheel.
Yeah, I think this is the Dinka Jester RR. I believe it's the regular one, obviously not the wide body one. And yeah, Money Friends DLC onwards, I think lets you take off delivery on the like ones that could be technically, but I think it's just the regular tuner one. For
Got
just
some
RR.
extra chips in your pocket or on your
From like
shoulder?
2021,
Indulge
basically.
yourself at the casino store, where the latest fashions are available.
Hello. Take your time.
Yeah, 1,000 chips.
There.
1,752,939 chips. Apparently no. Do my one little spin for the week, because it resets on like the exact time to spin. I like to check this where it's like a super set time each time, regardless of when you spin. Vibrant gradient short sleeve. Yeah, the fact that it resets at the exact time you spin is pretty predatory to the point where it don't really like just go for multiple spins for the buck wheel, basically. It's just not worth having to like hop on at like super specific times, man, like when I spin a wheel each time. I don't know. If I am ever going to change course on that, it should be this DLC. Maybe I'll start spinning more. Like, actually start spinning like each day or something, like actually get back into the game, of course. So obviously, again, I only have like 19 million, like I explained earlier in the stream, because I didn't get 100% to grinding again the last update. I just kind of couldn't for some reason. Especially with the GTA 6, we have yeah, debacle near the end of the last update, of course. I kind of wish I did now, since they nerfed a bunch of bullshit, of course, but yeah, so. So I was going back to GT Series Gaming Post so I can make sure this is the right vehicle that I'm talking about here, the RR, not the R, like wide body or something. It actually said it was a tuner one, but type in the wide body one is tuner as well. But I kind of meant like the one that released in the original tuner DLC is what I meant though, basically though. Fast body for some currently, I swear man, you're probably going to fall for why streams every 3 hours. I'm only just at the casino and all this other talk, and I probably got like a whole bunch more talk and install like all the amount of stuff I was trying to talk about, of course, like with the like week like bonus stuff or whatever, with like the new mechanics they added, like hella nerfing the fuck out of Kyle and that shit. Alright, yeah, it's the regular cheese. Yes, it is actually the regular Dinkacher RR from the original Tuners DLC, like I said, basically. As expected. So, it's either on a legendary or southern. Sure. For some reason, I'm actually thinking it's southern for the regular just RR. I know the wide body is definitely on legendary, but it might be on this website, right? I might be wrong, though. It might be on the other website, though. I was kind of saying it earlier, though. Alright, yeah, it's probably on legendary. What was I thinking going here? Well, I know the wide body more so was on legendary. I should have just went there. From the get-go, basically. Alright. Yes, so part of Los Santos tuners. Again, the original one, like I said, for regular SR, not the wide body. But it has drift tuning available. Can be done for free without like subscription status, and now it's car meet. Or with subscription status, you can also add on the club garage and the mansion vehicle workshops. Again, those also require this shit over here. Well, $8 off the ass. Same places to believe for exclusive liveries available, trip tuning for the Alice customs, all that kind of stuff, of course. And yeah, it does have Missile Lock on Jammer available. For tuner stuff cost, it's basically #1 top speed, or at least it was before like the Hardy Way came out for money fronts, pretty sure. I feel it's kind of already definitely pretty fine for the lock-on jammer. For like this older one, of course, I got it in a previous update, of course, because I'm pretty sure it definitely was not on that list. So I didn't just get it this update, surely not. We actually might be the best tuner in particular for drift tuning. They do quite a bit of tuner vehicles for like drift tuning. Given like in the original batch is like the best one for top speed, or at least on like a straight course for drifting if that's somehow much of a thing. Then it could have that kind of like niche to it or something maybe. But I don't know, probably doesn't matter too much for drifting anyways. What am I saying? What am I saying? Just try to find something about everything now, if I can know, if I can know. If it's deserved, of course, unlike stuff earlier, of course, like the first hour or so of the stream. Probably plus scores of fucking body effects are, I mean, a fucking sprint. But again, main class for this is sports class, by the way, if I didn't really say earlier for some reason, by the way. But yeah, just going to say right away before I get into the true performance numbers from Benefactor 152's vehicle spreadsheet. Sport tuners don't really do good for the most part in the main sports class. It's more about the subclass when it comes to that kind of case, I'm pretty sure. But apparently just our RR, this vehicle here, is actually considered an F-tier sports car, according to Benefactor 152's vehicle spreadsheet. Where it is 52nd place, basically, for the lap time, and 23rd place for top speed. Which I have 117 sports cars. I think it will become 118, or it basically is already at this point. Just it needs to be updated for the latest CLC. I'll got a spreadsheet also because it's not entirely up to date now anymore. Of course. But given there's only one more sports car, I don't think it changes this vehicle really that much. Yeah, it's 40s at best for lap time without HSW, and then kind of several placements behind top 10. Isn't exactly the worst for top speed if you exclude HSW, of course, for those are two platforms. But yeah, it's also more for the tuner content, so. In street pursuit races, if it's a pure straight, then it's pretty much going to be one of the best options for street pursuit races, and for street pursuit race in that case, yes. But again, apparently the Hardy way, I think, beat it for top speed eventually. Albeit that's also a sedan vehicle, not a sport vehicle, so this one might have some advantages, of course. And then robbery contracts. It's pretty much arguably one of the best, if not best, vehicle to use for robbery contracts, given that it can have rear louvers put on the back of the window. Unlike, of course, the wide body, which has no visual modifications, apparently. That was a newer version of this one. And yeah, given it wasn't released after the original tuners, since I think from what I hear you can use newer tuner ones out much later on in robbery contracts, you should be able to use it there. I know for sure you can, because I've definitely used it in those before as my main option. But yeah, top speed could be used for tuner robbery contracts, since there's no time limit much for those. You're not going against other players, you're going purely just against AI enemies. So it pretty much will be best option, I would say, for the robbery contracts. Pretty much the main money making content for tuners, so pretty much one of the most wise investments to get for a tuner class vehicle for sure, I would say. And yeah, also trade price, this does have a trade price, by the way. Either tied to rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, one of those 15 ranks gets you the trade price for just your RR. I believe the euros is for the membership, and then for the Alice Carmi membership for 50-ish K or so. Whatever. And then Tailgater S is for like using KJ Santos if you can like rob a contract a single time or something. And yeah, the ranks I was mentioning isn't the character rank, it's for the LS car meets reputation system. Like the hub area, of course, I had for Tuner's DLC. Which also will be the next showroom area, kind of go through here after this. Okay, so I wasn't able to get money for your cash pop, pick up arcade money. Kind of quick, might as well. Do I just go with using the oppressors as I used it last time for like the sale? I probably should, like off stream, of course, right before the update came out. Oppressor's pretty quick for plenty B, so yeah, I probably should just use this instead of getting like an actual in-vehicle. Definitely hope get places quicker. For now. So I was gonna do like the mansion related support. Yes, the extra 100,000 here from the arcade filling up entirely. I'll be missing over 5K, whatever, but so be it, so be it. 19,441,000. $122, it looks like though. Oh shit. Okay. That didn't go as bad as originally expected, at least. Good though.
Chill out, okay? Yeah, that's right.
But yes, though. The LS cart though. Start around as the Karen Futo GTX at the tuner subclass vehicle. The Bravado Greenwood, as well as the Vicer Neo. I don't think the Futo GTX or really any tuner was ever vaulted before, so I don't think it's ever been vaulted. Same to Greenwood being a money tech, I don't assume that got vaulted, plus that was like only like a year before I did vaulted vehicles, so it's pretty recent at that time, of course, so. However, the Vicer Neo was a 2019 vehicle from like Diamond Casino Resort, if I remember right, basically. So I think it was actually vaulted for a time, but I think they eventually actually brought it back up lock on January, I believe, given also it's like, what, the only Vicer vehicle in the game, even. I want to say. Yeah, are these even on discount? I think I saw the regular Fruta might be, but I don't think the GTX is on discount. Because there's some discounts in this event as well, basically. Essentially. Oh, apparently it's actually on discount for the GTX at least. Always the latest. Actually, all three of those are on a discount, so I guess I have a lot of information to go over those then, since there'll be discounts to cover here. So the Virtu GTX again, tuner self-class vehicles, so same kind of trade pricing kind of rule applies from earlier what I was saying for the Chester RR, because again I think only the Euros and Tailgear as from the original tuners, you'll see a lot of different rules applying to the trade prices, so again, it was between those 15 ranks I specified earlier, like every 5 ranks from 5 to 75 basically, like 5 increments of 5 basically each time. One of those 15 ranks gets you the trade price. By the way, rank 80 and 85 are tied to the Chrono Prize DLC tuners, I'm for sure, for those two, basically. And I think any other tuner vehicle doesn't actually have a trade price, like, after that, basically. From, like, to just our wide body, like, onward, basically, from, like, Asian Sabotage onward, basically. But if it's a GTX, if I remember right, probably similar to the regular Futo, I think might be one of the higher top speed options, but like, again, I kind of already spoke about how niche top speed is. You can literally just get that Chester RR as a premium vehicle right now, and that's pretty much the best top speed option aside for the Hardy way that came out later on in the Money Fronts DLC as a tuner, so class vehicle, basically. So you might as well try and go for the free, like, Chester RR right now, instead of, like, buying the Futo GTX for, like, 30% off, or whatever. But I'll go on the spreadsheet, check it for, like, the main sports class, and I'll talk about its capabilities and tuners contents as well, I think. Whatever. So it looks like the Futo GTX is actually all the way down to like M tier for sports class, which only goes as far down as like O tier. It's not too good. Currently it's 106th place for lap time. 106 and 103rd for top speed even, it looks like. Apparently the Futo GTX isn't that good like at all for the most part. For the most part. Does even regular Futo better top speed? So it's kind of insane if so, actually. I don't know 100%, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, street racing, pursuit racing. Again, lap time is usually more important anyways, so like on roads, you see that vehicle being the greatest there. And again, with top speed, like, if you want to just RR pretty much for top speed, unless using like this Hardy Way for a more recent option. I believe it's actually the best one technically now for top speed. It's just not HSW, but top speed tuner subclass. I'm not gonna honestly know. And then rabbit contracts. There's like no real reason to use those one over, but just are earlier. Like I was basically saying. Yeah, you're probably not gonna want to get this one too much for the most part, unless you're just a really big fan of tuner TLC vehicles or something. Other like customization preference kind of reasons or something. It's really not going to be too worth it for the most part. On the other hand, though, the Bravado Greenwood returns from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which is pretty like iconic in that game. Obviously, it's like sweet. What's fun terminology for like, this vehicle? Bucket ass core or something. I don't know if I got that from like Cuba 1, like a San Andreas speedrunner or like something, or like That's actually some like terminology or some bullshit in the game. I forget. You guys know. Maybe both even. Maybe both even. But yeah. 30% off or something as well. As well. I don't think this has armor plating, does it? I forget. No, it doesn't actually might have armor plating. It might just not boast the glass on like the windows is what I'm thinking about, I think. Also, only original contract DLC had a front mount machine guns up front for those online type vehicles, so this one definitely doesn't like that. You should be able to get silic binds on this one for sure though. And then missile lock-on jammer remote control unit. You have either of those as an option, basically. It's not electric, and also doesn't have the front launch machine guns as an option on it, like I was saying earlier, so there's not really a reason to run the remote control unit for the most part on there, I believe. So for the most part, you probably should be going to missile lock-on jammers, since I think it's a muscle car, which isn't exactly the quickest muscle car. And if you want a quicker muscle car, literally the initial DLC for like a money tech features, the contract DLC has covered like the contract DLC at the Buffalo STX, which is still like an S tier like muscle car basically. Instead of like the Greenwood, which is not as good obviously. It can be a little bit interesting for the capabilities for it. And yeah, by the way, if it's armor plated, electric armor plated mine tech actually do have better armor plating, by the way, it is worth noting as well. Since there's like a patrol tank mechanic where like I think RPG only launcher does the same damage if it's like an electric mining tech. But on non-electric, it's not a mechanic at all, and RPG will out damage the homing launcher. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it does have armor plating on it. I'm pretty sure it definitely does as an option to get. So it can be interesting for free mode, but there's definitely better online tech options regardless of that. And with a new DLC that just came out, it's probably the highest priority to buy it for this particular event. But if you have like a lot of money to spare, it's pretty good though. Pretty good though. Beta Greenwood apparently is a C tier muscle car. 21st place lap time. 19th place top speed going off of probably 152's spreadsheet. Racing 209. Which actually isn't as bad as you would maybe think. Given the look of it, you might think it's like it's lower, but it's actually not. I think there's only 5 muscle car HSWs as well. It's actually even behind Team GT HSW just barely, so it actually would be 5 placements lesser for its lap time. So I think it'd be like 16th place about HSW for lap time. And then I think it's like 14th place instead for top speed. Being like few to like several placements like out of like top 10 for both metrics isn't actually that bad. For the Greenwood of all things, given what it basically was in San Andreas, basically. It's basically like a bucket or something, basically. And finally, for these free discount vehicles here, the Heist Neo is a sports car, I'm pretty sure. Tungsten Resort. It used to be pretty top tier, I think, but I don't think it's necessarily the case much anymore about the hell power creep that happens all the time in sports class anymore. Or at least way back in the day, especially. Pretty sure sports, not supers, for sure. For sure, if I'm remembering correctly. It's actually also C tier, just like the Greenwood for muscle car, but obviously in this case it's sports class. Apparently it's 16th place, it looks like, actually, for lap time, and 27th place for top speed. And actually every single HSW vehicle is also better for it in lap time. So what that actually means is that it's lap time would actually be 10th place, actually, I believe, without HSW, which is actually top 10 territorial without HSW, actually, which is actually pretty decent. And then, yeah, it's top speed, obviously wouldn't be as good, but it's also not the more important metric anyways, as I explained. Its 27th place would be like 21st place top speed, basically. And again, actually, this is not accounting for the new sports car, keep in mind that came out in this update. So if by chance it does perform better for the new sports car that came out in this DLC, it actually would no longer be a top 10, I believe, for lap time. Without HSW into account, at least. So it is possible it actually lost that position finally in this DLC for like legacy platforms. And if that's the case, it's probably not the greatest one to get anymore. But assuming it's still like a top 10 at best or something, it's not too shabby, and even like with a 1 place win, it's not too much worse. So I'd maybe hold off until some more information gets known about the new sports car that got added in the latest DLC for performance before you actually buy this vehicle. I'm sure the information will be out there before the event ends, I would imagine. So I'd look kind of into that before you buy this vehicle in particular. So all of them have some interesting things, some I would say is talk around for these vehicles. Especially given that they're all website vehicles, it looks like no vaulted vehicles this time. Kind of makes sense being a DLC release. But being a new DLC like release, of course, they're pretty much going to put higher end vehicles on the showroom, so it kind of makes sense that there's no vaulted vehicles this time. This time for the showroom. And then the obey on this EGT. What is that, sports car, I believe? There's also a Monitech as well, I'm pretty sure. Like it's actually the other Monitech from Chrono Prize DLC alongside the Greenwood. Yeah, I forgot to mention DLC actually being on the Greenwood, but yeah, it was Chrono Prize DLC for that one. Which is actually the same DLC as the Odyssey GT, so interestingly, you can actually get both of the Monitech vehicles from the DLC in the showroom. Interesting. One as a purchase, and then the other as a prize ride. Interesting. And yeah, prize rides pretty much always puts up vehicles for whatever reason. They don't really put vaulted vehicles for prize rides. I don't entirely understand why, to be fair, when they're usually pretty easy to get. Yeah. Prize ride challenge, everyone has placed top 4 a single time, actually. So you can easily do this in a street race, but yes, you can easily do this in a street race for 2, 3, and 4 players. Yes, so 2, 3, and 4 players, you can actually easily do that for a street race. And pursuit races are in 4-player counts, so you can even do it for the bare minimum player pursuit race. And that would be a guaranteed entry, I believe, as well. So you do get some nice freedom with this challenge, with how easy it is, at least. Now, it's pretty much always Carmen series for those, and I don't necessarily think the free mode sprint races count as Carmen series since they happen in the free mode, so I don't think that's an option, unfortunately. unfortunately. And then Dragon Drift races. Be a drag, yeah. Drag races, so. And drift races actually as well can be done solo. But I know solo for sure don't count for early challenges, and I'm guessing even like with other players if I don't count either. Given it came out like 2 years after Project System, like 2023 versus like 2021. So I kind of assume the Dragon Drift ones don't count no matter what you do, unfortunately. So I want to say you probably have to do either Street Pursuit races. Because Street's easy since it's top 4 and you can do like 2, 3, and 4 player pretty much no problem. And yeah, you can even do Pursuit races at the bare minimum count 4 players. And that's pretty much guaranteed entry as well. I believe that's probably legendary 4-door. You know, Scrum Prize DLC. Yes, indeed. By gaining a vehicle, it will also be between 1,075,000. Plus, if there's a livery on it, whatever at the start, you probably save like another like 20-ish, like 30-ish thousand, whatever. I think you get more value out of the prize artist over podium vehicle. Kind of good too, because this one is much more guaranteed. So I get like a lucky spin on the wheel, of course. So. But yes. So this one is supposed to lock on jam remote control units like lines and armor plating. And this one I think was like the first electric one too, so it actually was like the first of the ones that was like the best armor plating as well. I just don't think it's fluorescent glass, unfortunately, no, so you can't get like protected from like some bullets, unfortunately, no. Fortunately, no. How silk vines you can have on it. No front mounted machine guns, of course. And yeah, so electric, so you can pretty much either do remote control unit or the missile lock on jammer. Both of them are pretty fun options since it's electric, of course. But yeah, capability-wise, it's pretty solid, at least. Like I was pretty much suggesting earlier. It's 4-door sports car, so it could be a nice vehicle for heisting, basically. Could be good for a restaurant team, say a heist set of things that they recently increased money for, of course. Hey, on this GT battle is a G tier sports car. With 65th place, with 65th place top time as well as on 4th place top speed, apparently. And yeah, I thought HSW would be like 59th, it looks like, and then 98th basically, which doesn't really save it for its performance, unfortunately, at all. So even with like 118, I think 58's clear, like or no, 59 I said earlier, actually was pretty much exactly half of that, basically. It's basically. Which might barely put into like above average territory, starting with the latest update. And that also assumes I think it performs better somehow than the new vehicle. Again, I could be wrong. I could be wrong though. But yes, not exactly a very good like performance heavy vehicle. Like literally the best thing performance wise is going to be the fact that it's electric is the like pretty much instant acceleration kind of gimmick. Where because it has acceleration get out of like a gunfight pretty quick. But in terms of racing it doesn't really do much unfortunately. So it's a pretty interesting free mode vehicle. You know, get gunfights quick with instant acceleration, like to get top speed quick, but the top speed is also like not good. That's like a balance decision, basically. But it has a lot of strong suits going for it, for sure. Oh, and that reminds me of trade price. I didn't mention the Greenwood as a trade price. I believe the Greenwood for sure is the trade price. You have to do something like the United, like over the paper, like ULP missions, I believe, with the trade price on the Greenwood. I think you have to put like the first of those missions, I believe. believe it might be yes, I very much believe it's like the first mission of ULP, every paper you have to do to get the trade price on this one. For the Greenwood, for the Greenwood. Yeah, Alice Carmi reputation is 56, got me 50k. And yeah, I'm pretty much at the point where I only get like clothing items like every 50 ranks or something, so like, yeah, nothing new there for sure, I'm pretty sure. But yes, yeah, Greenwood trade price is tied to like the first of the United paper like missions in the Strand or something. I'm pretty 100% on that for sure though. And the honest GT I don't think is in the ULP missions. I don't think actually it's a trade price. That's my point I was trying to get to there, basically. So yes, so yeah, basically mentioned it. All basically. First, capabilities, performance, all that kind of stuff. So I don't think there's anything else basically to mention, basically. But pretty much, there is one thing performance-wise with the acceleration. There's just one thing performance-wise, at least with the acceleration, that makes it kind of good for free mode, you know, like gunfights quick. And aside from that, it's a four-door sport car. It could be good for heisting. Has very good money tech features. Like absolutely amazing for free mode. There's a lot of things going on with that. It's like makes a pretty good vehicle for sure. For sure though. Apparently HSW Premium Tester this summer on its Wing is a rally for SUVs class. Yeah, Sony will like 4 HSWs for... Or 4 HSWs with yes for the Izzy Rally. Or not the Izzy Rally, but the SUV class, excuse me, SUV class has 4 HSW vehicles. It's 5% right from categories, of course, so. The HSW version of Izzy Rally is like pretty fine. It is apparently actually the worst one for a laptop, by the way, but it is actually very good for the top speed. It might actually be the best of the SUVs for top speed, which is the main gimmick of HSW, of course. Of course. So yeah, it's the worst one laptop-wise, top speed-wise. It's the best one for SUV HSWs. Interesting balance for sure then. And yeah, for the U vehicles now, with the release of the 1 of 2 HSWs currently in the game, basically, for the latest DLC. 1 is drip feed though, so it might be a bit of time before the drip feed one actually comes out, but still though. They still didn't fix that, but like really it still just says how since they faulted it between Sanders Mercenaries up to Agent Sabotage, like they still haven't fixed that. It's crazy. Crazy. But yeah. That's the only mistake I know of, at least on this list, but there could be other mistakes, but yeah. Stern GT is actually available again since Agent Sabotage DLC from like winter 2024 though. Basically though. But any of these 30 vehicles can pretty much be used for the HSW time trials from earlier, by the way. And yeah, that Volano GT, like I was showing earlier for Plus, is, yeah, HSW eligible, like I was basically saying earlier, basically. And fun fact, by the way, I think the second one that comes out in the DLC is also Supercar class, by the way. Which actually brings Supercar to 7, which I think it will be the new most for any class for HSW, basically. But yeah. The Izzy Rally is obviously the one I was talking about earlier to the showroom for the premium test ride, whatever. But yeah, Sunstone Sanders. That is Sunstone Sanders Surprise website. And it's also worth noting regarding the Stinger TT and Buffalo EVX. Those particular ones. Those particular ones have yeah, I mean those particular ones have slick mines you can put on them being a Monitech options, like 2 Monitech options actually do have slick mines. And because of that, you have to actually take off the slick mines to be able to use them for the time trial, because I think they get treated like weaponized ignis if you have the slick mines on them, where basically it counts them as having like a weapon on them. So if you're trying to use these 2, and you can't like use them in the HSW time trials, that's why. That's why. Yeah, I don't think they showed drift vehicles, right? I think usually when they're in drift feed, you can't like see those ahead of time. So if like obviously earlier, obviously the like lists all whatever. Alright, yeah, you cannot see the upcoming ones. Well, like I said earlier, apparently quite apparently we'll actually be getting a trip variant, apparently. Which I obviously mentioned because like it's on the list of vehicles of the lock-on Jimmer brought back on say all that stuff, all that stuff. Basically, though. Basically, though.
I'm gonna find some place and spark up.
That's real shit.
Oh, hit the pole. I was hoping not to, damn it. Of course, shit, man. I tried that with fucking Ron. Kind of trying to ruin what I was doing. I was kind of focusing on that. Enough to where I was able to kind of keep it in the air gliding. I wouldn't be surprised if Ron ruined it somewhat though. Somewhat though. The cluster motion guards go over the property, whatever the fuck, whatever. Station wants crash effects. Ron and that bullshit. Basically, oh god. Sheesh, no. Amazing, anything there anymore of this podcast game. It's distractions and shit, basically. I want to say that's exporter, no. Hell was that? I want to do this exports vehicle, I think. So I can get some more of the reputation furnace or something. Oh yeah, that was in the furnace. I was back 100% as well with the nighttime. Yeah, thought it was. Dash house, okay, whatever. I'll do that shit on stream, but I don't really get them on stream anymore. Basically, as far as I understand, essentially though. I don't really care to do the film or something, whatever though. Yeah, that was the $100 bounties, I don't really care to do that anymore. But maybe I'll stream if I care, of course though. Ah, what the fuck? Come on. I'm just an unaccess person with this shit right now, I'll tell you. What's a person mark 1 basically? It's basically. I'm just gonna catch a break with that shit. To use it more, of course, because of the export vehicle was doing, basically. Basically, though. Oh wow, okay, I was surprised on that one. I actually was someone wants to pick her up somehow, for all I know. Or for all I know, though. I was going to try to land there, but fuck over, I guess. Yeah, you know. Alright, shit, I'll be able to get there this time. Bruh. Game roll that's stuttering or something, or like, what the fuck, man? Fuck, man. Alright, this should take me here finally. Of course, though. Ah. Damn. Tripping would have fell off there somehow. Like, bruh. Bruh. Minimus and, Läufer. Right? I think so. I think so. Yeah, bro, what the fuck, man? My phone's not charging randomly with the battery thing for whatever reason. I don't know why, but whatever. Guess that means I don't have to have a tether there, and it can kind of more keep it by me all times, more so. So on my bed, it can be like right in front of me now. It's cool. Yes. Doesn't look like these two are on discount from what I can see here, apparently no. According to this can be posted C. So this Minimus is apparently not going to be on discount. We've especially been previous DLC, I'm guessing. Yeah, no. Like, Minimus is like S or A tier for sedan, I want to say for sure, which isn't that bad. Läufer. If I remember, it's like in the 30s or 40s for like lap time, so it's not too good for lap time, but I think it actually became the best non-HSW top speed, if I remember right, when it came out. But also, like, there's also, like, quite a couple new supercars. There is, yes, quite a couple new supercars, apparently. With the new DLC coming out. That came out, of course. And there is one supercar I believe still in trade even, but yeah, besides for that, it was like, what, a couple new supercars for day one even. It's like they're both good in their respects. Minimus especially might be one that's better for like both metrics of its class. Läufer, whatever. Apparently is actually like, I believe the best non-HSW now for top speed now. For supercar class, yes, supercar class, obviously. Oh yeah, I just pulled that off, okay. Yeah, my headlights busted now, wonderful. Oh, sheesh, of course I hit there, so whatever. Or whatever, though. Yeah, I think here it's all new vehicles so far, right? Yeah, it's like around the price point of this new one here for the LRCGT. That's supercar, right? Not sports, right? I think so. Yeah, the new Benefactor Läufer, which I titled my stream over, actually is a taxi livery vehicle. Like, that's one of the liveries on it, basically. Which actually lets you do it for taxi work as well, from what I hear. So it would be, it's a van you can use for taxi work, which is interesting. Might be the closest thing to the GT4, like, taxi, like, kind of minivan looking taxi or something, basically. For my GT4, so it could be a little interesting. Somewhat reminiscent of that, but not quite, not quite. Sounds like much taller, for example, I do believe. Yeah, the E, whatever here is SUV, apparently. The E-Stride apparently will be like the second SUV, like, electric behind the iWagon, basically. Like, in terms of, like, release order, basically. So one of only 2 electric SUVs in the game is going to be interesting. Not sure how it compares to the iWagon, but since it might be a little too early for that information, fortunately. This problem was compared to iWagon from contract DLC being the only ever electric, like, SUV even in the game. And then, yeah, Omni Marula is sedan, if I remember right. It's kind of like another version of, it's kind of like a newer Albany Vista, because apparently the Vista badging's on this vehicle. It seems like kind of an enhanced version of the Albany Vista. When I watched Bruffy's video, that's what he basically said. And so I can point out a badging, basically. No. Grotti Cartusia GT. I want to say it's a sports car that got added. I'm pretty sure. If not, then it's like another supercar, basically. Then. But no, I believe it's a sports car, basically. So obviously there's this supercar for day 1, there's the one for plus, and I think there's another supercar in the drip feed for the bare minimum vehicle drip feed there even is, basically. But they're all new vehicles, their performance aren't quite be known yet. Maybe later today though, for Bruffy 152's vehicle spreadsheet. I don't think they appear on the spreadsheet actually for like until like all the DLC vehicles are released. But like for sure there would be a video about the performance, so not on the spreadsheet necessarily though, like I said earlier though. That also might mean it's a good time to start modifying one of them so I can at least, in case something goes wrong, don't have to adjust my title, basically. So I should probably customize one of them. I could probably get this one. And then, like, this one if I wanted to. See, it's a website ordering, like, watching around, see it's more expensive ones, though. It's only 2 actually on this website. No, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Yes, I could try to modify these 2. And what's like the first one on this site for this one? I might be able to customize at least the first 3 or something. First 3 or something. Might go in order on here though, actually. It might be more convenient for me though. Basically though. Saw the vehicles for day 1 of the update, I think. Like for non-plus, obviously, of course. So obviously this showroom has to be called for the next platforms. So it's not gonna have not one vehicle of course, like the plus road access one, of course. So yeah, basically they're all on here. They're all 5 at this dealership for Simeon's. I'm gonna purchase the pre-built one here. I kind of like going off of a pre-built one. Yeah, obviously I'm just gonna add it to my existing mansion. Obviously the new art room, like the new art studio. I mean what I believe. Like obviously builds off of the mansion. So yeah, I'm gonna obviously get it put in there, basically. Huh. I'm pretty sure it's supercar. Yeah, I'll definitely be despawning that.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. I'll bring it by.
$60 million. I'm still pretty much good for now. I would say. Alright, yeah, it's the new day 1 supercar. Cool. I don't actually think I put rocket chambers on like any of my latest ones or like last update. Probably because like I've been crying like super hell and like sometimes. Yeah. I don't know. At that point, I started getting like those chicks out of a lot of like lockout and stuff after like agent sabotage and money fronts, and then that one I was like trying to figure out like I don't care at that point to put on all the like new vehicles and stuff anymore. Or lock and jammers, that can always happen later, obviously. They're definitely an interesting-ish car so far. I don't 100% know how to mention upgrades and all that though. Oh, sheesh. That always break easy on this one, it seems, though. A little annoying. But, like, most vehicles have it twice, that's not that surprising. Not that surprising. Oh my god, man. Whoa, the whole, whoa, what the fuck, the whole back road is going. Oh, that's kinda cool. Yo, you can hella expose the back on this, that's it. I don't know if there's a lot of vehicles you can do that with, like it's naturally as I did it there, basically, though. That's very, very interesting. Yeah, those wheels are actually kind of big, I only thought. Thinking about it now, though. It's definitely interesting. Okay, well, no, that happened. That one. I like this vehicle already. The fact that randomly came up with that. It's so cool. So cool though. Definitely an interesting look out of that. Wait, I fixed when I did that? I'm not sure. Oh, I saw the tires still actually back a certain way.
Welcome back,
Camera
Daddy.
kind of sucked there though. Sucked there though. Hey, what? Okay, it's on a whole different floor because each one's 10. I guess you get 2 floors for garages. For one mansion, okay. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, 100% armor. Our differences for those brakes, whatever. Innocent. Yes. Same thing, the race brakes. Chassis. Stock. Tennis single. Dual. So 1 and 2. Tenna. Canard single and double. Again, like 2. Double with a 10, and it goes back to single. Interesting for the second one. Don't know why it's reversed order, but whatever. And then Canard's double, no scoop, and then single, no scoop. I don't think I'll really care, so I'll just do most expensive. I kind of want the double Canard instead, but like, I don't really care either, so like, I might as well just do the bomb option, I guess so. Engine. Pretty much just topped off, right? Not the bad. I see. Sound effects don't know I did it. Yes, I did. And cover. Stock. Engine of cover. Hella came off. That was tight. Arrow mark 2. So what, just vents of arrow on back? Arrow mark 2 is like hella venting like in the bottom there or something kind of on top center as well. And with shield. Oh, the shield has like real over. That's tight. Okay, that's tight. Awesome. My protector character from the back, of course. from getting shot in the back. Possibly. Obviously, I want rear over and set. Obviously, yes, I want rear over in case it protects from like bullets in the back, of course, so exhaust. Here's stop. GT twin track. All centered all in there. 1, 2, kind of just downward or something, I'm not sure. And titanium or 2 probably just in case of ever tight. Yes, sir, indeed. There. Sounds done it. Then hoods, stock, vented. State events are looking to be on those like parts above the wheels. Let's see. Vented Mark 2. Gives it even more height. It seems interesting. GT Aero. Have some more venting pretty much at the front of the vehicle. Cool. And Aero, no grill. Fortunately, it does remove the Benefactor badging if you care about that. It looks like up front. Kind of do, but like, I kind of care about it, but just because I pretty much almost always choose bomb options, I don't really. So I'm just choosing GT Aero, no grill. Kind of get some silk looks to it too. I feel very much feel no. Horn. Right, vehicle's not exactly 100% known about how good it is per se, so I'm gonna hold off on that feel though. I don't know. I don't know if you're caring much of your chance horn to move for feel, no. Alright, did a card out on something to car me for later, so I'm not gonna do this scene on them. Or whatever though. And obviously I'll decide that with the car headlights. UI for bullet headlights, I might as well decide with the car headlights. Basically. I have that plotted at least so. Alright, so liveries. Looks like 9 different liveries are basically none essentially. FI US. Basically it's globe oil, Pisswasser, something twin, I think. Well, I don't know. So if we're going to the exact, like, been going there, I'm looking to get, whatever. camera's kind of ass, so they'll work with a film. It has like out of 5, like LTD, like Fly US in the center. Benefactor Fly US, like LTD 5. Live a little fly with us. On the like hood, some atomic stuff. Not entirely like rubber. Whatever. Pretty much like right next to the headlights, essentially down. Oh, I only recently realized actually it was worked down there too. Actually, like at the bottom left and right of the vehicle, basically. Basically, I kind of actually didn't realize that. I will admit. Piss washer. Pretty much has all the same stuff on the back, it looks like. You got like the LTD 1175. Piss washer logo in the center. Got the Fly US with a little Fly US on top instead of the Benefactor on top. D11. Kind of swaps where things are on the there. It does seem. I get that like atomic stuff again. And it's like I don't know how you get like douche gold or something. With LTD 52 to douche. Benefactor like this. Center all. So you get Benefactor on top of that this time instead. So instead though, like one mod power metal. Looks like pretty much Ron, I think. I think. That's DB looking like. And just Yogarishma. Like the bottom parts of that all. And with that, it's like the vice kind of. Unlike the hood and yours around is you had the vice, dents. Genic, Genic, whatever. I think that's like 1888, like douche gold or something. LTD 52. Like the hood there. And some power metal as well, but like the headlights to see. On like back here where it's like huge. Where? I like back here. Yes, it's Yogarishma, whatever. Sprunk. Apparently gets a 07. Sprunk, like Ron, atomic. Basically in the center. 0 on top of the spoiler. Some more 07. Tension. Kind of greenish stuff going on, kind of like behind like the roof art stuff, basically. You get the sensor of Sprunk like around the time. Yeah, in the center of my first set on it. And with the hood, you get like Benefactor sprung. Just above like the zeros much there. Not percentile is much on so yeah, you get 0 and a vice, it seems. And it's something all above that all basically a cartoon network. Tension on the hood, 7-0. And E-Cola, it's like 30-0 instead of 7-0. Run, E-Cola, logoing, atomic. Once again, it's 0 on top of the spoiler. 30-0 instead. Tension. If every 0, like Ron, you call it Owen, Atomic. But it seems to get like reddish, like dark and dark blacks and stuff. Kind of like actual cola, of course. Seems to have like the same kind of 0, like device. Basically, you call him the hood. A Cartoon Network tension. 0. Atomics. But yeah, it's once again. Then I got Tiger with like 81 dents. Pisswasser. All kind of stuff like below, basically. That's some like UV or something. Like the lightning kind of all interesting. Oh. Yeah. Up on top the spoiler looks like there. Pisswasser. Below that though. 81 tons Pisswasser, whatever kind of kind of stuff, all that kind of stuff, of course. Yes, fuck. The riff has kind of stuff all going on up there, all tiger stuff, tiger stuff, yes, yeah, sounds fun. Then you got Benefactor, Figaro, Wing, Redwood, kind of like that. One kind of, actually not that one kind of might just be manufacturer logo or something, I'm not even sure. Or Pisswasser all, Pisswasser all. And yes, if I didn't say there's 81 tons on the hood as well. And then you got like attack over here, might be like the same kind of attack that the 1+1 is, obviously, the Bono GT, of course, so similar. There's a 13-0, kind of you, I can't think again, Shark. Them shark card bowls, of course. Cabell, Atomic, shark malify. Going on along the center. Colors. Colors though. 13. But yeah, there's my mark with like red, white, American flag looking kind of stuff in the list. On the spoiler, we have 13-0. Vector all 2. Or whatever, yes. Guess you guys have to agree on the rock run beneath the spoiler, basically. There's me, or is there no like baton on your side? It seems different. Weird. Weird, no. Jack packs, or I'm so confused. So confused. Whatever, some letter in there, basically. Whatever though. Whatever though. If I was tired, his body does not seem to want to know. No. Cell tower, am I saying that right? I think so. Shyback's like 200 or something? I'm like, kind of basically headed up one other thing. I think that like a little bit zero going on there. Or it's like between that and the Shatterbox. KO. Stand to Benefactor. Emu. Or Benefactor. 13-0. My mock. Helen. Center all of the hood. And there's Narc, I guess, apparently. Preference to wheels is C. CSC. The Cock and Bell one here. It's kind of been on here for some time. Of course, there's 69 and Device. Cock and Bell, LTD. So the touchdown. Touchdown. Yes, touchdown. 24/7, tension, we win. I didn't see Benefactor, there's Benefactor, but yeah, tension, and we win, yes. Also power metal, my mark. One off and whatever, next to Badger. I'm so tired of 5 low. 0, 6-9 bias. Meat makes sense. Okay, man. Slogan or something for to go. Stuff all against, I guess. It's an advice, makes sense or something. Wiz and Genic by like Taillights, whatever. And yes, on the hood. There's 69 device, the clock and bell, like actual bell, and all that. Cock a doodle doo. Oh no. You see, like, fire? Am I saying that right? Am I ever saying that right? Like soda? I think soda. And point tools, but headlights, turns out two. Finally, bulwark, whatever though. Might be Roman numeral 2 stuff, 2-0. Soul Sore, double edge. Kind of U-ish kind of icon as you see. Baltonic. Victory Run. I'm not gonna talk to spoiler or whatever. Yes, Victory Run. 2-0 is my mic. We got 2 Roman numerals there. Essential. Seen Figure on the side, but not the wrong. Okay, then. And interesting there is the bell and not the tonic, of course, though. What's our card stand? It's on 0. No, I think before that, please says 0. Horseshoe kind of looking icon there. There. Something I want to set a wrong thing, whatever, like wrong itself or something. Oh. Yes, atomic, guns. 10 Roman numerals, like that. Leafly kind of stuff or something. Yes, atomic, guns. 2-0. 2 Roman numerals. Cool, nothing else around. Fortitudo at Honor. C with an arc. Okay, then. I don't know, man. I'm gonna take a break on this too. I'm getting super tired. I may need a little nap. Unfortunately, I'm admin. But fortunate. Alright. Alright, man. I don't even know if I want to go this one or if I want to, like... Honestly, this one kind of, like, is meh, I feel. If there's a time to be more serious about maybe the customization sometimes, but definitely, you know. This one kind of has like a rust look to it, which I'm not biggest on. So for that reason, I might stick to default clock and bell then. Yes. Yes, I guess. I don't know, honestly, which one to go. So far, it's looking like a e-call, but it's pretty much default looking now. Pretty much default looking now. So I know more I want to get fur with it, of course, though. Get rear diffuser, stock, rear stage. Something changing on there. Oh, okay, down here. Okay, see. Stage to stage. Okay, then. Stage split. Whatever. Okay, I guess it has opening. Kind of like exhaust. Okay, whatever. No. Stage of bumper delete. Interesting. What is this car? Which one to expand? Whatever. No. Whatever. No. And 2 stage with that bumper delete. Okay. Interesting. Just the bomb option, I think it looks fun enough like that. I like that. Spray. Alright, ratio at the fall. Okay. Secondary is black, it turns out. I thought it's pretty much yellow and red, it looks like, for the most part. Looks like for the most part. Not for sure, at least change to secondary color then. So like a red none. Red none. Candy's like food. Candy's like food basically when it comes to like clock and bell. So maybe candy red could work well. Wine finish and go well. So Cabernet red. Sunset, garnet, gray displays. A lot of the formula could go kind of well with like race yellow. Red. That's great. I guess I do the candy red. It's kind of a food type basically. However, I guess I'll do the King of Red Nun. Okay, what the hell? Where's the crew on this thing? Line or something? Or like, I generally not like see it. Wonder. Generally don't think I see it, but whatever. I generally don't think I see a crew on there. There's. Oh, wait, okay, never mind. But yeah. Kind of a weird fit, of course, since it's always the Lamborghini logo for my PSN physical or something. Some person that joined my crew made it for me or something one time, I think. I don't obviously want to change it per se, because I kind of don't want to like necessarily keep it around or something, I feel per se, but whatever though. Whatever though. Kind of works with the yellow cock and bell in a sense, if having to do a reach for it. Why not? Why not? Skirts. Stock. Agile. Siphon. Siphon, whatever. Mono GT. Mono 2 GT. Very much slicker looking one of that one. Stager GT. Whatever. An Aegis GT. Oh sheesh. Let's go. Aegis remind me of another. Aegis definitely remind me of another kind of game series to play. I think. Whatever though. Just get that. Why not? Or the Aegis one at the bottom, of course, because of course I'm in. Splitters, stock, slanted, straight with diffuser, and slanted with diffuser, C, classic. Oh, you got all kinds of like extraness on classic, I see. Mark 2. I added like some device yes, some device fix up. Box tracks, I see. Cool. Classic Mark 2 and then 8gen has Benefactor on the bottom instead, kind of with 2 device things on there. Let's see. So it was in fix up and box tracks for Benefactor. Why not? Since it's manufacturer after all, why not? Definitely want that extra Benefactor representation, especially when removing that badge earlier. And then spoilers. 12 options there. Okay then. None. So wingless shelf. Looks like okay. So Mark 2 wingless shelf. Okay. Add some extra like plastic going towards the louver. See. So wing. Kind of is this like extra plastic? I think. So Mark 2 wing. So with like the extra plastic going towards the louver, I guess, because I'm guessing. Shelf Mark 2 kind of touches more the car itself. Like a ducktail kind of, do you think? RGT track wing is definitely quite a higher up one, I feel. Of course, meat. Of course, just makes sense. Track wing with shelf. Looks like a lower one, kind of like having two spoilers in a way. Like ducktail and the high rise in one there. GT wing small is like, it's basically a less plasticky version. I want to honestly text multiple times. Interesting. Two wing small shelf. I guess that ducktail, let's see. Yes. Low profile arrow wing. So I'm massive on the side though. I don't know if I'll start out low. Yes, it's like the huge parts on the sides. Like, I don't know if I could start out low profile or something. Okay. Or if it's because it kind of goes more down towards the car. I don't know. Don't know. There's a GT small double stack. I see. And double stack with a shelf at the end. It looks like it's GT, small double stack, obviously, without GT, but just double stack. Shelf, obviously, because character rotations, I'm guessing. It's basically that with the kind of ducktail thing, basically. Or like the shelf, basically. Yes. Look fun. I'll go bomb option for sure. No. Also, by the way, yes, by the way, it is worth noting. There is no, like, shelving, basically. Or whatever. Or I mean. What's I going to say? Worth noting. That body maintenance made up of course. Oh yeah, something with attraction, like meter on there. Bam. And yeah, it's kind of worth noting. Traction, I think, is maxed out already. For like the in-game stat. So I'm not actually 100% when like the tractions are maxed out with the in-game stat before the spoiler. Does that mean like it doesn't really matter as much which one you choose? And you get like the same benefit anyways, or do you still benefit by going from like none or stock over to, or do you still benefit by like going from anything that's not like none or stock basically to get like some kind of boost? So at least in order days, like if there's a traction, you can notice like changes on like in-game stat meter. Like if that can be adjusted really like visually or whatever. If yes, that can be adjusted like visually or whatever. Like that usually means like you have to choose anything that's not like none or stock. Basically, you get like a traction bonus. But because it's already completely filled up, I don't know if it like matters or if it's still better just choosing anything that's not like stock or like none or something. Like I don't know, it might not really matter, but just in case I do like to obviously do what I'm used to. Kortz. Just in case it's like when there's actual visual change and like you have to do anything that's not like none or stock, I'm just gonna go to follow anyways, of course. Not like I wasn't gonna want to anyways. So yeah, sun strips. CSC. None. No recent strip. Super secret sauce, white, quick and bell. Like bells and stuff, blue text and skull. Cool. Unlock white. Power metal. Burger white. Monmouth. Burger heartstings. Sun. All of them are very usual size for delivery. Like I should probably choose delivery ones, the most unique one easily. But yeah. I don't really give it as much care anyways, so might as well just go to most expensive heartstands on some. Sure. Just sounds fun. $40,000 transmission. Why not? $1,000 turbo. Made the sound, so I know it's basically good. Good now. Being a supercar, I'll do high end. And this is what, the LRC something? Something. I swear my phone needs to stop, like, not charging anymore with the, like, portable battery thing I'm doing. Weird though. Whatever, I guess, so like 89%, I guess, and script, doesn't seem to want to charge it any longer though. It's got the LRC, right though. I think so. Alright, LRC GT, looks like. Like, see if carbon kind of fits that, so I'll just shoot the bottom one, I guess, make it quick and simple. Why not then? And yes, fine. I also chose the bottom one, cause see with like LRC, with my name and scheme, kind of roll out the bottle, basically. Basically. Yes, fuck, what the hell not. Yeah, obviously did Chrome Rooms because I did the free challenge things for it, whatever. To get them free, it's yes indeed. Right though. Your Chrome wheels, so I cannot do that anymore. Custom. Yes. I just stuff on the wheels, I know for sure. Over tires. For 5,000, so I know I did it. Yes. Did red secondary. From the black, it was at default, so I might as well do the red tire smoke. Yes, indeed. So it's only one real type of red one, so I'll be doing straight up red, of course. Since I'm not gonna go with the Legends Recruit color, of course though. But for now, at least. Kind of thought I might just keep the Clock and Bell, of course, on there, because it's pretty iconic, and again, Bulwark, to me, had like a rusty kind of look, which I'm not too big on, anyways, so... yes, fine. And yeah, E. coli. And yeah, I basically just want to do the Milton and get the color lights on, I believe. I already finished and it seemed whatever, no. That's how I'll do it for anyways. Anyways, the entire body's gonna make that loud no matter basically anyways. Oh sheesh. Put me over somehow, like, for a ish. So, like, just so, like, is this a hood so close to the ground and somehow floating over something? Like, with the vehicle, and so, like, is running, or whatever. Bro, try not to crash, character pump on, and pump on. That's it. Yeah, fun. The hell crashing into shit. Okay, the motorcycle has been crashing. Whatever. Never forget about home though. What the heck's my phone? Is that right when charging? I'm so confused. My cover port button. Okay. Now I have to pull it all the time and sends it to charge. I just need to match the red like neon glow. I just want to do the red lights. And of course, they never did like of course, they never ended up doing like crew one. Interestingly. I'll very much be doing red lights and
I'll jump in the next race.
think I did forget to unplug the cord between the battery pack and then install whatever now. Or whatever now. I don't know, man. I need a little tab break again. Not body anymore. I don't know if I'm going to say this being too revolutionary. Was the car? No, I'm not too sure on this thing. Oh, this car just has a good top speed. This is for sure. I don't even know if it's one candle left and one is number 5. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Waiting for Purple 152 and I'll see if something go get to DLC basically. Whatever. Wait, oh, those bomb lights work. I wasn't thinking it was so good, but yeah. I had a feeling it probably would, since it's near a cool house. I feel as though it's been other recent vehicles which just don't like the word. It's been kind of inconsistent, at least back then. It used to be, not sure so much about now. Whatever, no. Whatever. Kind of want to maybe take a bit of a break because I'm tired, kind of, yeah, it feels, it might be another, like, 10-15 minutes, fortunately, no. Maybe 7:45-ish in the morning or something, whatever, no.
cannot believe you standing me up again. You better not be with no bitch. Oh, when you get home, I'm gonna smell your dick. You were supposed to meet me at the Vespucci Canal. What do you mean you're in Mirror Park? What kind of man leaves his wife alone in a foreign city? They have guns here. The damage is done.
Yeah. Sorry about that shit. I like fell asleep or basically though. So I have to go in the public, it looks like, unfortunately, because that's kind of what it does. After that, I'll be going right to filing again, of course. Of course. It's unfortunate kind of just what the game does when you have to basically go with public live for whatever reason.
Hey, Daddy. Ready to party?
Finally back to my own lobby. So no forced fucking ass public.
Oh, hey, Daddy. What are we doing tonight?
It really turned out like this game, like, basically, it's honestly kind of, yeah. I don't get some interesting vibrations when I go from this vehicle, which is interesting. I don't know if you usually get vibrations with digital sense, but yeah. Yes, though. Can I just think there's that massive engine like the back, I'm guessing personally? Like, it very much probably has something to do with that, I guess. So, I'm not just going crazy or anything. Anything though. Spinning songs are pretty good, quick, yeah, but honestly though, like, I'm not necessarily exactly know per se, like, obviously it's like top tier, anything, like, supercar, like, supercars are pretty quick, basically, basically. I need to get that one next vehicle customized, the cheapest one, basically. That's what I have, that's the tower, and then make sure my total is up to what I'm actually doing, basically. Oh wow, agency is actually 40k, and of course I saw probably that later too. Of course. it looks like. Still up to it looks like. Surprise. And yeah, like whoops, I didn't mean to mark the Alice cart me basically. Basically. I only did that because yeah, the card had us think that of course, but obviously already had done. And I didn't go out the way to call the vehicle there, it was just out there, so I definitely didn't buy the van yet then. Yeah, with delivery on it, it's 667,800 and the new van's only like 600K, which is pretty sick. Again, like I said earlier, I do like to have the pre-made builds kind of from like the dealerships, kind of like what Rockstar does with a lot of them. Especially when this one already has like the taxi one, basically. Because you can apparently use the taxi work from what I hear, which would make sense because like other vehicles outside the taxi deliveries can actually use the taxi work. Should you use in taxi work? Probably not. I think the Hardy Way, is the last update's probably the quickest. Or is it last update? I mean, money burns for that one though. Yeah, Hardy Way from like a couple updates ago is the quickest, I think, for taxi work. So you probably shouldn't use it for taxi work, but you can. You very much can. Clearly, with taxi delivery and other things in the game, you have that. Like having options is definitely very nice for sure. For sure though.
You're through to your garage. You need me to bring you a ride?
You know, oops. If I said oops, like, no, I did not mean to say like loops, like fruit loops or anything.
I'll bring it by.
What was the W? Chorus. Apparently, by the way, that's being a 6 seats from right here, but yeah, it's being speculated to probably be a GT6 via the vehicle, of course, which is realistic, of course, when it's being added to fully in the game for 5 online, of course, or really just online. It's a speculation, pretty much. Like that, I did kind of want to like get the vibes, of course, of the like non-custom performance, but yes. We also get this customized. I think I'll try to finish up what I was doing, talk about like money opportunity stuff pretty much, or whatever I was doing before customizing these couple vehicles. I will be initially like hella idle for like at least an hour, I'm guessing. Could be wrong though. Could be well more than that, but I don't know at this point. Like I'm talking about with the actual idle screen, like text on it, by the way, not like other text, well, I don't know. I still have that like event the smaller like event kind of obviously still to cover, so obviously all kinds of stuff. Again, like I said at the beginning, the stream isn't really me like trying to go out the way to do the heist. It's more going over like the patch notes, like fixes, that kind of stuff. Like mostly was the whole initial plan, like I usually do lately, and then Heist just kind of want to be like a separate stream. But yeah, Coxer has been kind of pissed if I do somehow plenty of time and like start doing Heist. But I'm not necessarily sure I'll have the time for that, unfortunately. I didn't exactly get the greatest day prior in addition to like today. Especially not today, of course, with being hella like busy with the stream. Body for suffering and making it longer and stuff basically, especially at the beginning parts. Or whatever now. Or whatever now. But I think the speculation is still, by the way, that this vehicle will be like the new top of the Vans class from roughly 152, I believe. And he also said it probably should have been destroyed like a long time ago or something for the Vans class or something, like buy another option. Like defroning basically, like Ruffle Custom and I think the Gang Burrito, I think we're said to be like the top ones right now. I didn't look at the spreadsheet for that yet, but I think that was supposed to be the top ones. Basically like some 2015-16 Vans I think are still at the top of the class. Pretty sure. At least until this one came out. And give a couple examples of ones that should have probably done that. Like Vivid Night, for example. What else? I think it was saying actually the Moonbeam, if that was added, might have been the top of the class or something. I forget. I think so. I think so. And then, yeah, the Vivid Night for sure probably would have if it was put in Vans instead of like where it was with like SUVs, of course. But God, it's actually a miracle to actually put something in action at Vans class in 2020, like 6. I think the last edition was actually Money Friends 2 updates ago. The Smoke on the Water van, actually, the one you can actually like customize from the career progression. Just, you know, it's a van. I'm not necessarily expecting the most customization, but I mean, it has 24 options. Maybe it will. So for arch cover, just stock. Classic wheel arch trim. Paint version looks like it'll be off of the primary, maybe. Maybe. Extended. Leather plastic and then painted extended. Obviously, I want that to represent. I obviously, yes, want that to represent basically as much as possible. I'm also going to do the painted extended then. And then I get Sport basically paid for that. I see. So I'll have to go to 100% armor. Brakes. I didn't call them, and that's kind of got the differences between them and all kinds of stuff. Whatever. Bumpers, front bumper, apparently, stock, extended lip. Is that poverty? Spec bumper, what the heck? Poverty. Oh, dude, it gets so dark. Yeah, I kind of figured it would do something like that. It's called poverty. Actually, no. That's a funny name for it, though. Street bumper. Sport bumper. Race bumper, and then race bumper Mark 2. Interesting, like extra bluish like piece you get on the race bumper Mark 2, I suppose. Suppose. And tuner bumper. Interesting. Interesting. So I got a bottom one. The bottom was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Poverty at the bottom. Again, it's kind of like you're carving like poor looking as one. Basically. Basically. Street bumper. Guard bumper. Sport bumper. Tuner bumper. And a race bumper, basically. Basically. You could say it's a poor man's poverty spec bumper too, since it is a little bit carbon, but not quite as much. I'm kidding though. Kidding though. I'll do that bottom one. No, not too much. Of course, like the poverty spec bumper with all that carbon at least. Is the list. I feel like the EMS upgraded in level 4 gives you like basically a whole bar or close to at least of acceleration right in game stats. Interesting. It's like 2 1/4, something like 3 1/4, something I feel though. I feel. But yeah, made the sounds, I know it's good and everything. Stock, chrome, rounded chrome, sauce. Yes, that's a neat fucking fiber stock, right? Fuck yeah. Twin rounded chrome sauce. Yeah, that's quad rounded chrome sauce. See. Basically doubles on each side. That's cool. That's cool. And twin bore exhaust. And twin titanium bore exhaust. Okay. Kind of like the effects of titanium on like the exhaust. Why not? Or when it makes a sound, so I'll know from that. Grill. Stock. Horizontal. Vertical. And all. Yeah, all looks nice. Yes, with that Benefactor, I feel for sure. For sure. I like that. Fox on for sure. For sure though. Hood. Stock. Hood, bruh. Bro. Okay. Okay. The vehicle's a female or something? Okay. Okay. Rigid hood. What the hell? Like texture different? Oh yeah, okay. If I was understanding, like, so different look on top or something. Something. It's like got like a scoop or something on it, kind of, or something. Twin vent. Center vent. That's pretty sweet. Or something. Something. Street hood. Kind of like a double rigid in a sense. Sense. That performance hood. What's that? Sensors are kind of big. Kind of cool, I guess. Kind of cool, I guess. I'll do that though. I'll do that though. It's kind of similar to Street, but like, it doesn't take as much space. Essentially though. I don't know if this would exactly be set trombone status or what else. Could just be funny to truck horn on a van or something. Or also do a random clown horn. Horns for over arena stuff. Might do the record though, why not? I don't know, I don't use that one much. Screw it. Screw it. I'll pick that too much longer. Kortz. Obviously again, I do color lights for Dallas Carmi, of course. Now, and obviously I'll eventually color it. Like last time, that's not last time. Livery. So when it gets to the actual extra like functionalities, probably keeping the livery on here for sure. But no livery, black stripes, basically seems to be black striping for like pretty much the center. It goes like top bottom or something, it seems. Which is basically certainly the same exact thing, but white offset stripes. Basically it is more on like the left side of the vehicle. For that part and like that part, and then there's just on the like right side that kind of goes on, so that one as well. Let's see. Looks like there's a red variant of that as well. That's sick. Downtown Cabco, obviously, is basically like your taxi livery. It basically is, of course. And it even gives you the functionality of using it for taxi work as well, apparently. Not too much more to say on that one, because that one's already very exciting. So Santa Nove, a white version of that kind of usual kind of livery. And that's Santa Nove or whatever. Like literally labeled on the like hood basically. With like diamond like duster like front star, whatever the fuck, all like on each side there, whatever. The sides are like you just get the design like everywhere else, and like the lower part of the vehicle, and then it's way on top. Okay. Santa Nova all is basically going to be the exact same thing, but looks like it's more like a brownish, like tannish kind of like coloring. Basically. Bigness after that. Get huge bigness text in the like bottom center parts of it, which is cool, which is definitely kind of cool. And so that's right, I actually get kind of a Santa Nova like on top, which is interesting. A slightly altered version too, which is to kind of be a bigness as well. That's definitely pretty interesting. And then Bell contour, like Bell, I think it's one like pretty much in the smack dab center, with below stuff of fix up, zero gas, tension, and atomic. Tide rubber products is what I was saying like the whole time, like when it was under prior, right. You have like K-Cabell kind of near like those tail lights apparently as well. And you get like that K-Cabell manufacturing like on the hood. It's basically just like a bunch of black and like patterning on top though, for like the roof bars. See. Some kind of patterning you'll see get on the like bottom part of the car as well. Last but not least, then you have Guffy Racer. With like Guffy, Japanese stuff, turbo. Like, what is that? Enormous twin airbags? I think that might have been something I was kind of trying to identify earlier on there as well, or something for like a previous vehicle, like some livery. And I never said anything about it, I couldn't point it out 100%, but whatever, no. It's also a hyperfunction suspension. The HFS hyperfunction suspension. I mean, hard stands it's on, and backside skateboards beneath all that, with like red patterning kind of stuff, grayish kind of above all that too. I guess. You have K-Cabell about the tail light, so you kind of like some globe with a Japanese kind of like some Guffy like Japanese globe thing compared to tail lights as well. In the bottom right, like the license plate stuff there, you apparently get backside skateboards, like text and like some characters as well. Interesting. Then you have a 07 above like one headlights with like the grill, CSC, that one like kind of that side skateboards kind of character, but like in more of like an animated kind of fashion too. Kind of like one of my like venting things I had to the hood. Yes, that's right. It's just patterning on top. It seems. I usually go bottom option, but like Hawking Bell is such a sick one on the last one, and Downtown Capco actually has functionality, of course, for taxi work. So if I ever want to use it for anything unique, obviously I'm gonna want to have this on it. For sure though. So yeah, I'm also going to keep the livery as is though. So I also want to go over the rest of them basically though. Meters apparently next. Stock. Primary stock. And secondary stock. Okay, so it seems like the other vehicle I bought this secondary is going to be just black. Kind of let me boring if like all the 5 pre-built ones like that are going to be black secondary for some reason. I would think not. I think eventually would be different, right? All mirror seems to be like a black carbon one, or based on second color somehow, or something. So actually not technically, because there's primary mirrors and then yeah, secondary as well. But I'll just do the secondary all mirrors to get more representation on the secondary color. Why not? So I feel it's kind of leaning more towards like a sprunk build with the yellow, blue, green resonates more with those colors, with that color combination in redwood. I feel. I'll start on that more later, of course though. Alright, so you get racing blue at the follow for the build, right? The Simeons. The secondaries look black. But yeah. Wasn't racing yellow or something on the Clock and Bell one? You know, also the racing yellow could go good for a secondary then if the primary is gonna be like a blue apparently. No. Yeah, just make it different, like go some different yellow though. Something like what for yellows it looks like to choose from? Yeah, okay. I'm a big Mountain Dew fan, so I do yellow, I guess. Why not? And then, yeah, I'll do my very much out of place crew emblem, but I mean, hey, it always does yellow to it. Black and yellow is also a good combo. Even if it's like very much out of place for this kind of vehicle. Roof next, apparently are stock. Chrome roof bars. Kind of way makes it work. Kind of yes in a way, if it makes it more SUV style too in a way. A roof rack. It's because up that like huge sunroof, which yeah probably isn't good For like police helicopters, maybe would like shoot you from there or something. The refract could be kind of helpful to alleviate that at least. Sport refract, of course, I should put stuff on there, at least for part of it to cover it, but it's still kind of exposed in the upper half. Wooden surfboard might actually do a better job of like preventing bullets from getting through, at least. Paint surfboard. Kind of gives GTA 6 VI vibes in a way. Okay, I think exact surfboard has been in other vehicles. Not exactly, but oh no, you can think that if you want on a Kortz. That's Kortz. And yeah, the roof box, maybe some nice cover and try to avoid getting shot from sunroof. Sunroof. From like a police helicopter or something. Seems based on the primary color, by the way, for the roof box. Yes, indeed. And skirts after that. Stock. Chrome stuff after that. And then plastic stat. Chrome runner stat. A lot more stuff than chrome stuff for sure. Chrome trim. It's just a little line of chrome basically, but brown on each side, and it's kind of sad. For did you ever ones I feel then. And you also have more traditional skirt options like street skirts, sports skirts, especially adds a good bit of skirting there. Skirting there or something. Executive has like a nice block of chrome, which puts chrome trim to shame for sure. Sure. So if it's the chrome trim to shame, I'll definitely very much choose that one. Why not? Even with the neon having chrome to it. So I guess it sounds fancy though, so not surprising, no, not surprising, no. Yeah, obviously Cypher 9, you got like a small lip spoiler, normal size lip spoiler, and then also a large lip spoiler apparently. Cool. A bridge spoiler. Like a slightly raised up one there on the top, and a tuna spoiler. Kind of goes more downward and all kind of stuff. Raised up even more so even in the bridge one I feel. Cool. Card blacks out, might be like locked to like some carbon like blackish like plastic color or something. Something which might not be might not be the biggest fan of that, but cool. I like it. I like it at least. And suspension. So wait, speaking of suspension, I don't actually feel like the supercar in suspension actually. Which yeah, when I accidentally took off like I kinda accidentally took off that like trunk area or something. I guess I could kinda give the suggestion that yeah, you're not able to lower the suspension on the other one. Basically. I could actually just be misremembering those since I kind of fell asleep or something, or it was hella taking a break or something for a while or something though. But if I remember right, like I swear I do, I'm pretty sure actually there was no suspension option on the supercar. Which again, when I accidentally took off that one part, I was just accidentally rummaging into something. That kind of gives the vibes you couldn't actually, after all. Obviously, I'm going to do the lowest of competition, whatnot, just to change it up, I suppose. Though. albeit. Vans or vehicles you probably would want higher up though for like stock or like a lower suspension if you wanted more so though. Like whatnot. And yeah, I don't really think there's a camber effect on this one. Don't think so. I don't think the wheels are going more like outward or anything really. When I do that, no. It's just a van, so I don't expect that. Still no. Just saying no. I only gives you like another like 3/4 of a bar, like 75% of a bar. I feel for like getting the fourth bar basically. Interesting. Obviously, the turbo will very much be the rest of it. Looks like it will get full assertion by the end, apparently, for the bar that can be seen. This is awesome. Yeah, I had the sounds. I know I did it then. Wheels. It's not really like a van set of wheels. SUV rims would probably work kind of fine on this one. Basically. The SUV would probably be closest to vans, so there's probably SUV, chrome rims, whatnot. Yeah, Benefactor Läufer vans, so BL or V, I guess, is what I'm looking for. I guess I go low speed baller, so I don't have to go like V for your class of vans, so like dash VIP, whatnot. Or my naming scheme, whatnot. Yeah, I'll do low speed baller for sure though. For sure though. I want more men for like actual baller vehicles or something, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think it's an interesting one for this. Not like beefy, bulky, those kind of wheels are, I feel. Chrome wheels, yes, color it. Tires. $25,000 is all noted for bulletproof tires. Yeah, secondary color turned to yellow, so I should definitely make it a yellow tire smoke. I do think. So I do yellow neon underglow and stuff as well, of course. Windows, window, for sure. Why not? And window panels as apparently as well. Interesting. Interesting. Non-plastic. So at least for the like furthest, at least for the furthest back like window panels, it seems primary and secondary. That will also give you a little extra window protection at least. That's cool. Cool. Also want to keep it kind of blend in if you want to like trick people, it seems. In a sense, that's cool. That's cool. I'm definitely got my secondary ones. Why not? Or extra DO representation because it basically just mirrors the view before that, pretty much. Obviously, I want more representation for that then. Just gonna go traditional yellow, obviously, over a golden shower, because I didn't do like pure gold or anything. Also, do the yellow headlights when I get those car meat. Oh yeah, the sparkling I think for sure going to DO definitely fits a lot better now, for sure. Wait, I had a check mark on there? Wait, what? Did I actually do it previously? I don't think I did on this vehicle, but okay. Okay then. Was basically gonna be doing that anyways though. Yeah, that, yes, definitely does it now. Doesn't
Daddy, I love the detail.
Deficit of daddy the detail, hell yes, you do. Come on, man, so it's not messing with me and giving my head it's full. Because I'm involved in any business or anything, so yeah, it's just pointless as day one phone call, basically, of course, though. So I fucking got it, but that's course, though. Actually, you did a good sport here. One on. Alright, $15,215,072. Let's see. $20 euros. She should be dead. Let's do. Yes. Not single and rare yellow like it did for neon, of course though. It's not gonna get gold plated. Like pure gold, of course. Of course. Yes. Go ahead, lights. Go, lights it is. Just yeah. Agency capped out. I should probably get there then. Get there then. Sucked out last time 10K for sure, but like whatever, I guess. Yeah.
Crazy as hell!
All crashed there, but whatever now. Alright, whatever now. I haven't used like rumble customer like Gamerito or something. I know I have at least a rumble customer to see for sure like still on this can I actually really say I don't quite assume to the VROs, but interesting. I just wanted to lock on Jim and it was R2 very much right now, which is interesting. Could very much be one of the only vans of like lock on jammer ever, if not even the only van with lock on jammer. Basically even.
What's up, boss? I'll be here. Stay safe, boss.
$15,414,162. Apparently with the 250,000. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Yes. Fuck. So set customized vehicle title to stream over. I might finally go over other like more important stuff and trying to for sure get through but the stream basically, and then might have to customize vehicles and Heist centric stream too or something. Whatever, no. whatever, no. Might only be worth doing Heist one time anyways, with the fucking goddamn like mechanics with like weekly completion bonus. It kind of just completely neuters the subsequent runs anyways. Anyways, I'm not even this would be as long as I was originally hoping it would be for like a Heist dedicated stream. I don't want to actually released testing for day 1 testing actually. Like 2 minutes ago, literally, not even kidding actually. No, not even kidding actually. If I have time, I'll go over that basically, I guess then. So I decided to just stream on like Wednesday basically instead of Tuesday. Like pretty much like right before 2 in the morning. So the streams basically ran for 8 hours. Yeah, like an hour, a couple hours. Yeah, like 25% of it is not the greatest or something. Could be wrong though. This information just came out a couple minutes ago. It's not already covered the stream, but if I have extra time, I will. Suppose. So yeah, going on GT series videos can be post. Again, event goes until July 22nd. Basically, we'll refresh on the next Thursday. So again, 8 or 9 day event. So it's slightly longer than the usual event, but not like how like 2 weeks. Like the last one of 2,000 Hills was awesome. Apparently, by the way, console players only for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X/S. Apparently, for the newer platforms only, can jump in for free all week long. So you don't need the PlayStation Plus or I believe they call it the Xbox One, Xbox Game Pass Core nowadays or something for like at least a minimum subscription for just basic online like play or something. Something. So you can actually get in for free all week long, even if you don't have like PlayStation Plus or like the Xbox Game Pass Core, or, like whatever minimal like subscription for the Xbox side of things. And yeah, indeed, there is triple payoff for that community series popping up, of course.
Yeah, hello. You know you're right. It's time I told you about it.
There's new features, characters, and props in the Mission Creator, as you'd probably expect, being like the update after Mission Creator's debut, that they would kind of do like a lot of rehashing of stuff there for things they might not thought about, like putting in there before and eventually did or something. Because usually, you know, like the previous update gets looked at, like usually previous update will be looked at much harder, basically. In some aspects that they might not look at for something.
Oh my god.
Alright, so the weekly challenge, by the way, you just, as you would probably expect to be in a new huge content mission, is complete the Kortz Center heist 1 times in plural, ironically.
I hate to say it, but I know gonna cheat on your ass. Okay, you bring this out
My
yourself.
body for some reason, I'm gonna fuck all on, man. But yes, wiki challenge is complete the Kortz Center heist 1 times in plural, ironically though. And all it gets you is $100,000. That does not seem like there's a new clothing item tied to it, unfortunately though. So literally you're just doing it for like basically 100K. Like, a lot of people are probably touching new content anyways, so you also might as well do it for ECX or 100K. So I might as well check on the 3 times money community surveys, see if there's like a new map or not. If there is, I'll probably play it later, if I find time for it, of course. Since this is a new, like, event. Oh, the MLA Mega Random 6, if I recall right. I actually didn't really get to play that one on stream, actually, so I'd kind of want to play it again, actually. Cause yeah, I think my stream like had a disconnection or like something before I got to it or something. But like since I covered everything else in like the stream where it debuted, I actually like didn't get to like really cover that. So it's not new. I just haven't really got to play that one before apparently. I know that down on like my HSW time trial like. Notepad I keep track of stuff for. If there is anything new, it's probably for the defense side of things or something. But I assume they probably didn't do a new map because they want people focusing on like new content for the new DLC. So I assume it's probably just rehash like older ones, basically. Yeah, I didn't get to play this one actually on stream. I tried to, but I think my screens. But yeah, again, I did not get to play this one on stream before. It's not new, but I had a stream disconnect, I think, when it showed up like initially or something. Yeah, this one's locked up 5 laps. Yeah, I only have certain contact actions, right. But yeah, locked up 5 laps. Sunday noon, locked at noon apparently. Force traffic off, HSW mods enabled. Additional options. 1 level's off. Catch up classic. This can by the way be changed. Slipstream on. Split times, road record. Well, actually, I don't really cover that one. Okay, but the other 2 I do care about the bomber, stronger order to follow and boost and go on. That's the map of the race, by the way. It's like a huge, like, straight kind of thing, basically. And I think also I played on April Fool's. I think it was like around that time where it was available initially. And actually, when I did that, I did stream late on like April Fool's or something, like right when it was April Fool's or something. And it turned out there was snow enabled on April Fool's as well, so that also kind of caused some weirdness for me wanting to like cover it or like not cover it or something around that time too. So not only was there stream disconnected when I initially was trying to show it off, So I didn't get to show it off, I think, because of a stream disconnect, but it did basically get to cover everything else to, like, on an event week stream I did back in, like, April, like, beginning April or something, which might have been the last day of that event or something, so it might have been more like a March event or something. So it was a combination of a stream issue, that stream, as well as, yeah, snow being enabled apparently for April Fools or something. That's why I didn't really get to show this one off, by the way, if it was wondering. So again, I completely understand this one's not new, obviously. I just want to show this off because I haven't got to show it off before, apparently, as I did down on it. It's just W top trial, no pad kind of thing. So I know where else I want to put it. I didn't want to put a dedicated, like, notepad for something as little as that. Yeah, this one I find is best to, like, not even move like the controller or the control scheme much, like, once you're kind of getting going. I found, like, an issue when playing it. Yeah. Except maybe I might blow up somehow later, so if something like that happens, I might want to try to slightly adjust or something. Well, I actually went right setup again. I'm surprised at the end. That's awesome. It's basically at all, like, 5 times around, basically, since that's the minimum you can do, unfortunately, not a single one lap. And yeah, F-160 Raiju, I think if I remember right when I put it the first time, I found you only get, like, fighter jets, if I recall right, in the plane section. Whereas I think every single land vehicle, for the planes, I think that's locked to, like, fighter jets, if I recall. I think it's got, like, Hydra, the Raiju, that might have been it. The Sasquatch, Honda's on whatever, click 10, actually own this vehicle, I think. I thought I owned the regular D10, if I remember right. However, I heard in the new DLC they made a change of, like, random races where you can actually, like, stock, like, non-custom options. So, like, apparently the plane field is actually a lot more, like, level now or something for those that don't have, like, a lot of custom vehicles. I don't know if there's, like, a way to turn it off per se, but I hear that people might have to go back to, like, the creators and, like, make something like that happen or something. That one sure went a lot smoother than the other ones. Cool though. So I'm pretty sure I actually own this vehicle, but because it changes literally from the size to DLC, apparently it was like a non-custom version, I believe. Which, yeah, this is like a blue car. I do own a Raiju. I do very much own that 160 Raiju before, like, the price increased it. Indentured feet of black something, basically. So I do own this, but again, if it's stock, it's a change of the latest update. Because I actually have custom ones when I put it for its initial time off stream. Because of, like, stream issues, basically. Club and, like, the board and riding against fueling vehicles, so it's like, just flat. One was for the small repair time, and otherwise, or something. Oh yeah, these icons. That's where studios are coming from. Right. Again, I have this one custom, but yeah, stock, obviously. Like, crew color and everything. If I remember, I actually had the wood Isaacness like before, if I recall right, actually, on this. But again, my custom version. Oh my god, I'm surprised it's not blown up, actually. Oh my god, I was about to change somehow too. I just had a feeling. But apparently not, actually. Bro keeps being like we're set up, but also like, it's so weird, but so weird. I kind of like the level playing field thing, kind of, like if you want like an actual more race, rather than just an elevator window, for sure. By the way, for there to be changes for the latest DLC, if you actually like that, I think probably won't reach it to you, so I'm really gonna like that. I think I've watched all of his randoms and things. Like he would have been stoked about that so long ago, and probably for sure. Everyone was pretty too much and like critique about that, so I listen to the suggestions for this part. But I think that was my teacher to me, it's like a poll or something I want to say. I want to say something. I feel like if someone else had this one as well, and like, I probably wouldn't even remember obviously at this point what I had, especially since it wasn't documented on the stream. It was on the stream, of course, as I mentioned, like I mentioned. Yeah, apparently my free crawler blew up and turned into a determinist. Whatever. Whatever, what the fuck, I'll ever, I guess. Guess. Fuck, that's body for the stomach first, man. That's more, bro. Fuck, man. Real man, the stream, basically. Right. Oh, actually, I did pretty well at the end there, pretty much. Awesome. But I like this one a lot, actually, because it does manage to hit 8 minutes without you necessarily going too much out the way. Especially with the changes of the random race of the Kortz Center Heist. And yeah, here I got a laser. So yeah, like I said, I've been flying fighter jets. Or the planes, basically. Times for 6K. Cool. But yeah. Yes, so. I was able to race one, so I'm confident there's no new race at least. So if there's a new map, it would probably be like some deathmatch map or something. But I kind of even doubt there's like any sort of new map at all, given it's a DLC like initial release, and they probably want people focusing on the heist, obviously though. So it's probably just older featured ones, basically. I'm gonna guess. It's kind of a weak lineup, unfortunately, this time around for like the community series. The community series is definitely like pretty weak lineup this time around. It's pretty much like returning races at least. I mean, I assume all the combat ones are returning as well, basically. Again, I think they really just want people to focus on the... Again, I very much think they just want people focusing on the new heist and stuff. Obviously, so they're not really going to want to like deter people from doing that. Which makes a lot of sense, obviously. So as much as it might suck that there's not any map, presumably at least makes some kind of sense, basically. But yeah, that one map is very fun. I really liked it the first time, and maybe even more so this time since the new changes of Kortz and Heist DLC. Apparently you can actually have all stock vehicles, which makes the playing field a lot more level, and it's not hella pay to win for random races anymore like it used to be, which is nice, which is very much nice. So I hope you have the option to at least have that as an option if you like wanted to actually. Having options, more options, of course, I mean, a good thing after all. Yeah, first true proper... First. Yes, first true proper showcase of on my channel. Got me $50,451,351. Let's see. I see. So again, very much not a new map. I just had to cover it for the first time. Basically, it was basically though. Yes, it was not a new map. I just basically had to cover it for the first time due to a stream disconnect or something. As I know down before, basically. And that was like the left bracket ML8, right bracket hyphen, like mega random 6. By Apache underscore loco underscore 8. So I don't have to cover that again at least. It's annoying I had to even cover it like outside the initial release, but it's kind of just what happens, unfortunately. Stream issue, unfortunately. And also pretty much the main like permanent adversary mode in the game, by the way. Oh, they actually finally took out Overtime Rumble, which lasted quite a couple of weeks, I found. Interesting, but yeah. The only adversary mode in the game right now, Sumo Remix 1-7, is actually on a 3x money RP. So this adversary mode has been in the game for like so many years at this point. I assume they didn't take it out because like probably like the most popular adversary mode. I assume they have not taken it out really in like the longest time, since I think it's literally the most popular adversary mode I'm gonna guess in the game. It's probably the hardcore players in that mode might have a harder time in your adversary mode of like winning or something, even, especially if you don't play it often. But if you do play it as 3 times, apparently. Yeah, payouts are based on like how the game plays out. like amount of time, how the game plays into set amount of time, and then like amount of players can basically determine the money as well, etc., etc., etc. No matter what times and all that kind of stuff, I feel like you make no more than like a couple $100,000 like an hour from an hour stream with like tops. I feel tops. I feel so it's not even going to be that worth your time, especially in an event with a new heist. Of course. And yeah, I spoke earlier, there is 2 times money RP in the HSW time trial, so that's cool. That's cool. And again, HSW time trial has the 2 times for the main event for this one particular week. And it's also a plus benefit for the whole entire month as well, of course. Of course. Yes, fine. Because it is on event, I should maybe go out the way to do it now rather than later also, maybe. So I can move on to other things later, albeit it's probably not priority, so probably shouldn't, but I just might start to do it like now for that reason. And if I don't get anything through, of course, I'll cover anything I don't get to somehow, like, or anything in the next part, basically, of the stream, basically. So I assume I am going to have to do another stream for the heist at this point. Especially with, like, an hour or so of, like, being completely dead on the stream, basically. Being tired and all kinds of shit, of course. I'm not getting ready to sleep the day prior or something. So yes. So I don't know if I, by the way, mentioned in this stream, but I actually already chose the vehicle from like pretty much at the end of the last DLC, since it was during the last DLC, and I actually got on at a time where I would do like both the HSW time trials for like the first time ever, because I actually did like the Thursday streams, and kind of figured if Cockstar pissed me off with GT6, yeah, stuff. If there was a time I could do Thursday stream, it was like during the long 2-week event, basically last time, basically. So yeah, because the first of those time trials technically like took place during the last DLC, I have the vehicle technically chosen. So I won't be on the new one when it comes out, unfortunately. Plus the fact they also drip fed it an extra week or something for like non-plus members. That would have caused an issue there anyways, even if they like actually did that. Like even if I had to choose a vehicle like today, I can obviously choose a new one without having plus in the first place. Unless I like bought it from somebody else. Which I didn't mention, by the way, you can actually buy it from another person, I believe.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
At least before I heard you can actually buy like a vehicle or something. Not agency, not agency. For sure. The garment factory, I mean. Yeah, that's where my powerful SP is, yes.
I'll get there as soon as I can. Alright, I'll get back to work.
Anyways, sorry I'm all over the place, but this body first and crying out fucking we're not do up anymore, so it's like, I try to speak fluently and stuff, but it always fucks it up, so it's like them. But yes. Yes. What was I kind of going at anymore? It's fucking 5 around. It's fucking something up for us. Fucking swear, man. Oh yeah, I was talking about like I forgot to mention. Yeah. I believe something you can do is if you don't want to pay for plus, but you also want the vehicle like early, you can actually buy it from somebody from the LSA car club or something. At least you usually can. I heard they made a change though where you can't like buy the HSW upgrade ahead of time, so you might just get the stock vehicle though with the new one that came out though with the Belmano GT. Because usually when you buy like non-released vehicle like that, that's like plus early access. You can also even buy the HSW upgrade, but apparently also, from what I hear, this new one gives you only the stock version. So it seems they're cracking down on getting HSW version early for some reason. According to Bruffy 152, it's like according to Bruffy 152 in his like drip beat video he did basically. But yes, so I am trying to say, body parts I'm trying to know. But according to Bruffy 152 and his like trip feed video, I'm pretty sure covering the like trip feed vehicles or whatever for the new Kortz and Heist DLC. He mentioned that I'm pretty sure that you don't get the HSW upgrade when you do it that way for the Bono GT for some reason. Because presumably Cockstar is cracking down and don't want people getting HSW upgrade early in particular, but they'll still let people, I guess, get the basic supercar without the HSW early if you, obviously on newer platforms, decide to buy from somebody else ahead of time. Which I don't advise doing, which I do not advise doing. I suggest just waiting like the week. Like, if you're not going to get plus, you might as well just wait the week anyways, I feel. Like, I really don't think it's going to be that worth it. Unless it turns out it's like the #1 lap on top speed HSW, and it's like kind of essential or something. But Supercar's not even a class for like premium racing right now, which is like the most important place where you would actually like need like the #1. Unless you like absolutely have to do a race or something in like the initial DLC release like event, which I don't even think is like that worth it. Like, might as well just wait for the official public release of the vehicle, honestly. Just honestly though. So I spoke advice on this, by the way, earlier. For, pretty much you just want to go GPS route, so I just one corner in the beginning, like I said, basically, like, before you can like shortcut up a diagonal or whatever. That was my experience. And yeah, for those wondering, by the way, why I used the Fireball ESP, it's actually really the only vehicle option I had left to do. And the thing is, I already technically even did the Fireball ESP, but the Fireball ESP actually had a bugged out like part-time when it initially released in Agent Sabotage DLC. I think precisely because I think precisely because like the career progressions, I assume for that reason like the part-time didn't like work properly. So for that reason I still have to technically use it with like the proper part-time, like actually like working with time trial. But yeah, like all the other like 29 or no, like 28 I guess, because technically I wouldn't have access to one. Like I've already like done basically, and I'm probably gonna have to do this again. It's crashed out hard. It's fucking his body for some right now, like how to say things, explain things, because I forgot to explain them before. See, I guess take fucking 2 it will be. Like the publisher, or like whatever the fuck. Or like Rockstar might develop, publish their own stuff, but it might just be under Take-Two umbrella. I fucking forget how that all works, honestly. Whatever. Either way, I know they're both toxic as fuck companies now, that's for sure. That's fucking ass for sure. The Hannah Initiative picked the IBI. Really? I guess take free now. Make it take free, I guess now. Got a weak fucking stomach, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. So yeah, like I was saying, when this HSW vehicle released, it was actually bugged at the part-time where it would always 0 out. I would actually beat the HSW time trials, the Fireball ESP. That's why I technically still have this vehicle to use, even though I technically used it before with broken part-times. But even then again, you have like no other new HSW option for the current DLC technically used unless you pay $8 a month up the ass for the subscription, which I'm not gonna do. I refuse to do that shit on principle. Yeah, I might have to do this again. Yeah, what the fuck? How'd I even run into that, really? Even without that being the case, I probably would have happened that way anyways. Yeah, I guess to make it take fucking 4 somehow, probably because it's nighttime in the game and shit, too. That definitely does not help. Especially you, fucking spotty for something. I'm sure you're a fucking ball for this shit. You've been going at me like all fucking stream inside. Yes, I was hoping for the last podcast time explaining because I keep goofing up the damn HSW time trial. God. I fucking swear I'm about to punch this fucking goddamn throat. Fucking what the hell, man? God, man. Oh, honestly. The hell? I have to itch too. Come on. God, Jesus fucking Christ, can you not try to fuck me up every second anymore, you stupid shit, weak ass stomach all the time. Fucking Christ. Should not. Why is there a parked vehicle now? I was telling you, I don't remember that many cases recently. Fuck. God, I can actually go over the story competently. Fucking. And it's not a story, it's actually like the truth, of course. It's a vehicle situation and shit. Of course, so. Of course, so. But yes. So yeah, one more fuck ass time if my fucking body for some reason I cannot fuck something up for once. We're just running up the HSW time trial. Fireball ESP HSW when it first released. It was early access for the tier 4 and it is still available for tier 4. It's not early access anymore. Out seasons of vehicle that actually officially released. I'm pretty sure it's something to do with that. Made it where the hard time got like bugged out basically. Like each time we do it in the initial DLC release. And it got fixed the update after, of course, of the Money Runs DLC. Because it was like summer 20. No, it was winter 2024's DLC. Excuse me, I mean for the Hidden Sabotage DLC. Alright, good. Finally got it. Finally 2000. But yes, no. So. The Agent Sabotage DLC was winter 2024's DLC. So because it was early access of the vehicle, I presume it got bugged out for the part-time for that reason where it always 0 out and there was like no ever possible way to complete it. With the Fireball ESP, it would just fail it no matter what. But then you could technically like do a run with Fireball ESP and another vehicle, so I kinda did do that. But I never used it since they fixed that bug, like glitch with the part-time with the Fireball ESP, like afterwards when from DLC onwards, since I'm using this particular vehicle for it, just so we don't troubles right now. I will be doing it until, of course, the hardest one repeats again, and then it goes to the first one again.
What in the world?
So it'll be almost 2 months since I do get to end up using like a new one with the latest DLC here, basically. Which by that point I'm thinking both will probably be out for the HSW vehicles. I'm guessing. I'd very much assume yes though. That both HSW vehicles, for the current DLC would hopefully maybe be out by the time I'm done with the FRSP though, with proper runs finally though. Proper runs finally though.
Holy shit!
So that I can choose, so that I can choose one of either of the two new supercars, of course, either of them, and not be locked to a specific one, of course. To use, basically. Basically.
What in the world?
Like, even if I'm locked to, like, one specific supercar, it's not a big deal, obviously. Because, like, then I have a very specific one I'll know I'll be using. That won't be a big deal, especially since apparently both HSWs for the DLC are supercars. Including the drifted one that's coming out later. Whatever though. Whatever though. Sorry it took so long and so many times to explain that shit. Fuck ass body for some reason. It's clearly not combined well in this stream though. Stream though. But yeah, FIB party file, by the way, for the week here is the black box file. Now, it seems since it's only slightly longer than the usual event at like 8-9 days instead of like 7 days, it won't probably change it for like the last day or two. So you probably get like 9 days to do this one. Like 8-9 days to do this one. But yeah. Black Box is one of the worst couple ones, arguably. Fine Art and Project Breakaway are arguably the better ones. If say it is your main grind to do the FIB party files, if it's like your main like non-event grind to do, it's kind of good that you have them both open up in this case. But if you only ever play the party file and you can only do the one time a week, then it's not exactly a good option. It depends on like how you go out the FIB files, if it's good or not. For this particular one being party file, I think most people don't grind these like consistently though, so for most people probably won't be that good, and it's black box for Friday though, or Friday though. And yeah, going to the salvage yard next though. But definitely interesting that you have to register manually for that. Cannot just do for the periodic other things, but whatever, no. Whatever, no. kind of exists across the board if I know. There are different contents in the game. Alright, so standard range is Dinka Ballistic Angel. Apparently from Dynasty, like Heist or something. Mid-range looks to be Bravado Gauntlet Hellfire. From what, like Dynasty, like Resort or Heist or something. I'm not 100% for the update, but I think so. One of those two, I think though. And then top range vehicle this time around is for the P-Fister Neon. Back from like the Doomsday Heist DLC. There's standard range one here for ballistic angels for the cargo ship robbery, apparently. With max sell value $249,000 and installed value $199,200. Yeah, Bravado Gauntlet Hellfire again is a mid-range one. Apparently it's for Duggan robbery, not to be confused with Podium robbery. That's the casino one. Duggan robbery instead is that one that takes place at the arena. So that one is the so that one of the arena obviously is the Duggan robbery. The Podium one that also I think features Duggan's is like obviously the Podium one's the casino one though. But Duggan's the arena one with the Duggans basically. Yeah, this one is max sell value for $146,000 and then solid value $276,800. And by the way, I don't know what the vanity plates for these would be. Doesn't really matter anyway since they're not claimable. But yeah, so. Finally, last but not least, you have P-Fister Neon top range vehicle here. Doomsday DLC it was from. Apparently, this is for the McTony robbery. Yes, this one's McTony robbery, the one all the way in Bumfuck Pluto Bay. It's also electric too, so don't be excited to get the greatest top speed, not necessarily the greatest one for that. Arguably done. Has a max sell value of $388,000 exactly. And salvage value of $310,400. I see. That is basically the lineup.
You all good?
Laters.
That's the weekly salvage yard lineup, basically. Which I think that does everything, by the way, for any sort of money stuff. I think it's going to be more discounts to basic cover, and I think I can go on with like passionate stuff or stuff relating to the DLC basically itself, basically. So at least free discounts are went over for now. This cart meet as a reminder, basically. For vehicle discounts. Oh, and right, I never exactly purchased for 2,000, I think. I forgot. So this podcast probably was Ernie, of course, or something. Okay, something though. But that got me to $15,953,351. It looks like KK then. And by the way, it looks like there's 0 property discounts going on, which makes sense, obviously, because the new DLC is out. But yes. As I was basically saying, by the way, there's no property discounts, which basically makes sense with the new DLC out. And I'm talking property discounts that aren't like the art studio upgrade or the mansion, obviously. Which the mansion ones require plus subscription, but the art studio is like that easy to obtain 1 million. Basically, that was tied to like the elitist tier. Going from like 4.7 million to like 3.7 million or something. And getting the plus discount, an extra million gets to like 2.7 million or something, I believe. And at the rate the stream's going, I'm probably not going to get to the Heist, unfortunately, in this stream. Pretty much because of his fuck-ass body for some reason, I'm not going to get to the Heist this stream, so you could I'm tired, all kinds of bullshit, so I just looked the day prior. Probably kind of because of the DLC and stuff though. Just stuff though. So I think it's purely vehicle discounts, so I'll be going over basically, aside for gunman stuff, Which I only mind like trying to save the gunman discounts to try to fight a gunman like later, since it's kind of low priority for me to go over those. Honestly, I don't really care to as much for the vehicle stuff, of course, because Kortz though. So I don't think any vehicle discounts actually on the Arena War website here. I don't believe any are on Benny's either, it looks like. Nor Elitis. Looks like pretty much watching Motorsport. It's probably gonna be the first huge discount website this time around. It's like they kind of update popular vehicles thing. It looks like they update popular vehicle things here, because like Safe House and Hills obviously is passed, so you don't have every vehicle for an update like you do here. Popular for like the new releases, of course. Like the FFJ Mark V made it to like a popular vehicle. Makes sense given it's very good for HSW and non-HSW basically. But they still didn't add like a discount feature. Like, bro, they still didn't add like a discount feature. It's kind of sad, actually. Kind of sad, actually. But it would be nice if they'd add like a discount feature on this site. See like all the discounts easily without like, skim through knowing where everything is. I'd save like a lot of time for sure though. The Vicer Neo was at the car meets actually. We spoke on that one. We had a Vapid FNJ, the regular Vapid FNJ, if not spoken, pretty sure. We had 1,750,000, 1,225,000 for 30% off. We just in finance bounty DLC, which is before trade prices were a thing. Trade price pretty much introduced with the import-export DLC, basically for traditional trade prices, by the way. Mr. Lock-on Jammer apparently is available for this vehicle. And yeah, it's $525,000 off brand for CSC. But yeah, going off of every 132G's vehicle spreadsheet, basically racing YouTubers online. This is a supercar apparently. As you'd expect, obviously with the FFJ Mark 5 and supercar and being based kind of on the regular FMJ here. But yeah, the regular FMJ here is F tier, apparently for supercar class. At a 45th place for lap time, as well as 31st place top speed for the Safe House and Hills DLC and before. And at that time, there's 68 supercars. There's probably like 70 plus supercars at this point, like 71 supercars at this point. Once the drift feed is all said and done with, basically. I think technically right now it would be 70, and I think for drift feed it turns to 71. For supercars, or actually, there's HSW, non-HSW, on like a couple of supercars, so when it literally goes out, it's like 72 even. Or what if only one HSW? If if only one new supercar is not HSW, that means 5, I believe, in addition. So what, like 73 supercars at this point? Insane. But anyways, that's the previous updates about some Hills DLC. The FMJ is F tier with 45th place on time, 31st place top speed. At the time, 5 HSW vehicles. Yes, at the time, 5 HSW vehicles, so like 40th at best for a lap time. Like 26 at best, basically, for top speed. Well, it's not even that good for top speed, which it's not even that good for top speed, which is its best metric, so it's not even that good of a vehicle, I would say, for 2026. Just no. Rapid FNJ Mark 5 is clearly basically the successor to this vehicle, basically, and you're basically much better off just getting the one from like the last DLC that has FNJ in the name. Clearly. In 2026, of course. And even at tail end 2025, basically, as well. So, next vehicle discount apparently is in Pate Night. Next vehicle discount is just in Pate Nightshade. This one does not have a lock-on jammer like the previous one, apparently. Which, yeah, supercars can always be speedy enough without lock-on jammer. Don't know if it helps FMJ, regular FMJ in particular, as much. For that one, for lock-on jammer across some other vehicles, like the bunch I was mentioning, of course, earlier with the new DLC that got new access to it. We have 30% off for Nightshade, going to buy $85,000 for $9,500. The 80, 180, like 175, like 6-ish K or so, I think. So, I believe, like, discount or something, whatever. But again, such an old vehicle, it's like 2015 or like early 2016, it was before the trade price system, so there's definitely no trade price for this one. According to the spreadsheet, apparently it's H tier for muscle car class, 56 plays for lap time, as well as 68 plays top speed. So it would be without HSW into account, even be as bad as 51st place still for lap time, and like 61st place top speed. And there's only like 88 muscle cars in the game. There's not being a new muscle car in this DLC, so I think it's still like 88 muscle cars in the game. So like pretty much, it does not perform good at all. Basically, you only want it for customization for preference reasons. Basically, for the most part, just like the regular FMJ at this point. And then Ill-Gotten Gains Update Part 2 actually has the Coil Brawler. Now, fun fact, this vehicle is so old you can actually get it in story mode of the game as well. Back when they were actually adding vehicles to story mode and online. So you can actually test it out there entirely if you wanted to. Basically, aside for the lock-on jammer, the lock-on jammer in particular will be online exclusive. Even if there was a lock-on jammer story mode, I don't really think there's use for it there, like, anyways. Pretty much. Yeah, I just don't really have like missiles going against you there, honestly. Yeah, 715,000 to 5,500. This again would have been well before trade prices were a thing. Like $214,500 discount looks like for 30%. Let's see. Yeah, this off-road vehicle, by the way, is a little bit unique, by the way. Apparently, if you go into water, the vehicle will raise up for a set amount of time until it like submerges. So it has some like safety features, basically, or something that prevent it from like. It has some like safety feature that kind of prevents it from going into like the water, basically like right away, which could actually be an interesting use for the lock-on chamber. You could go into like shallow water for a small period of time, like Lagos and Kudo, for example. You can kind of go through there, for like small periods of time in the water. That can make it a little interesting for the lock-on jammer. But yes, though. It's off-road, and I swear it still performs pretty good, actually, for top speed in particular, if I remember right, which is interesting, despite how, like, old the vehicle is. Basically, though. Yeah, according to the spreadsheet from the YouTuber I mentioned earlier, of course, Brawler is 18th place, or the Brawler is F tier for off-road, apparently, F tier off-road vehicle, apparently, which gets an 18th place for lap time. And yeah, it's like 4th place for top speed even, which is actually kind of insane still in 2026, actually though. And yeah, without HSW, it would actually be 16th place. Without the 2 HSW off-road vehicles, it'd actually be 16th place, actually, for lap time. Which at least makes it more like a few placements below top 10, so like several placements, like, below top 10 or something. And literally, you'd be like 2nd place, actually, for top speed. And literally with HSW, it's 4th place for top speed, which means it's already only behind like one vehicle. It's not HSW. And that is the Vagrant, apparently, for the one that's better for top speed. That's not an HSW option. However, for the last time, because my body worked some crazy being a prick, of course, so. Yes, Brawler is a F tier off-road vehicle. 18th place lap time, 16th place -2 HSW vehicles. And in 4th place top speed, or 2nd place top speed, even -2 HSW vehicles, only behind Maxwell Vagrant, whatever, for a top speed. So this thing is so damn good for top speed, apparently, for off-road class. Like, yeah, that's a pretty niche use, but it is something that could actually make it kind of worth purchasing, actually, low-key. So it is technically a pretty good vehicle, despite it being a vehicle also in story mode. So it's pretty much, so it's pretty much up to you if you think that's even worth getting a vehicle that's also in store mode for like an online store. So I'd probably still not get it just because of that. If you want top speed so bad, just get the Vagrant for off-road instead. For an online exclusive vehicle, I find. Turns out the Narsaki Strider is also on a discount from Downton Heist, and actually don't even have the trade price for this one yet. It turns out. Which means I can easily show like what the trade price is, like basically for a vehicle, like how to obtain it. As it says, you have to complete Downton Heist finale as a leader of vehicle selected, unlock trade price. What that means is what that means is you have to host it, obviously, which I was making pretty clear what hosting means, kind of in a sense, basically with like all the talk of like the weekly bonus, like one-time weekly bonus things, whatever that they introduced with this DLC, like I was talking about. I think I made it kind of clear enough what I was referring to about basically then there in this particular stream. And yeah, SOCTA means you have to have it chosen as your getaway vehicle, but you do not have to enter it as a getaway vehicle in the actual heist finale. Which I don't advise doing, since obviously it's better. I find it better, I find it's literally just better to steal like a police car or something in the actual heist, or like a civilian vehicle instead of like a getaway vehicle. I feel it's like quicker than actually going out the way to enter a getaway vehicle. And especially in the case of a Strider being a motorcycle, you can easily fall off of it if like a popo runs into you or something. So yeah, that's how you get the trade price for pretty much any Downton Heist DLC vehicle, basically, by the way. And plus some older vehicles they featured in the like Downton Heist as well, basically. It's basically. So buy it now, 600,000, 469,000 instead at 50% off, which is literally 201,000. And 502,500 for 1,750. 150. 150,000, like 750 or something. I want to say for trade price difference, I believe 50% off. So I'm pretty sure it consists motorcycles class, which actually does not have a letter tier in Broker 152's vehicle spreadsheet versus each spreadsheet line. So yeah, no letter tier, but it's 30th place over lap time as well as 47th place top speed. And without HSW, it would only be like 29 if I was seeing like 46. And there's only 56 motorcycles in the game, so it actually means it has below average performance both. So really the strategy you only want for like customization, personal preference kind of reasons. Like if you're a big fan of like tricycle like vehicles, I guess being a three-wheeler like kind of ATV like motorcycle class vehicle or something. Unless you're like a big fan of that or like some other like customization preference or yeah, some other customization preference kind of like reason. There's not too much reason to really buy the vehicle, admittedly. Alright, there's a couple vehicles for war stock discounts, apparently, it turns out. So apparently the taxi is on discount. I assume this probably has something to do with the fact there's a new taxi vehicle here, of course, with the... What's the one? Literally the latest vehicle customized, basically. The new Benefactor van, basically, that has taxi work. I assume they themed it around that, of course, for what I put this one on sale here. 30% off is, I think, has a trade price tied to something like taxi work, I believe. So I want to say it's a trade price, it might be more expensive depending on if you haven't got the trade price or not. But either way, it's like a really cheap vehicle. On a presumed trade price, 47,500 and 341,250, 146,250 of it off or 30% off on a presumed trade price. And yes, so taxi work capability. Yeah, taxis, obviously your basic class your taxis will taxi work. But yeah, taxi custom and the Hardy, like, way are for sure like better options. I'm not sure if this new van, if that will end up being a better option for taxi work. Obviously, performance, like I said, just came out not long ago. As of when I am actually like streaming this. So it's kind of difficult to say, honestly. Because you haven't watched it, obviously, yet, clearly for performance for the new vehicles. It's probably one of the top couple, like, few, like, taxi work vehicles, so you could use it effectively enough. But the taxi custom you can get pretty arena and also Hardy way. I know for sure those two are better options at least. And if this new van is better, then yeah, it's more of like a top 5 taxi at this point rather than like a top 3 taxi. But that's kind of remained to be seen by me at least because I haven't watched that yet. I'm obviously streaming right now for the new vehicle performances. For the day 1 releases. Which are not on the spreadsheet for sure, just in video formats. I don't really want to do that just yet, at least. But going on for 152's vehicle spreadsheet, we're seeing super detail on finally again. For the service class, no new service class vehicles since the previous DLC, so it will be up to date basically. The regular taxi is considered 4th place for lap time and 2nd place for top speed. So it's top 5 and like top 3 basically. For lap time and top speed respectively. And top speed is only beat by its own custom version of taxi custom, interestingly. So you want it more for the utility of the taxi work capability for sure, but the service class is a small enough class where you can actually perform pretty well, of course. And that class has no letter tier because I don't think it's actually raceable in races, basically. Basically, by the way. But yeah, there's the free $1 stealth. This might not have been active until the DLC went live, but yeah. Like, you know, there's stealth, I probably talked about it already, of course, of like the lead up to the Kortz and Heist DLC, so. But yes, so fun. With the lead up to Kortz and Heist DLC, I probably already spoke about TNR stalls, so I'm not going to even really acknowledge that one, so that's for that, no. But I think the only ever 1 or 2 discounts here for like the proper 50% off discounts for the event is the Blazer Aqua. On trade price, it looks like it's going from like 715-ish thousand or something to 500,000. So it's like around like 200 to like 15,000-ish off. It looks like something like. And yes, amphibious and it's weaponized. So yes, this can go on land and sea. This can be seen as go on land and sea. This can be seen on the second image here, basically. And yes, weaponized as well from anti-machine guns on it, basically. Yeah, the front mounted machine guns at best are probably useful enough for like a headhunter VIP work, basically, or something. Or using it in its own special vehicle work or whatever. That came out that came out with the import and export DLC, and it's basically would probably be some of the best couple things you can basically do with it. But there's also Blazer Aqua races account for like special vehicle races. That's also kind of pretty able to be fine as well, basically. So there's some interesting options to grind with this vehicle for sure though. You know, pretty much every other ATV it is like an off-road vehicle. However, it's a non-raceable option with like 17 options now with the Cara Armored. I think in this DLC is probably non-raceable as well for off-road. And And I'm sure it probably performs the greatest even still with the character armored. Even with the character armored, probably will still be the best performing non-raceable off-road option. Whereas first place for lap time and ninth place for top speed, basically. Yeah, I meant in a lap time, basically, for like situation, basically. Which, by the way, if you were to actually put that into raceable, it'd actually be kind of pretty insane, actually. It looks like it would actually become number 8. It looks like it would actually be number 8 for lap time. So it would literally be like a top 10 off-road like lap time if it were like a raceable option. So this is actually pretty good around the lap for off-road, which is pretty cool. And yeah, not only can it go off-road, it can actually go on like water as well, which is sick. Like performance-wise, it's absolutely nice, basically, for a lap time. Yeah, buses on discount just glitched up at the moment, and yeah, it's a discount from like Fest Prize like 2018, but I already like own the buzzer, so I can never really claim that discount. Basically, since I already owned it before, like the free buzzard from Fest Prize 2018, essentially done. And yeah, worth noting, Voice Aqua does actually have access to like CO, like work or whatever. Or excuse me, I mean the VIP work. Oh, it's only really stuff with 16 players. Okay, so player count's actually kind of decent on that one, by the way, but by the way. But yeah, stockpiling you get access to by purchasing the Blazer Aqua, where you collect cargo crates on land. And at seas in Blazer Aqua. Which, by the way, I don't really, like, know, like... By the way, I do not really know, like, much about stockpiling. I haven't played it, like, much. Really, like, at all. It's not that great in my opinion. I find Cloud's better for sure for like a Phantom Wedge. It might beat fully loaded like money wise, but yeah, fully loaded is like a anti-group tool, like a group tool. Well, fully loaded it's basically anti-group slash group tool, if anything even. I would say it's at least better in amphibious stalls since you need multiple players for that one. Like Tackle Aqua is like a slower like amphibious vehicle even. Transporter I find would be better to play it in like stockpiling probably. Some goes to fortified and velocity, those are just better options to play, I would assume in stockpiling for sure. And if you have the conditions to play ramped up is even better as well to play than stockpiling. So between all vehicular VIP works, the field is only like 1 or 2 would be better than. So like below average when it comes to like the vehicle, like VIP works from import export DLC. Which is not that good, unfortunately though. regardless, it is a dedicated VIP work you get access to when it comes to the boys are awkward, no doubt though. Which you'll probably want to use, which yes, you'll probably want to do the dedicated VIP work if you don't want to put like a headhunter VIP work, of course, no. Okay, I actually believe there's only one discount on Southern, I believe, after that, and that basically will be it, I believe. Because there's something no boat discount, basically. Also, there's not going to be any bicycle discounts. I already talked about the Greenwood because that was Carmi, Quad Brawler I talked about recently, something Nightshade. Vito GTX I talked about with the, it's Carmi, just like the Greenwood. And I would have just talked about the Boys Are Aqua, the Strider I talked about recently, Taxi I recently talked about. Taxi I recently talked about, yeah, right before the Boys Are Aqua. FMJ I talked about, and then the Neo I talked about already because that was Carmi. So I think it's only one single vehicle for Sovereign at this point. I think essentially. Grow house, weed, okay, then, whatever then. I think it's probably offer a class battle with it, so probably next section, and then. Oh yeah, wait. There's one Saxon Resort. I was thinking like an after hours TLC vehicle, I think. Yeah. But either way, it's the only Southern Sanders discount if you have to talk about. That wasn't like at the Alice Carmi or something already, basically. Yeah. Already, basically. So this one probably is missing lock-on chamber available. But I think it's like a slower off-road vehicle. Not necessarily the greatest option for lock-on jammer. We have like the Brawler also for a lock-on jammer that can actually kind of go in water for small periods of time, even though it would just be a better option basically. But it's also in single player, not just online. For the case of Brawler, of course, including Kortz. So the actual raceable off-road vehicle this time, unlike the Voice Rocket, basically. It's basically that. And apparently, Hellion is a G tier off-road vehicle. Very much. Yes, it is a G tier off-road vehicle. And again, there's like 48 raceable off-road vehicles. I don't think this DLC had any off-road vehicles. Well, it's size for Caracara Armored, which again, I think is non-raceable anyways. It doesn't really count for the 48. Then in that case, so just barely cleans on, I think, above average, basically 4 off-road class, it seems, even with some latest DLC, no matter what, basically. Basically. So yeah, it's literally going to be like 22nd place at best, basically with 2 HSW by the way into account. Out of like 46, which isn't that good. It's not that good. Search is better off other vehicle discounts or off-road or anything really. Anything really. That was basically pretty much it though. Pretty much it though for discount stuff. Discounted stuff. It's pretty much patch notes stuff, if anything, basically. But like I might be getting kinda tired again. So might need to take a little break. But not this time, actually kinda falling asleep or something. Something even. So maybe I'll give myself again like 15 minutes or something before auto kick. At most if I feel like I need all the time even. It might be pretty much patching and talking at this point, and that might be kind of it. Again, I don't necessarily think I'll have time for like the heist, unfortunately. Sorry, almost like a 10-hour stream basically. I don't know if I'll risk doing that, basically at this point. Okay, I'll admit, man, I probably moved the character a couple times, like, when it felt like 15 minutes or something, because, like, obviously I've been trying to, like, just make sure I don't get, like, auto-kicked or something every once in a blue moon. You need, like, a long break again, basically. Basically. I think I have like an hour-ish, like 10-20-ish minutes left to cover anything I might want to cover still. Before anything becomes like lost media, because I think the longest I've been able to do anything on the channel has been like 11 hours, like 50, like 1-ish or so, like some like amount close to 12 hours, but not quite, and anything after that's like lost media, I think. Ideally, I should want to get that done even before. So maybe like, hopefully the next 40 minutes or something I can get done or something, maybe. Maybe. Essentially. Would be probably best, of course. Of course, though. Maybe I should check the performance, of course, on this stuff, basically. It's basically from Roughly 152's like video thing. Probably would be good. Would guess probably be pretty good. Alright, so yeah, apparently that new van I customized is in fact the new #1 for lifetime top speed, actually, as the S tier. Vans doesn't have HSW, obviously, by the way, obviously. E-Stride apparently is an A tier SUV with 13th place on time and 26th place top speed. Which is interesting, so it might not be as heavy on the acceleration for E-Stride as like the I-Wagon, the I-Wagon, or whatever. You know, the I-Wagon, I think, is the only other electric SUV, and I was in contract DLC, and I was like literally the worst top speed, I believe, for SUVs. So it's like really heavy on the electric acceleration, all that kind of stuff. Whereas E-Stride seems to be more of a balanced like electric SUV in the game, or something. The new sedan, actually, the Marula, actually is S tier, being first place. Yeah, the new Marula, apparently, according to 152's video, is S tier first place for sedan lap time, and also 4th place top speed, actually. New sports car apparently is actually 12th place for. The new sports car is apparently B tier, first of all, and then it's 12th place apparently for lap time, 7th place top speed, apparently. Interesting. The regular Baleno GT apparently is a B tier supercar, being a 15th place for lap time is 7th place top speed, apparently. Keep in mind the regular Baleno GT is. Yes, keep in mind the regular Baleno GT is the supercar that's not available for everybody right now, just for Plus. So again, B tier, 15th place lap time supercar, and then 7th place top speed supercar, apparently. The LRC GT supercar, by the way, apparently is 11th place. Apparently. That LRC GT supercar, the one I customized in the stream, is A tier. 11th place the last time, as well as 15th place top speed. Interestingly, just how top 10 for last time, especially not pretty metric apparently. Anyway. Apparently, the Valino GT is a 4th place supercar lifetime. Yes, apparently. The Valino GT. Valino GT. Yes, lifetime. Apparently it's S tier, by the way. For a supercar class, it very much looks like. Or something. But it has like 4th place of lifetime for the supercar class, and also it's the new number 1, it looks like, for top speed, actually. For supercar class. Interesting. And you have Valino GT HSW, obviously it's the HSW version of the Plus exclusive one, of course. That's got the HSW basically. Right now. So the first of 2 HSW supercars is apparently not good on the lap time, but it's like really good on the top speed. Interestingly. Doesn't seem anywhere near as close to bad on a lap, at least compared to TMT HSW, so that would be interesting. That's a run through the vehicle performances, apparently. Alright, so on the main Rockstar news wire, I guess I'll go through and then patch notes. Alright, so the Kortz Center Heist now available in GTA Online. I already think the first 2 paragraphs are just flavor text. There's an Albert Crisp collection, apparently for Bell Buildings at Kortz Center. Routine selection, that might have been stuff they mentioned in like the pre-release material. I'm not 100% actually. Security teams, CCTV cameras, laser strip wires. Most of that they might have very much mentioned is flavor text stuff and like pre-release material. Rough De Angelis, yes. Primary target, main attraction, following display, and Bell Building also contain secondary targets. Infiltrate security even further. Additional hands, simple backspace. Stuff they probably mentioned all in pre-release material, I'm sure. Yeah, you can keep. Yes, you can sell the primary target or keep it for yourself to display in the mansion. Yes, indeed. Apparently. But yeah, very much I'm sure they shipped out already. Let's do that character kind of stuff. It was earlier in the stream, basically. Yeah, if it wasn't like already went through or something. fully upgrading grounds for the mansion. Okay, I think there is some new stuff here. I don't think they went full in detail with the pre-release material, but yeah. The mansion armory, it looks like, I assume the mansion armory, which might also in turn require like the agency armory or whatever. We'll add a powerful Mark II weapon to each of your heist loadouts. Auto vehicle workshop, which I presume is one for, of course, the mansion. Will improve performance for certain getaway vehicles. Your personal security staff will aid in distracting police during your escape, reducing wanted level. If you have the security upgrade for the mansion, it looks like cool. I like the detailing of like having all those like mansion upgrades. Gives you some like buffs to your heist for sure. That's cool. Not only that, many existing properties and resources can provide hopeful benefits while you're in the heat of the finale. So apparently owning a bunker adds special ammo and upgrades to the Mark II weapon, included with the mansion armory. So that will further upgrade the Mark II weapons, I guess, from the mansion armory if you own the bunker, of course, which was the original property that had Mark II. That's a very nice detail for sure. Owning an agency, Darnell Bros, Garden Factory, or Terabyte also apparently grants consequence additional time to steal the primary target. Painting in the vault, apparently. And if you also have the arcade drone station, that'll let you make the nano drones available to assist during the finale. So you can use the nano drone apparently on the arcade drone station. Okay, interesting. There's an extra secondary target room apparently, and it can only be done with 4 players. A lot of Benefactor text and stuff from like previous material, very much there. And then you can have more duffels as well, like duffel bags of course. Will increase maximum take. Again, probably a previous material and stuff in that, like 4th paragraph or whatever for like additions and renovations that was on there, basically. Jeter apparently will accumulate in art studios complete prep planning and team members can select their own loadouts for finale. Part of stuff like in your previous heists or possible flavor text area 1 over 4 and again. Sketch out your master plan, whatever. Yeah, prepping, planning, stall, like, yeah, art and we still don't come in as high of a priority. So basically, we talked about that pre-release material for sure. I'm pretty sure. Not hearing the stuff will leave with viewer entrance and exit options. It seems to be like the bad at the heist. And obviously being still offensive and getting more valuable secondary targets like that one exclusively radar requires multiple people, like I was kind of saying earlier from them. Day 1 now available newswire that was probably already pre-release material as well. Stealing some also won't be possible without like appropriate tools to safely extract them. Probably one for that pre-release material, I'm guessing as well or something. That might have kind of been as well in previous heists too, though, of course though. You can get better intel and even unlock additional prep missions, apparently, if you spend more time scoping out Kortz Center, like finding everything in the course. Like, for example, you probably have something similar when you found a drainage tunnel for scoping out powder prig. I'm guessing, no. And optional disruptions weaken Kortz Center security. Getting confused about whereabouts. Yeah, a bunch of outlet status basis for prior heists or that crews material have recovered against high risk, high reward. Alright, just a bunch of flavor text stuff for that first paragraph for high risk, high reward. Or something though. And kind of the other two paragraphs in that section basically talks about that whole, like, doing a certain activity for the first time gets you more money, and then it kind of gets nerfed pretty much afterwards in most cases, as for like original others, like I didn't know the job, like the Oscar goes and odds again, or whatever. Which I talked a lot about in like the first hour of the stream, plus or so. My fucking spot for Ukraine to talk about for like over an hour, so I didn't record them. Of course, so. Get new vehicles. Basically, was already there for Simeons. I didn't customize all of them, but yeah. RCGT I customized. That was for super. That cartouche GT, like I was saying earlier, like I was guessing it is a sports car. The Albany Merlula, whatever, sedan. Is this, yes, sedan? I saw East Stride again is like an electric key, like SCV. And then Benefactor Läufer, like the second one I customized size for the LRC GT in the stream. The van is new top van of the class, basically. It's basically and again, plus subscription gives early access to Grady with building a GT Superior, which has HSW upgrade as well. Which again, apparently gets 4th place on time, 1st place top speed, I guess tier car or something. Interesting. And yeah, Lock on Jammer was added to 50 more current vehicles. Apparently there was 50 in that list from earlier. Not only that, there's actually also an exclusive vehicle, but only on the PlayStation 5. It's supposed to be Xbox and PC and newer platforms. And it's in the career progression I haven't actually shown yet at all. At all. So I assume that's for Heist, of course. Because of course, yes, indeed. As they pretty much suggested, with the DLC name and everything. So you have to, so you have to meet Raph the Angels inside your mansion, apparently for Tier 1, scope out Kortz Center. Complete any heist before a Kortz Center heist, so it'll also be all very easy there. Tier 2 actually requires a complete actual heist. And then you have to also put 20 heist preps for a Kortz Center heist. And you have to scope all secondary targets apparently as well. for tier 2. Tier 3. Don't have to complete the Kortz Center heist on hard mode without being spotted. And then you also have to keep a stolen painting for your mansion, which probably easy to do since they neutered the payout anyways after like the first go in a week. So it's not gonna point like a couple in a week. That's pretty easy to do. It seems. And then use all 4 entry points to the Kortz Center heist. Apparently is a thing as well. I assume that's what the expand challenges is, right? Yes. Loading bay, sewer, staff entrance, and the skylight. Apparently, okay. Interesting. And yeah, tier 4 is where that new vehicle is here. It actually will not be purchasable, it seems like, for drift feed. It seems as though it will actually be the only single way to, like, complete it, basically. Apparently no. Like, get the vehicle, essentially. But here you have to unlock 15 platinum awards for the Kortz Center heist. Might go over those then later. Complete the elite challenge for the Kortz Center heist. Apparently. I imagine it's easy with it being solo. I imagine it's gotta be kind of easy, like soloable or whatever. Of course, though. You'll also have to keep any 5 stolen paintings for the mansion. Oh, you'll also have to keep any 5 stolen paintings for the mansion. Apparently. And then steal a total of $50 million in primary and secondary targets, apparently, as well. Which, yeah, with the neutered pay and stuff, I don't know, like, how doable that actually is, but whatever, though. But yeah, this will probably take a while to unlock, I'm guessing, with the fact it's neutered, like, on subsequent playthroughs. In like a single week's time frame. So if you want this like really quick, you're gonna have to like hella grind then. Cause sounds like it's like 1 to 2 million on like the first go, and then again with it being hella fucking neutered on like subsequent go throughs, like playthroughs in the same like week. Apparently it sounds like you're gonna make like a couple $100,000 on like subsequent ones or something, so it's gonna be like a fuck ton of those to do. And that's assuming you don't have like a cap on the entire amount you can do for like the whole week. It sounded like free for like a week or something. I don't know if it sounds like something like a salvage yard kind of thing, where you're going to be like hard capped on like how much you do as well even. So that might be an annoying. So that yes might actually be a very annoying vehicle to unlock, unfortunately. But I'm sure it'll be pretty worth it though. I'm sure it'll be pretty worth it though, since it sounds like it'll be exclusive to it. So it sounds like this vehicle will be very much exclusive to the career progression and not available for purchase. Didn't sound like it will be available at all for purchase. Apparently on the war stock, I think only like a police Ignis has been found, I believe, for drip feed basically. Which I think was the only other drip feed vehicle found besides for like another supercar. Apparently. And that's not counting for like drift vehicles. Again, I mentioned Quet, and there's like 2 other drift vehicles. The drift vehicles, I'm not going to care to mention autos or anything. And again, I have no interest in making a video on it since Cockstar wants to do code and box as GTA 6 BFI, not actual physical copy. Which you don't have to do till January 2028, where physical media stops getting like produced, basically. According to Sony, basically. So yeah, wait, hold on. Platinum words for it. Alright. I think Sony have a real thing to look at there for any of those. I think though. Okay, so there's 19. Yes, fuck. There does look to be 19 platinum awards to get out of like 15 or something, assuming all of them count for career progression. In other DLC, certain ones actually don't count for those, depending like what the task is, I believe. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but I don't think there's necessarily that much content besides for Kortz and Heist, given like it's kind of smaller, not even 2 GB DLC on the PlayStation 5 in particular, so it might not actually be that much more besides for the Heist itself though. Whether it be actually in the game right now or like trip feed, sounds like there will be like minimal trip feed as well. It sounds like. But apparently, with their attraction, scope out all entry points for the Kortz Center Heist. Sounds like it will basically just be those 4 basically on the career progression tier 3. So basically just do that 1 tier 3 challenge and it's basically good. It seems, yes, fuck. Come on, you fuck-ass body for some curry. I'd like to actually be able to get the end parts, so like, not ruined here, please, by you, please. I don't have that much time. I was like an 11-hour stream now. Come on, you stupid fucking body for some curry now. I'd like to get this done in like maybe 10 minutes or something. But yeah, visitor attractions. Scope out all entry points for Kortz Center Heist. Which again, are probably the same 4 that's in the tier 3. I don't assume there's any extra from there, so basically just do one of the tier 3 challenges and it's basically done. That's how a lot of platinums work, is they kind of overlap with career progression as well, so it's not too surprising there. First one even there. Ready for anything starts as a bronze, is when you have to build up 4 is 5 heist preps. And if for some reason it's 5 for each one, like bronze, silver, gold, yeah. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, if it's 5 for each one, then yeah, I'll probably build up tier 20 for what, like, the tier 2 challenge anyways, so you'll pretty much be doing that in the first place. Just like the first one, basically. Alright, third one's another instant platinum, where you can acquire all optional prep equipment in one playthrough to Kortz Center Heist. So basically just do like a long play of it, like where you do every single thing of content that Heist has to provide, even if not every single mission is actually like useful, of course. So even if there's like say multiple getaway vehicles or something and you only get to use like 1 or something, might have to do like all those for example. So just do like 1 really long playthrough, just do everything for the sake of it. It's not purely about making profit as quick as possible for like a speed run or something. The Kortz Center Heist, put the Kortz Center Heist for the first time to earn $200,000 in extra. So you actually get some extra money on this award here. Literally that will be easy. So obviously you need to do Kortz Center Heist for the tier 4 or accumulating like money for your heist. Making entrance completed the Kortz Center Heist using all 4 entry points. So is that the tier thing actually, and not just going out with the entry points? I forget. One of us two is like automatic though, basically. Like I was basically showing earlier. Of course, if you're on the newer platforms, of course. 6 on here, who's there? Complete the Kortz Center Heist without being spotted. Okay, so if you do completely stealth, easy. I imagine at least being still a heist, of course. And Masterpiece. Complete the elite challenge for the Kortz Center Heist to earn another $200,000 of this one, so that's another nice award for the first time doing an elite challenge. Of course, though. And what you need elite challenge anyways for tier 4 or something, that shouldn't be too difficult to pull off eventually. Go hard, complete the Kortz Center Heist done hard without losing a life complete the Kortz Center Heist done hard without losing a life to earn $200,000 for everyone with a $200,000 monetary award, which is cool. Shouldn't be too hard to, of course, not lose a life. If you're basically going to do the who's there, you're basically going to probably get that anyways, basically. Alright, one-man job, complete the Kortz Center Heist with 1 player to earn 100,000. So solo, so yes. Team player complete with 4 players, apparently it will get 100k. That's probably one you should probably skip if you're more of a solo player. That's definitely like the first one I'd advise skipping there for sure. For wars, bringing it down to like 18 in a way, basically. Laser fast, get rid of laser grid under 30 seconds without touching a laser during the Kortz Center Heist. There's apparently one as well, and that one sounds like it would be more difficult, but like you might kind of, in a sense, need to get that one. Picture perfect, steal 2 different primary targets during the Kortz Center Heist. Well, you can steal multiple primaries or something? Or is it talking about like separate runs or something? I assume there's only 1 primary each time I cover heist though. Because secondaries make the most of stuff that you can steal, basically, sure, like cover heist. I would imagine not. What do you guys very much imagine? That should be kind of like one of the easiest things to do for heist. Obviously, just the bare minimum steal the primary. Yeah, this one's bronze too, so this one actually upgrades over time. So that's basically just doing it again and again and again, which we'll have to do like 50 million anyways. I'm sure that one would be pretty much automatic. By art collector, steal a total of 200,000 secondary targets during the Kortz Center Heist. That one upgrades over time as well, basically. So again, it will just be a bunch of repetition, which is pretty straightforward to do. That would be needed for 50 million in total anyways. And private collection, apparently keep a ping from the Kortz Center Heist for your mansion. You have to do that for one of the like career progression tasks anyways, so you'll basically be getting them like automatically. And you even have to do like 4 more after that too for another part of that, just keep in mind. Even if it's not an award itself, since it's an instant platinum one. An art dealer. If we have buyer's request during the Kortz Center Heist, apparently is a thing. It's apparently a thing. And that one's bronze, so it upgrades over time. The first one's just 1, you might have only like 4 so to do, I'm not sure for platinum. Like maybe 9 or 10 or something on those, don't be too surprised there. That one probably wouldn't be too difficult to pull off, as long as you just keep in mind what you have to do for that. And Rockhound. Steal a gemstone during the Kortz Center Heist. 1. Again, maybe like 4 platinum at like minimum or something, like maybe 9, 10 or something. just particular like secondary or something, I'm gonna guess, or something that shouldn't be too shabby, basically. He's required to complete the Kortz Center Heist without any kills. That should pretty much be automatic, I assume, with who's there. As long as we can pull that one off, I'm guessing you won't have to pull that off if you do it like a very specific way or something. Dirty work apparently wants to complete the Kortz Center Heist using a sewer entry without the hazmat suit and without being spotted. Interesting. Don't know if that sounds easy, but I mean, eventually with enough trial error, I'm sure it's quite doable. And meteor optics, apparently. Meteor optics, apparently. SCS wants to steal 3 meteors during the Kortz Center Heist. I assume it's one run of the Kortz Center Heist. Could be wrong though, but it sounds like you probably have to do 3 all in one run. Or maybe it can be multiple runs and you just have to steal 3. Like, at all, basically. Either one, I very much see being quite a possibility, however done. So all of it sound like very straightforward for sure, as expected. As expected with other, like, career progressions, you'll pretty much get like a bunch of them anyways, just doing what you have to do for career progression in the first place and in the first place. But you might have to go out the way for some of them for sure though. That wouldn't otherwise be done for career progression when you, especially when you need as much as 15 platinum medals, basically. And then, yes, reap the rewards section of the day 1, like, Rockstar Newswire for the drop of the DLC. Mission orders to reach the latest status in the Fine Art Collector program between June 18 and July 13th can claim their rewards. Between now and August 5th. Between yes now and August 5th. Which includes the $1 million discount on the Art Studio expansion, which is $2 million for GT Plus members. Again, if you have that and the one that I mentioned earlier. I don't know if they actually explained this particular one actually, and it's why I'm reading it right now. But you actually had a free Vault keypad upgrade available from the planning board to practice cracking the Kortz Center security systems. So apparently you get a free Vault keypad, apparently upgrade available as part of the latest tier, which I don't know if they actually mentioned that particular one before, and that's why I mentioned like a bunch of stuff in this paragraph, basically. Accessory has basically the Annihilator Stealth, basically. Oh, you also get the Crescent Tent, Kortz Center Sculpture to decorate the mansion. Latest tier gets the opportunity to steal the outcome of Endeavor, high-value primary target painting on their first attempt at the heist during each of the next 3 weeks, apparently. It's like a 9-day event and then probably a couple 7-day events. I wouldn't be too surprised, basically. Again, it's even more for religious, basically. And then the third paragraph of that section basically is talking about the 2 million mansion discount for Plus, as well as the 40% bonus money for Shark Card thing, whatever. And then GT Plus member benefits, apparently they have a section for I clearly talked about that. New mission creator, chaos, whatever. Yeah, there's a bunch of mission creator updates, which I don't necessarily think I'll have time to go into the creator for all that, basically. There might be all kinds of stuff to go through, basically. Yeah, there's new props, actor models, and more, including interiors available to explore and utilize only for the newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC enhanced. So there's extra interiors on the newer platforms now to use, in particular. Yeah, you can do survival scenarios with bloodthirsty zombies, apparently. Immersive structures, or parkour courses, or sliding rotating props. Apparently. Warp points, teleport players to different areas, and so much more. Also includes new stealth systems for disguises and CCTV cameras for players to deal with. There's also cutscene enhancements, so you can do more creative, like, scene setting near to building. Apparently. They're going to continue to add quality creations to community mission series regularly, and they want to see creators take advantage of upcoming future additions for zombies, all manners of ghosts, and goals planned for later in this particular month. They'll be adding those, apparently. In time to be featured as part of a special seasonal mission series in the fall. So it looks like they'll give you a couple months in advance to use those tools, like get used to those tools and make some good stuff, basically. If you want to even try to get featured in the community mission series, essentially. And stay informed on all the improvements and updates coming to Creator, and to share creations with official creators, join community on the official Discord, and tag creations of hashtag community series for and yes, tag your creations with hashtag community series for consideration in a future series. Yeah, I already basically talked about Play GTA 9 for free on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X /S this week. But apparently it's Game Pass Essential, not Core, like I kind of mentioned earlier, for the cheapest tier, I guess. For the Xbox settings, apparently. Download Play GTA 9 on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X /S for free through July 20th. Again, only like that first week, basically. It's not even for the whole current event, only for like literally a whole week. Like 7 days, probably because like some Microsoft be stingy as fuck about that shit, of course. But Rockstar's also stingy for not wanting to do GT6 on a disc and want to do like load in a fuck ass box, basically. With their marketing deal with Sony, they want to cancel physical media for their stuff in 2026, even before the 2028 like requirement, basically. So honestly, fuck Rockstar just as much as Sony, basically. And then more to come. Prepare for more action in the weeks and months ahead, including a new supercar model showing a roster of decommissioned law enforcement vehicles. That's the Ignis Pursuit, by the way, for Drift Feed, since I'm not going to make a video. That's the Ignis Pursuit. which is like a $5 million one with our trade price, I think. So yeah, it's going to be quite expensive. First, I believe it's the very first supercar, like law enforcement vehicle, basically in the game. Basically. But obviously, it's not for supercar class; it's for the emergency class, basically. Along with new drift-capable vehicles. Again, quit. I mentioned that one will be one. I think the Diamond GT, by the way, the convertible one, was it on discount already? Or no, I think I was going over that, like, the fact I didn't remember what the Diamond GT was earlier when going over the lock-on chambers for some reason. But apparently I think it's Diamond GT, the LG, like, retro custom, as well as a quick quit, I think are getting the drift tunes, by the way. Since again, I don't have an interest in making a video with GT6, but I code and box debacle and that shit. Basically. Updates to the community mission series, as I kind of said earlier, and then more. So that basically takes care of the day one Rockstar News Wire. Now it's basically anything in patch notes or anything. So GTA 5 title update 1.73 notes. Web privacy PS5/PS4/Xbox Series X/S/Xbox One/PC. In left bracket, like enhanced / legacy, and then the right bracket, and then maybe the right privacy right after. So new content, Kortz Heist update adds a new heist and new vehicles to GTA Online with updates to mission creator, basically all stuff mentioned already on the stream. Kortz Heist can purchase art studio for own mansions, music products, a bunch of real estate, website, and gain access to the new heist. Heist contains a range of prep missions owing to finality where players steal works of art from the Kortz Center that can be sold for be sold for profit or displayed in their owned mansions. Players can launch prep missions from the playing board, located inside the art studio, or by calling Läufer the Angeles via the phone menu in free mode, by the way. So you don't have to actually go back to your mansion, by the way, you can actually do it from the phone as well. From Läufer apparently. The heist can be completed by 1 to 4 players, apparently, as well. Yes, that's pretty obvious, yes. Includes new awards. Includes new awards for all platforms, and then the career progression challenges are only on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, and like Grand Theft Auto 5 Enhanced on PC. Obviously, for career progression, that's only on newer platforms, as it always is. For that Cara Armored, of course, for 3S exclusive Cara Armor that you cannot buy, it will apparently be available through the career progression. With apparently no plans for it being a drift feed, apparently it looked like according to what was with drift feed already. And the vehicles, 7 new vehicles have been added. Can all be upgraded with the missile lock-on jammer upgrade. Like they've been doing in the last few updates, every single vehicle actually can get the lock-on jammer. That's new, basically, for the DLC. But yeah, can get that lock-on jammer upgraded inside Agency Mudshot. Plus, members can also upgrade you had a like agency kind of upgrade thing for the lock-on jammer at the garage vehicle workshop, they say, and then I think mansions had it as well, of course, if you have the subscription too, like I said earlier, basically. I basically mentioned all the vehicles already. I'm not going to mention those again by name and everything. The following vehicles are returning for general sale and can now be upgraded inside an owned agency watch shop with the missile lock-on lock-on jammer upgrade. Plus members can also use it to fund a club garage and yeah, mansions too, I believe. Yeah, put that one there. So I think like the first 19 are the Volta vehicles on that one email again. So anything like before the Titan is out of the ones that return to the vehicle websites apparently. But yeah. 2 aircraft ones have to be personal aircrafts for your hangar. You have to have those 2 vehicles in the hangar, even though they're day 1 vehicles. And the Pegasus versions will not be eligible, of course, for the like missile lock-on jammer. And yeah, the rest of those are all ones that were already on like the vehicle websites that just got lock-on jammers, despite already being on like the vehicle websites. That's another quick breakthrough since I obviously spent a lot of time on it earlier. Browse speed apparently. Experience improvements, there's one of those. Apparently a change has been made to mansions as part of this update. Players can now enter owned mansions via requested luxury vehicles. So any vehicle that allows you to call for it in like fast travel or something that's considered luxury or something, I guess is what they mean with that, basically. I don't think I'm going to demonstrate it, I'm just reading what it is. Obviously there, basically, it's basically creator updates as well. Creator updates, yes. Updates have been made to all creators. Many previously unavailable vehicles have been added for use in both races and placement. So like actual races you make, and then also like placing them in like a mission or something, obviously. Or like a deathmatch even, or like something. And also additional objects have been added to the existing fixture removal tool. So what, you can basically remove like extra like objects that might get in the way in the actual like remote of the game, or what you might make or something, I think though. Mission creator updates. Several updates have been made to the mission creator. A new example mission, yes. For a creator content like 6 VI or something. 6 VI or something, of course. It has to do with it. Yes, I think it has to do with interiors though, so I think it's only available for PlayStation 5, especially such as PC and newer platforms only though. I probably won't play it, like, since the 4th one requires like multiple players, so I don't know if I'll play it, unfortunately, but yeah, I didn't point that out earlier. So kind of my bad there, but yeah. The career content 1 through 5 was already available, basically. Oh, this one's actually pretty low rated, what the fuck? Why though? Why though? But interior design. So this one seems hugely based on like the interiors, hence why it's only on the newer platforms, of course. The first 5 I assume were on all platforms, of course. Yeah, 6 ones, it requires second tier stuff only on newer platforms, I guess. There's apparently only on those platforms, of course. Of course, for all the newer ones. All the newer ones with progression, of course. Multiple new interiors world features can now be added on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC, and players can now create warp points and move between 2 locations in a mission. Additional props have been added for placement, added new options for sliding and rotating props. New objects and interactables have been added. New interactions have been added. Interactions have been added. Yes. Players can now choose from a list of prompt options to display for interactables and object minigames. Apparently. Functional CCTV cameras can now be placed. Actors and CCTV cameras can be configured to ignore players on certain elements for stealth gameplay. So CCTV cameras are probably just the same cameras. Stealthing is, of course, like stealth missions that were already in like on mode. It's just now for player use. See. Players can now place 32 objective objects, apparently. Yes, so players can now place 32 objective objects. Added new actors. Add a shared follow paths option, allowing paths to be set up once and used by multiple actors. Good, because it's probably annoying to set that up for multiple people, basically, at the same time, basically. Add in and validate previous tasks option to actor task. Once set and the task is triggered, the previous tasks will no longer be valid to trigger for the duration of the mission. Interesting. Add an option to allow multiple actors to melee attack the player at once. Well, it was only 1-by-1 making melee. Interesting. I wonder how that works. I don't know if there's missions where that happens already, like actual online, so that'd be interesting. Added new animation options for actors. Beast powers can now be enabled if a player is wearing a beast outfit. Kind of weird they don't just make it available like in general available. Okay, better than nothing at least for beast powers of beast outfit, of course. Added new outfits. Each team can now have 2 all outfits defined, which can be swapped mid-mission. Unless disabled, players will now retain their current outfit on quick restart. Cool. The number of cutscenes that can be added to the mission has been increased from 3 to 5. Okay. Player tasks can now be assigned to play during cutscenes. Interesting. So you can make the player do stuff like this in cutscenes now. Okay. Time of day can now be progressed over a cutscene shot. That's basically something doing like story mode, right? Where like you can kind of progress the time. I think so. That might be a story mode feature carried over, basically. Could even be a thing in on too. In a slight sense, I forget though. Might as well though. Objective text can now be shown over cutscene shots. Interesting. Maybe if you're having to watch a cutscene, you don't know what you're going to have to do after it ends earlier. Interesting though. Or if it's like relevant to the cutscene, I don't know. Or yes, if it's relevant to the cutscene somehow. Added a cutscene start delay option. I'm entirely sure what that would do, but whatever though. Mission flags can now be set at specific times during a cutscene. Okay, interesting. Cutscene cameras can now be attached to placed entities. Okay, interesting. Add a blip setup option menu to pickups. Added a hide when objective is blocked option for actors, vehicles, and objects. Add a mission score limit option to let teams complete a mission when a set number of points is reached. Yes. They're gonna tell you, but whatever now. All destructible entities can now award points when killed or destroyed. Interesting. The team progress, whatever limit can now be set to require that all teams meet their conditions before passing an objective. Okay, cool. Blips, health bars, tickers, and failed reasons can now be given different names from a set list. Wait, so you can't just do that on your own? Different names from a set list sounds like some bullshit they pulled with the acid where you can't like name your acid basically, like acid lab set list or something basically. Ambient population zones now block everything by default instead of requiring players to set up what it blocks after placement. Cool. Assuming if you're placing those on average, you wouldn't want everything blocked anyways or something. Dynamic props can now have physics activated on spawn, so you can make like some like barrel explode instantly or something on placement or something, like to start a mission or something for some dramatic effect, maybe. Faint. Added use selected weather option to display if the weather is selected for your mission while in the mission creator, so that's more for actual creators only, not for like people playing the mission, I guess. Okay. An additional mid-mission inventory swap has been added. Cool. Added the ability for vehicles and objective objects to self-destruct when a mission flag is set. Hot damn. That can be interesting. Or some cinematic stuff, I bet, or something. Added an option to not hide in object after a generic grab animation performed on it. Okay, interesting. Added the ability for vehicles to get stopped when a driving player is carrying a collectible object into a drop-off. Do vehicles not get stopped when doing collectible object and to drop off a board. It seems like something that would have been there at launch to me, but okay. Okay. Whatever though. Cool, I guess. Cool, I guess. Variations can now be used. Or no. Variations can now be changed on actors. Spawned as chase units. Okay. Cool. Guess we don't have particular people in a like chasing a vehicle. I don't feel that overly matters too much. I don't know if you'll really be seeing that. Depending on like the vehicle, like an aircraft, for example, you might not see that so much in an aircraft or something if you're like an on-foot person or something, but still though. I'll just go to have the option anyways, so just in case. Missions can now be tested starting from a specific objective. That's nice, instead of having to set up like checkpoints. I think you used to have to do before for sure. That's definitely very helpful, I imagine. I imagine. Test things quicker or something. Mission flags can now be toggled on and off during test mode. Not sure what the purpose much of that is, but okay. Maybe if you want like a simpler playthrough for testing things. Other things, something I have no idea. I have no idea. Players can now place one entity over the memory limit, but will be unable to save until the mission is back within the limit. Testing kind of things or something, I have no idea. So you can push your limits or test your limits easier, I have no idea. On that one. Additional doors can now be set to unlock one to handle the shot. One I hope it includes is like the Last MC Clubhouse, which I don't know if that's the case for the West Vinewood or like East Vinewood Clubhouse location, whatever, what the fuck, all over the fuck I spot for some reason. Come on, man, fuck. Been doing this all stream. God fucking damn it, man, it's fucking spotty, but I'm ready to quit that shit already, man, fuck. Alright, East Vinewood, I'm in, yes. For some reason, I thought it was Vinewood and then East Vinewood, but yeah. I kinda hope that includes like Last MC Clubhouse, because I myself have kinda made something there, and I can't 100% figure out the door open gimmicks or something. That's what I mean to be saying, basically all kind of. And then additional door models can now be selected and controlled. Okay, cool. Having more openable doors is always only a good thing for interior sakes or something. Added a shared cap of 60 collectible objects and pickups, apparently. Okay, interesting. So I guess pickups and collectible objects are the same cap now, and what pickups I think was like 30 before, so both of them might just been 30, and it might just have one cap and 60. It might just become more like a UI change than anything or something. I'm not even not sure, but something like that. Nominating jobs. Yes. Players can now choose to nominate up to 16 player-created jobs, which can then appear on the next job vote screen when playing other jobs. Wow, actually a good use for the next job vote screen. I don't know if there was ever much purpose of that thing before, but players want to actually play like player created jobs easier. That might be a good use for it. Now, fun actually. Interesting. Is that something like nominated series or like Reddit online? I'm not really sure what that is, but it could be something like that. I don't know, but there's not really user content on Reddit online, so it's really, really difficult to say. To be fair though. Nomination can be done through the end of mission leaderboard or the pause recently played. Bookmarked in my jobs menus. Interesting. After playing a player created job, a selection of nominated jobs from players present in the lobby will be added to the next job at the screen. Wait, so you have to play a player created job in the first place? Am I reading that right? Like, bro, what? Are they not making it as accessible as I would have thought? Okay. Not sure how I think about that, honestly. That's honestly, though. Alright, economy updates. It's basically just a weekly completion bonus thing I talked about pretty much like the very first hour to hour and a half of the stream, basically. And yeah, the weekly period I think is when events refresh on Thursday or something, but I haven't specified that 100%. I think it's every time an event changes basically is when the week is over. Or a week from when you do 168 hours, 7 days real time, I was kind of saying. It's either top of that or no matter when you do it, might just be Thursday or something. I'm not really sure, honestly. Since there's not really much ways to test it just yet, since the update just came out not even 2 days ago, basically. I pretty much mentioned all that stuff already for economy updates again earlier, so I'm not going to mention that again. And obviously there's fixes. Kortz Center Heist update includes a range of fixes for various issues. Game stability, performance fixed. Multiple crashes and issues affecting stability in GTA 5, single player, it seems to be even. And matchmaking networking. Fixed multiple issues that affected network stability in GTA Online. Interesting. And then content. There's a bunch of fixed stuff for content apparently. Yeah, Obi mentioned just a whole bunch of stuff basically. A lot of it probably has to do with the mission creator content that Rockstar themselves made for example content or whatever. The 3 and 4 stealth extraction, SV, etc. Because yeah, obviously the update before usually gets fixed the most, obviously. Because obviously the update after is where they can easily fix that stuff, basically. And there's a bunch of fixes with properties as well, apparently. As well as a bunch of fixes tied to vehicles. Apparently. There's doing some miscellaneous fixes. There's only 6 of those. I guess I could read those if I wanted to, but I'm already skipping huge sections at this point. It probably doesn't really matter. And naturally, the mission creator just released in a previous update got a ton of fixes as well. Yeah, once getting to the fixes, it kind of just gets to hella copy paste, where everything's the same with the first couple words or something in each bullet point at that point. And it's a bunch of niche stuff and And yeah, it's probably pretty much like a bunch of niche stuff at that point. Wow, stream worked the whole time for once. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's my like first 11-hour stream since like newer internet or something. Because of course this fucking ass body for some current was a fuck ass prick and everything. Everything. Yeah, it's almost 11 hours 50-ish minutes, which is kind of like around the cutoff, like where stuff starts becoming like lost media at this point in the stream. So that is pretty much going to have to do it for the stream. Unfortunately, like I expected, I would pretty much have to do a second one for heisting. I mean, I usually do 2 streams anymore for streams. One where I customize vehicles and like patch notes. Except here I only customized like 2 vehicles. Because again, I only grinded like 19 million. Yeah, I only bought like 2 vehicles because I only grinded like 19 million. Apologies if it's disappointing I only grind. No. Apologies if it's disappointing I only like modified 2 vehicles. But yeah, I only grinded like to 19 million or something because like GTA 6 via that code and box kind of like decentivized me to grind or something. If there is a time I'm going to have to grind, obviously like hell it's going to be this update of course, because this might be the last update before GTA 6 via. If I even end up getting it, of course. Because fuck Rockstar and Sony like trying to end physical media as hard as they are. Like they're going to basically like force everybody else's fucking hands doing the bullshit they are as well. Their marketing deal bullshit and everything. And no, Rockstar did not have to do a marketing deal with Sony. Very easily could have done their own thing and store at least like a disc physical copy. So they're pretty much just as much at fault as well, basically. Or almost just as much, besides for the fact they're not the ones producing the physical media. It's Sony, I guess, that makes the discs and everything. So of course, we're mostly at fault, but still, point still stands, not stunned. Yeah, next stream will be for the heist, maybe in a couple days or something. That's probably gonna be it for this stream. Hope you enjoyed.